Welcome to Oracle SQL and PLSQL session. And in this series, we are going to learn Oracle PLSQL. So if you ask for Oracle PLSQL, so do we need to have knowledge on SQL? Yes. If you have SQL knowledge, then working with PLSQL is very, very simple. Then what is the difference between SQL and PLSQL? So this is the agenda for today's session. Let me explain what is the difference between SQL and PLSQL. But this is the agenda for today's session. So we will see the introduction about PLSQL and what is the use of PLSQL and architecture of the PLSQL. Okay, the architecture of the PLSQL and explain the benefit of PLSQL. So what are all the benefits we do have over to SQL? So what is the benefits and benefits of the subprograms? So that I will explain. Okay, the subprograms I will explain here and you will get clear idea. So what is the difference? All this. Okay, and if you take, so what is PLSQL first of all? So PLSQL is nothing but procedural language extension to SQL. So that's the meaning. Okay, procedural language extension to SQL. So what is procedural language? Say for an example, SQL we are writing. So if you see this SQL, so PLSQL is nothing but it's a procedural language for this SQL. Okay, so procedural language extension to SQL. Normally, how we will write SQL? So we'll write SQL statement, right? So whether we will write select statement or we will write DML statement, DDL statement, all this. And we are going to write this in development environment. After that, we are going to deploy into the QA or the higher environments like production, all this. So you are going to prepare a SQL statement so that we are going to deploy it. So even if you are going for any reporting, okay, you have to take some reporting from the data warehouse or database and you have to send it to some customers. So you have to run some SQL queries and it should be executed on the database. And that whatever the query resultant we are getting, so that should be stored as a CSV file or something, then you are sending into another customer. So for all this, right, so you'll be writing only SQL statement. So procedural statement means, so you're informing the Oracle database that, okay, do this, check the condition. Okay, you check this condition, if statement, you check the condition, if condition. Okay, so you are checking some conditions and you are informing Oracle that if the condition is satisfied, you execute this particular SQL statement. Okay, if the condition is not satisfied, so you can execute the SQL2 statement here. You can inform, right? You can procedurally, you can mention that, okay, do this, all this looping statement. So you can write some dynamic SQL, dynamic table creations, so dynamic column creation, all this you can write by using this procedural language. So procedural language extension to SQL, that is the PLSQL. So PLSQL is an Oracle proprietary language. So if you take Oracle database, so this is the PLSQL is the proprietary language. So for an example, if you take SQL Server, then we will call it as it's a TSQ, transact SQL. Sometimes they will say like, if you're going for SQL Server database, then you will be using TSQL. That is nothing but transact SQL. So if you go to some other databases like Teradata, so in Teradata, you will be using the BTEC script. So BTEC is nothing but the same way you will be writing. It is similar to our PLSQL. Okay. So based on the different databases you'll be using. So if it is Oracle database, it will be called it as PLSQL. It's proprietary language for the Oracle. And how the PLSQL statement will be executed. So if you see this particular statements, whenever you are giving any PLSQL statement to this PLSQL block, so you are sitting here, user is sitting here. So we are providing some PLSQL statement to this particular PLSQL block. Then this is what the database server. So completely the database server. So inside the database server, we'll be having a PLSQL engine. This PLSQL engine receives the PLSQL block from the user and inside we have one PLSQL blocks. So this PLSQL block separate the procedural language, procedural code, that into one particular pipeline and SQL statement into one pipeline. So procedural code will be sent to procedural statement executor. Okay, to this block, it will send only procedures. And if it has any SQL statement, in the PLSQL, if it has any SQL statement, the PLSQL segregate that SQL statement to this SQL statement executor, and then it will execute it. And it returns result to the PLSQL engine. So then PLSQL engine produce a result. So this is what it will happen. Okay. So if you are writing only SQL statement, yes, SQL statement, if you're not writing any PLSQL code, then this SQL statement executor only, it will be executed. PLSQL code, whenever you are executing, and it will be executed by two different executor. So one is procedural statement executor, the other one is SQL statement executor. Say for an example, if you consider this particular example, so you can see here one example. If you take if A is greater than B, then to some condition you are testing, then you want to execute some SQL statement. Okay, some condition you are testing, even you can put some other conditions. Okay, so banking domain, if you take a lot of conditions will be there, right? If the condition satisfies, you execute this particular statement. If the condition is not satisfied, you execute this particular statement. If you are going to execute this particular code by using PLSQL engine, this code you are going to send, then PLSQL blocks segregate this code into two different codes. One is procedural statements and SQL statement. So what is a procedural statement here, right? So this condition, you are checking the condition here. If A greater than B, then okay, that will be executed by this procedural statement executor. Okay, so you check the conditions. Yes, if A is greater than B, okay, I'm giving A value is 10, is greater than 5. Yes, the condition satisfies. Then this particular PLSQL, this it will produce. Okay, yes. Then this particular PLSQL engine inform this SQL statement executor that. So you execute this SQL statement here. So then this will be executed. For an example, this condition is false. Then else condition. Yes. This procedural statement executor will check for the else conditions. Then it will give you, okay, this is else condition. So if it is else, execute this statement SQL2, then SQL2 will be sent to this particular block. It will execute and it will give you the result. And this PLSQL engine will give you the result. So this is what it operates. Okay, clear? I hope you are clear. So this is what the PLSQL engine will be executed. So that's what this is called the context switching. So what is context switching? Like switching is happening between procedural engine, so procedural statement executor, and this SQL statement executor. So sometimes it will take some performance issue. I will tell you later if you are making this. So without context switching, without switching this SQL and PLSQL, we can do some modifications. So that I will explain later. Okay, so whenever we are going for any looping statements, very big looping statements, then it will take a lot of context switching will be happening. Okay, so you are going for very big looping statements, and every time this will be tested, and then it will be given to here, and again it will be processed here. So it will be happening here and there. So then it will be taking a lot of time. So how to avoid that context switching, that we will see it later. Okay. So what does this switching happen? So whenever you are giving any procedural statement to PLSQL engine, it segregates two different statements. So I hope you are clear. Then what is the benefit of PLSQL? So why do we need PLSQL actually? So in PLSQL, you can go for procedural statements, right? So do this, and then if you're not going to do this, then go for the other statement. So that procedural you can execute. The one more thing is improved performance. If you are going for any PLSQL statements, the performance will be improved. See, if you are getting any statement from the applications, so you are getting some SQL statements, some select statement or insert statement, update statement, any statement you are getting from applications. If it is simply SQL, then we have to write multiple SQL queries happening to the database. Okay, the database is happening. But if you take the Oracle database, PLSQL, if you're writing, so you can have application here. And from the applications, you can write lot of PLSQL code here. So if then this particular SQL statement, else SQL statement, then if you are starting if, then you have to put the end if. Then after that, if you want SQL, yes, you can put some SQL. Before also you can put some SQL. So that you can write it here. Some procedurally you can write. So for that, it will be improved. Some performance will be improved. So in PLSQL, everything you can write different modules. Modules by modules you can write. That's one advantage, main advantage. So subprograms. So you can write lot of subprograms, and then you can put all the subprograms into one combined package. So you can write. So that we can do it on the PLSQL code. So modularize, you can do it. So whenever you are going to write PLSQL, so how can I write PLSQL? Okay. So if you take PLSQL, very first time I want to write any PLSQL code, it's very simple. So there is two types of PLSQLs are there. So one is anonymous block, other one is named block. So what is that? So two blocks in PLSQL, two blocks in PLSQL. So what is the blocks? So you can go for, so the first one is anonymous block. So that means it will not have any names. Okay. So it will not have any names. So just it will not have any names. So you can write anonymous block. And you will be having a named block. So named block, we are going to give name. For that particular block, we are going to give the name. So there are different named blocks are available. So you can see the procedure is one of the named block. So we are going to store the procedure. So inside the database, right? As an object. But anonymous block, we are not going to store it. Okay, anonymous block, you have to execute it. So every time we have to execute. So that will not be stored as the object in the database. But this named block stored as an object. Okay, so stored as an object in database, in Oracle database always. So you have how many named blocks are there? You have the procedure, you have the functions, right? And then you have the packages. Okay, so package. So what is meant by package? See, package is nothing but you are writing procedure, you are writing functions, lot of procedures, lot of functions you are writing. And if I want to combine all this into one package, yes, you can put all this into one package. So you are going for one project. In the project, so many people are writing the codes. So you are writing one code, another person is writing one module, another person is writing one module. But we have to put all this into one single package so that we can combine it the package. Okay. Then we have the triggers. Triggers will automatically get fired. So whenever we want to execute, okay, we are checking some conditions. If the condition matches, then we want to do some, we want to execute some trigger, right? So you are going to drop some amount from a bank account. Then suddenly you'll be getting the mail alert and message. So how it is happening? So the backend, this is one kind of trigger, right? So we have the triggers. Same way we have the collections. Yes. So we will see these are all the named blocks, but other concept we'll see one by one. So how first we will go for anonymous block. Okay. So first we will go for anonymous block. So what is anonymous block? So anonymous block means it will not have any naming standard. Okay. It will not have any names in the code. So you can have here. So first we will see anonymous block. Few sessions we will see that anonymous block. Then we'll go for the named block. Okay, first we have to understand what is anonymous block and how can I execute anonymous block. See, whenever we are going to write any PLSQL code, it's very simple. So first you have to declare the statement. Okay, you have to declare it. So whatever we are going to use variable, so that we have to declare it. And so all the variable declaration, we are going to do it here. Okay, so whatever the variable we are going to use, so those variable, you have to declare it. Yes, you can have a lot of variables. So if you know already a programming, then this PLSQL is very, very easy. Okay, so programming plus SQL, that's it. So yes, if you know Python code, if you know C++ code or C code, Java code, then this PLSQL is very, very easy. The programming plus SQL. So here it's like a declare, like an variable declaration. You can go for any variable declaration. So you can do it, right? So you will be doing some variable declaration in this declaration part. Then we can write begin and end. So always you need to have begin and end. Begin and end. So always you need to have definitely begin and end. Then normally you will write this particular slash. So slash represents the end of the code. Okay. So if you see here, it's clearly showing that begin has been started here when you are ending here, right? So you can see like this. So begin and end automatically it is making this way, right? So begin and end. So in the inside the begin and end, you can have the executable statement. So whatever the executable statement or assignment, you are going to do it. All the assignment, the executable statement, you can write it here. Executable statements. So that we can write it here. So body of the statement. Okay, so what we are going to write? SQL statement, some declaration. Declaration you will do it here, but assignment I want to do it. So those assignment I can do here, variable assignment or something. Value I want to assign it. Yes, you can do it in the executable statement. But you can put some, so you want to do some exceptions. Okay, some exceptions you want to handle it. Yes, you can handle the exception in between the begin and end. You can put exceptions. So whenever you have exceptions, yes, you can put exception and you can write exception handling code here. So inside you can put exception handling code. So exception handling code. So if you, this is the blocks of PLSQL. So if I want to write a PLSQL code, so this is the way we have to write. Clear? So what is that? First you have to start with declare, begin and end. So whenever we are going to have a PLSQL statement, it is very simple. Start with the begin. So whenever you are starting with begin, don't forget to use end. So always use this way only. You have to write this way only. So whenever you are using begin and do end, then inside you start writing the code. Inside you start writing the code. Whatever the code you want, you can write any SQL or anything. The executable statement you can write. But begin whenever we are making input end here. Okay, don't forget here. Why? Because so if you are going to write multiple subprograms, then you will forget this end. Then you may not know where you have started, where you have ended. So a lot of end statement you are going to write, if statement or case statement you can write. So those statement also will have the end. Okay, so that's why whenever you are starting with begin, put end. Okay. So in this basic PLSQL block, the anonymous block, so this particular declaration part. So declaration part is optional. Okay, if you have variable, then we can declare it. If you do not have any variable, no need to do the declaration. This declaration part is optional. Okay, in any anonymous block, the declaration part is optional. But this begin and end, the body of the statement is right. And also this exceptional handling also is an optional. Okay, so exception handling is an optional one. So you may write or you may not write the exceptional handling. But begin and end, right? Yes, definitely you need to write this is mandatory one. Okay, this is mandatory. So that's what we will write the SQL statement. Clear on this? the anonymous block. So this is what you have to write. Okay, I hope you are clear. If you have any questions, so please raise through the chat. I will respond. This is very basic. Okay, you will not get any doubts. Yes. So this is very basic PLSQL anonymous block. With named block, yes, the same way we will write, but slight differences will be there. That we will see it later. I hope you are clear on this. So now I will open the SQL developer. So you may ask question why you have closed the SQL developer. So why? Because I want to show you how to execute PLSQL statement. That's it. So you can open whatever the schema you want. And in PLSQL normally, so you have, I hope you have some knowledge on C++, right? So you'll be writing some printf and scanf. So what is the scanf? Scanf, you want to scan the variable, right? And what is the printf? You'll be printing that particular value, whatever. So you are writing big code, and sometimes you want to find out some logs. Okay, up to here, this has been executed. So always you'll be making that particular some commented out, and we'll be making some print, right? Yes, this has been executed. This has been executed. All this you'll be making. So that we can make it here by using one package is called dbms output. Okay. So what is the package? One package. It's a package from Oracle database. While explaining the packages, I will explain what is this dbms output. So if you make dbms output dot, so you'll be having lot of methods. So these are all some functions they should have already written. But this one I will tell you. So what is the dbms output? So whatever we are going to write any PLSQL code, you want to see the result here itself. Okay, in real time, how will you see the result? So result will be select statement will be executed. You'll be making in the log, right? So you'll be logging it. But here, I want to know which one you want to get it. So everything you want to put, then you can use this dbms output dot one method called put underscore line. So this will be a package. This will be a method name. Okay, method is nothing but function name. Then inside whatever you are making, so that will be printed here. Okay, displayed here. So how can I display? So whenever you want to write any PLSQL statement, okay, it's very simple statement if you want to write. So as I told, whenever you are writing begin and end. So start with begin and end. This is very simple PLSQL code. Very simple PLSQL code. Okay, I'm not doing any here. It needs some data input. I'm writing something like input. Okay, so here I'm going to write. If you see this, I'm going to execute this one. This is very basic PLSQL code. You can see here PLSQL procedure successfully completed. Yes, even if you are going to execute anonymous block, then definitely you'll be getting this particular result. Okay, it has been executed, but how can I find the value? Okay, so I got one question. If the stored procedure fails, where can we put the condition in the block on failure? Yes, so normally we will put the comments and we'll put this particular dbms output and we will make so this particular statement in the log. So log will be captured. Okay, I will come to that. Okay, so can we keep it in after the end as slash signifies the end of the block? So why we mention this comma? See, whenever your PLSQL engine executes the code, right? So it will be executed up to here. Yeah, up to here. Then what is this one? This states that this particular ended. That's it. This particular end statement has been ended here. But you may have a lot of end statement, right, inside. So that's why we are making here to mention that PLSQL engine that, okay, up to here it will be executed. And you can see here every statement, SQL statement to terminate that particular statement, we are using this semicolon, right? So Oracle assume that. Okay, this is very simple PLSQL statement. I'm going to execute it. So it will be executed. And where can I find the result? See, in order to find the result, you can go with two way. One is you can use view. So go to view. I want to see the view. What is the package name? It is a dbms output, right? So you can go to the dbms output here and the dbms output will be opened here, right? So in below, you can see the DBMS output. And here you want to connect it. Which schema it is? HR schema. Click on plus symbol, HR, click on OK. Then it will be connected. So I'm going to execute this particular statement one more time here. Then this DBMS output, whatever we are getting, that will be displayed here. Okay. It is showing that PLSQL procedure successfully completed and it is displaying the welcome. So you can execute multiple times. Yes. So every time it will display the statement here, right? Yes. This is very simple. And this is DBMS output. Okay. So I'm going to close this. This is one way of executing it. And you can put one more. So if you want to display here itself, you can set server output. See, you want to sometimes you want to make any server output on. So if you are going to make this way, so one time you can execute. That's it. We are informing Oracle that server output we are making on here. So whatever the server output we are getting, so that will be displayed here. Okay, so one time, no issues. Just execute some variable declaration. We will do it right. If for an example, in databases, we will make set this particular database. That means if schema, lot of schemas are available, lot of databases are available, you want to execute without mentioning the schema name, you'll be making that set variable. So you can mention that, okay, this set, the server output on is nothing but here itself, you will be, you are informing server that, okay, so you can show the output here itself. So only one time you can make it and multiple times if you're executing it, it will show you the result. Okay. So here itself, it will show you server output on. So no need to execute multiple times here. You can remove it after that. So only one time if you are executing, then throughout the session, it will be stored. So here you are getting this output. So I hope you are clear. See here within quotes, whatever you are mentioning, so that will be printed here. Okay, whatever you are mentioning here, so that will be printed here. Welcome to PLSQL session. Okay, PLSQL session. Just I'm mentioning here. And if I'm going to execute, so you'll be getting this particular output here itself. You can remove and then you can see. See, this is very simple PLSQL code. That's it. Very simple PLSQL code. Variable declaration is optional. And this exception is optional. But this is mandatory one, right? Okay, I want to add two numbers. You assume that I want to add two numbers and I have to put the result. Okay, it has many. If I want to add two numbers or multiply two numbers, we have to get the numbers and everything, right? DBMS output, yes, it's a keyword. DBMS underscore output is the package. Inside the package, lot of methods will be there. Okay. In the method, they'll be mentioning, Oracle already mentioned that whatever as a user going to give in within the codes, so that you can go and display here. That's what they have already mentioned. Okay. So what is that? What is the package name? DBMS underscore output is the package name. This is the package name. Okay. In DBMS underscore output dot. Dot is nothing but if you put the dot, so inside the package, how many methods are available? All the methods will display, right? See, DBMS output dot disable dot enable get line get lines. So a lot of lines are there, right? So you can put line. So this is one of the method. So in the method, whatever you are going to give within the quotes, that will be displayed. That's it. Okay. And variable you can display. I hope you're clear. Okay. I want to add two numbers. So if I want to add two numbers, say for an example, so here I have one number. So I will take one number here. So 5 is one number and 6 is another number. You assume that. Two numbers. I want to add two numbers. So one number is 5, another number is 6. We know it's a hard coded value, right? So I want to add this no number and I need to get the result like here. It's 11. So this 11 should be displayed. How can I do it? Right? First one number. Okay, I want to add two numbers. So how will you write the code? So normally you have to write begin, end, and within the begin end you have to write the addition of two numbers, right? So what is the two number we are going to get? The two numbers we have to first you have to declare it, right? So without declaration, we cannot do it. So first you have to go for declare. So what is the number? First number. It is similar to, say, declare, you will not have any semicolon. Declare, you will not have any semicolon. Begin, you will not have any semicolon. Only end will have the semicolon. Clear? So declare, begin, and end. This is the complete anonymous block. So inside the declaration, so always you have to do inside the declaration, you have to do the variable declaration. So what is the variable declaration? I want to get two numbers. I will go for one number. Number one, I can take N1. So whatever the variable you want to give, you can give the naming convention. Okay. I can make it like number one also. Okay. So number one is nothing but it is a variable name. Okay, variable. And what is the data type? So this number one is data type is number data type. So number of 10 digit. Yes. You can go for number one, number of 10 digit. See, will it take decimal values? No, it will not take decimal values. I can go for number one and number two here. And I have declared variable here and I can go with dbms output. dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. This is very simple. One by one we'll go. Okay. So straight away, I should not go with a complex scenario now. We will go basics. Then only you will get clear idea. So what is this? dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. I'm going to add two numbers, right? The addition of two numbers. The addition of two numbers are that's it. I want to display the value here, right? So how can I display? See, I want to display the numbers and I can put within bracket, I can write, okay, number one. So here I can write number one plus number two. Am I correct? Number two. But here, if you see this, I'm getting some error. What is error? See, this is some hard coded value, right? This is some operations. We are doing some operations here. So that we are make it in dbms output. So if I want to make it, you have to do concatenation. So this is some word, some hard coded word. With that, we have to put some variable addition, right? So that we are making. Then why it is showing like a red color mark here? So that means we haven't closed that statement. So that's why you are showing. But see this. So what is missed here? Which one is missed here? Just I have explained number one and number two. And I'm just making that number one plus number two. So what is missed here in this anonymous block? So I'm going to execute. Which one is missed? Okay, sorry, here output actually. So that's error we are getting. Invalid identifier means some say T I have missed here. Okay. So previously I'm going to execute this. Okay, I'm going to execute this. So what is the error we are getting? See here. Put line must be declared. Okay. See, remember it's a put underscore line. I forgot. That's why we are getting put line must be declared. Yeah, definitely you may also get this kind of issues. So make sure that you have to make very clearly. It's showing like PLSQL procedure successfully completed. The addition of two numbers are, it is not displaying anything. Why? Why? Because we have to put values, right? We haven't provided any values. The exception handling is it is an optional one. You may write, you may not write exception handling. See, when we will go for exceptional handling, say for an example, you are making that two numbers, number one, number two. Number two is 0, but you are going for number one divided by number two. Is exception, right? So 0 divide error. So you'll be getting that. That is called exception. If you want to handle it, yes, you can handle. But since I haven't initialized the value, so we are not getting any value, right? So that we have to initialize the value. Where we have to initialize the value? So I have to initialize the value inside the blocks. Even in the declaration part also you can put, but you can initialize here also. So inside, I'm just initializing it. Anywhere you can initialize, I will tell you how to initialize. But see here, so normally this is what we will initialize, right? See, in PLSQL, if you want to assign a value, you have to use assignment operator. In PLSQL, the assignment operator will be colon equal. Okay. If I want to assign a value, this is called assignment. Okay. Assignment operator is always you have to use colon equal. The colon equal only you have to assign a value. So directly if you are making equal, so that cannot be done. So what is that? You have to make colon equal. Then only the value will be assigned. Yes. You can go for number 2. You can assign it here. Number 2 colon equal. You can put 5 here. Yes. The value will be assigned here. The value has been assigned. So you are taking number 1 and number 2 and you can make that value. What is the numbers? You'll be getting the addition of 2 numbers are this way. If you're going to execute now, you'll be getting the addition of 2 numbers are 15, but you are not getting one space here. If you want one space, yes, you can put the space here. So instead of making addition of 2 numbers, if I want to make addition of 10 and 5, or that way I have to make, right? Instead of making the addition of 2 numbers, I want to make here the addition of within quotes, right? I can put again this way, the addition of number 1, right? You can put the value here, number 1, and you can put and here, yes. The addition of, you can make here addition of 10 and 5, right? So 10 and 5. Here you can put not within quotes. Within quotes is nothing but hard-coded value. Numbers are, right? How to put this way, and you can use numbers are, right? So if you're going to execute this way, see here, if you're going to execute this way, it will show you the addition of 10 and 10. Okay. Why it is 10 and 10 it is showing? It should be number 2 here as I have just copied, right? That's why. See, this is what you have to correct it. So you can execute and then it will show you the addition of 10 and 5 numbers are 15. Whatever the way you want to make it, yes, you can make the display. So you can make it the display. Okay. So can we declare the value inside the declaration part itself? Can we make it here? Can we make it here? No. In this way, we cannot make it. And if you see this, you can, the declaration part itself, you can put colon equal to 20, colon equal to 10. This way we can put. Okay. So if you see this, first we are declaring. So we have declaring the variable name and data type, and we are making 20 and 10, and we are executing it. It will give you 30, right? See, this is what, but you have to make assignment operator. This is a hard coded value, right? The addition of that is hard coded value, correct? This is a variable. Can I use variable inside the codes? What will happen? If I use variable inside the codes, instead of displaying the variable here, instead of mentioning the actual value here, it will display number 1. That's it. See here, right? If you add this way codes, that is why I'm giving, it should be displayed whatever the value I'm getting in the runtime, right? See, today I'm mentioning here, but how in the real-time project? The real-time project, this value will be runtime. It may get today's date. Yes, whatever the job is today's running, so that date you might be getting it, execution date, right? And previous date. So all these are hard code. It's not hard coded value. it is a variable value. It's a dynamic value. So that we cannot make it here. The number 1, that is value. So here, and again, it is a hard-coded value. Number 2 is variable. And here numbers are. So that is again hard-coded value. Then we have to put the concatenation. Then we have to put number 1 plus number. The addition of 20 and 10 or 30. That's what you have to get, right? And I have to get the today's date. So we're going to make this as a PLSQL job. You are going to run it. For an example, you want to process all the data for a particular day, and you will be getting the today's date, right? Today's date, execution, run ID, all this you have to get it, right? Run ID, it's a sequences. It can be generated, so that you'll be getting it, correct? So that's not the hard-coded value. This is not the hard-coded value. This is a variable value. Okay, so you can mention this way to get the values. Okay, I'm going with something like 20.5 here, and here 10.5. So what could be the value? 20.5, 10.5. The numbers we need to get. So what should be the value I need to get? The total value. Any guesses? I'm going to execute this one. The addition of. So what is the value I will get it? Is it 30 or 31? 31, but error 30. Okay. So it's a 32. Why it is 32? 21 and 11 is taking, right? So if you are mentioning this way, it is making the rounding off. Okay. So if you're making this way, it is taking rounding off. So if you do not want to make round off, so you have to mention the decimal point here. You have to mention the decimal point here. Yes. To mention this way, and you have to make this way here. Okay. So 31. So if you forget to mention this decimal point, then value itself, it will make it like a rounding off. Clear? So do very carefully. See, you may have this kind of error in real-time project. You may think that, okay, it will give you. So if you are, sometimes we will make it this way, whole number, and you may get real-time project, you may get decimal point, and that time it will make round off. The aggregation, the reconciliation process will fail. Okay, so they will do reconciliation, right? So for an example, you are getting the data from bank and you are getting some deposit amount from the bank, that they'll go for end of the day reconciliation. So they are making the aggregation value. Then whenever you are doing the development kind of work in this way, then it will fail. So you have to make the declaration part very correctly. In declaration block, the number 1 equal to 20. What if I assign a new value in this begin block? Reconciliation means they are making the, say, for an example, you are having some business. You are having some business. You are selling 10 products today. Okay. 10 products today. 10 products today. Okay. You assume that 10 products you are selling. So what is reconciliation? 10 products you are selling. Each products, the bank through bank, you are doing all the transactions. Each product selling, they will take some commission. You assume that they will take some commission. So you have done some transactions. The customer's done some transaction for 1,000 rupees. You assume that, okay, $1,000. Out of that, $10 is commission. So this $10, the bank will take it. Okay. At the end of the day, they will put you in the bank. So what is the amount they will put in the bank? So 1,000 minus 10. So 990, right? So they will put this amount in your bank account. Am I correct? See, at the end of the day, you have to do the reconciliation work. So whatever the amount you got it in the bank, it's one example I'm saying. It is a bank deposited amount. In your bank, it is. Why? Because you have the business. You have used your bank account. And at the end of the day, they will take some, you take Amazon. Okay, you take Amazon, you are selling products through Amazon. Amazon is taking some amount. And then at the end of the day, they will put deposit amount. They will put you, right? And they'll be sending, the bank is sending on statement. Bank statement shows that 990. But whatever the actual value you are getting is you are not correctly you are making that consolidation, then it is showing like 980 or 985. Okay, this is a difference, right? So if you do the end of the day balance check everything, $5 is getting something, somewhere it is missing. So this is called reconciliation. The reconciliation process will run. See, if you take IRCTC or whatever it may be, right? So they will stop the even LIC or any process if you take, they will stop the process in the night time, right? So 12 to 12:15. So 12 to 12:15 or 11:45 to 12. So they will do it for some break, some 15 minutes break. So why they are doing it? This one. So they will not have any transaction between this timing, right? So why they are doing it? So that is for mostly for the reconciliation purpose. Okay, lot of purpose is there. So one is for reconciliation purpose. So what is the reconciliation purpose? See, they will start the business by 15, so 12:15 only. So they need to have some break, right? So from 12:15 to next day 11:40, sorry 11:59, 59. So this seconds they will go for. So from here to here, whatever the transaction happen, so that they will match it. It's what reconciliation. Why? Because continuously they have the business, right? They cannot do the reconciliation. It will have all continuous data will be flowing. So they cannot stop it on one particular place for the reconciliation purpose. So if you want to test it, yes, today night, 11:45 p.m. or something, you go and check the some banks and you go and check IRCTC or LIC or whatever it may be. They will be stopping the process for 15 to 20 minutes, right? For their reconciliation purpose. Okay. Some critical banking and all, they will not do it. They do have some other process to overcome, but some process they will keep it. Say for an example here, instead of making this way, I can go with here, I can go with result. Okay. So I can have one more variable called result equal to, so here you can put that value. Yes. Result equal to N1 plus N2, right? So what is missing here? To always use colon equal. So this way you can use. But one thing I forgot here. So one error you may have, you may get it. So what is the error I may get it? Yes, you have to declare this result also. For an example, if I'm going to execute, see how it will be executed. It is showing like a result must be declared, right? So this way you might be getting error. What is that? How Oracle will be executed? Oracle will get this number 20.5. It will store the value, the variable called number1. It will get stored in the PLSQL block. And then it will get another number 10.5. Number 2 variable it will get stored. And then it will add these two number, but which variable it will go and store it, right? Result. But I haven't declared it, right? What is this result? Where it is a variable, it is a varchar, or it is a number, or it's a data type, right? So that I can make it here. Okay, result. So result also it is a number data type 10,2. Okay, so that way you have to declare it and you can execute. And now you are saying that the addition of 20.5, 10.5 are 31. So this is one thing. I hope you are clear. You can go for complex scenario also. Yes. So this is one thing. Do we need to add semicolon at every statement? Yeah, that's what I told. If you see this is one variable. Variable declaration you have to terminate. Another variable declaration you have to terminate. Another variable declaration. But begin will not have any termination. Declare will not have any termination. So, but how can I get the values? Runtime. See here, I'm going to make, you can put ampersand here. The ampersand symbol. You can put ampersand symbol here. And you can put number1, the variable name here, right? And you can put here another ampersand symbol. Then you can put number2. Then this will take the data from the runtime. If you're going to run any code, it is showing like enter the value for number1. The runtime, you can give any number. Enter the value for number2. I can give some numbers. And if you click on OK, then it will produce a result. Okay. It is giving you the numbers, the addition of this number and this number or this one. Is it giving that? Yes, you can make this ampersand symbol to get the value from the user. Okay. In the runtime, if I want to get the value from the user, then you can put this way the ampersand symbol also. Okay. This is one way of getting the values. Yes. So for an example here, I'm making that value. Even you can put here something like this. And in the begin, I'm going to make number 1 equal to 20. And sorry, you have to put always semicolon equal. And number 2 equal to 30. So what I'm going to do now, or you can get some hard coded value here, 50. And here I will take some 100 here. So if I'm going to execute, see what I did it here. So here in the declaration part, I have assigned some value. Yes, it is called initial execution, right? Number 1, I'm giving like 50. Number 2, I'm giving 100. And here result, I'm storing a variable. And here, so what I did it, again, I'm assigning some value for the same variable. So what will happen? So why we are doing it here? Okay. So if I'm going to execute this statement, what could be the result? 50 or 150? Yes, it is 50 only. Okay. So why? Because we are initializing a variable here. Okay. First we are giving some value, and then after that we are overriding the value. Okay. So we are overriding the value, and this is what it will take. Pipe symbol for concatenating two strings. Got it? You should have practiced SQL. Okay. That's what SQL is needed. See, I want to put welcome to, okay, PLSQL session, right? I can put PLSQL session, single quotes from dual, right? So I'm here making this way. So what is this pipe symbol represents? This pipe symbol represents the concatenation of this one and this one, right? So you can see one more thing. If you have SQL statement and PLSQL statement in the SQL developer, don't use control enter. Okay. If you have SQL statement and PLSQL statement in the same window, normally how we will execute SQL statement? We'll give the cursor here, control enter, right? But if you have PLSQL statement, don't use control enter. If you're using control enter, it will start executing this particular statement also. That's why you're getting some error, right? So don't use it. Just to select the statement, run it. So what is this? See, this is nothing but a pipe symbol, right? It will concatenate. The same way, can you add 2 numbers? Can you add 3 numbers? Sorry, can you multiply 3 numbers? Will you able to do? Yes, you can able to do it. To now we have seen how to use the variable, how to declare the variable, and how to display the variable here. But in real-time project, are we going to use DBMS? No, this DBMS output underscore line to display only the intermediate result. That's it. But instead of DBMS output, you will be doing some SQL statement here. And we are going to see this. Okay, so here we have seen, so this statement we have, finally we have seen, right? So we have two data. So 2 variable we have declared here. And so number 1, we are giving some value. Number 2, we are giving some value, and we are getting here. See, normally in real-time project, we can initialize the value here, right? So we will initialize the value. Some days you might be doing some data, you'll be initializing it, and then you are using the value here. Yes, you can do this way. And if you're doing it, yes, this value will be taken, right? But see, the thing is, you are thinking that I should not change in the declaration part. I'm going to declare it, and this value, throughout any package, or any functions or procedure or anywhere, we should not change it. See, some value they will fix it globally, right? So if I want to fix it, you can give that as a constant. Okay. So if you are declaring a value as constant, after that, if you're trying to change the value, you cannot change it. Okay. So number one, constant, number of 10, you are making some value here. You are trying to change that value. You cannot change it. So this, you might be getting this particular error, right? See, expression number one cannot be used as an assignment target. See, this error, you'll be getting it. Whenever you are executing any PLSQL statement, it will give you the line number and column number. Line number 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this particular line is the error, right? Line number 6, column number 1. Okay, this is the one, it is getting failure. So it is clearly mentioning that expression number 1 cannot be used as an assignment target. So that means you have already assigned a value as constant. Clear? So what is that constant variable declaration? If you're in the declaration part, if you are making like a constant anywhere in the program, the value cannot be changed. That is called constant. And here I'm going to have one more thing. So this is constant. I'm not changing here. Just I will make it here. Okay. So this value, what I'm going to do. So this value I'm making like null value here, null. Can I use this way? So 0 plus null, what is the result you will get it? This is 0, the constant value. I'm not changing here. If it is executed, what could be the result? If you do any addition, okay, you have some known value, you have some unknown value. So 40 plus unknown value, what is the value you will get it? Unknown value, right? So if you're adding or if you are doing any arithmetic operation on null, you will get null only. So if you go and execute, you will be getting null. Why? Why? Because this is 0, yes, known value, but here it is a null. So null plus 0, you'll be getting null only. So that's why you are getting null here. But I want to make, so this value should not be a null value anywhere in the code. So that you can make it like not null. Okay. That you can make it like not null. See, constant, you have to make after the variable name, you have to make constant. But if you want to make not null, you have to put the variable name after the data type. We have to mention the constraint name. Normally, this is what we'll mention, right? Variable name, data type, constraint. So that way. So what could be the result now? So if I'm going to execute, what will happen? If I'm going to execute, you will be getting error. So what is the error? Why? Because here I have mentioned this number 2 as a not null variable, right? But here I'm assigning null value. This is what you are getting. Line number 7, column number 10, and the expression is of wrong type. So this is the wrong type. You are getting it. So this particular error you'll be getting. So 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here some error is happening. So PLSQL will try to give exact line number. So where is the error? So based on the line number, you can find. So why? Because if you're going to write a very complex PLSQL code, right? So that time you may not get where you are getting the error. So you have to check where you are getting the error. This is called not null variable declaration. If you have defined as not null, you cannot give null value anywhere in the program. So that's a not null value. 0 is value, right? And space is value. You are giving some space, so that is also value. It will take some ASCII value. But null or empty, you can say empty here. We do not have word as a empty in Oracle, and blank. Sometimes these are all some informal language for defining the null. So null is the correct word. Okay. So all are similar, null only. So that means nothing. So in the memory, it will not assign any value. Inside PLSQL statement, can I select some data from any table? Okay. For an example, I'm going to write some PLSQL anonymous block. Okay. I'm going to write some anonymous block. So here I have some anonymous block here. So in this anonymous block, so this is what I'm going to write PLSQL block. You assume that this is PLSQL block. So in PLSQL block, I'm going to write some code. Okay, so begin, I'm going to write. I want to take the data from some tables. Okay, I want to select the data from some tables, right? So begin and end. I want to select data from some base table. I want to select the data from some table. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. So if I'm going to write any DRL or DML statement inside the PLSQL block, for an example, table is available here. Okay. So in the database, table is available. You want to bring some column values to this particular PLSQL block. So that means if you want to take all the data, so that particular data should be stored in one variable. So one variable, you have to use it here. So you have to declare some variable. In the variable, you have to use select statement. So what is the select statement you can write? You cannot write this way. So normally you will write select the column name. Okay, the column name. Say for an example, I want to select customer name. Okay, customer name that should be selected from the base table and it should be stored into one particular variable here. So select column name into a variable name here. Okay, customer name from customer table. You assume that it's a customer table. Yes, I can go with customer table and you cannot write all the statement. You cannot bring it here. You can use only where class for one record. So you have to use one record only at a time you can take it. For example, customer ID, some value. So this is what I can write it. So why? Because this is the customer table. If I want to take a value from this base table, this is the base table. You assume that this is the base table you have. So from the base table, if I want to select the data to the PLSQL block, I can write at a time only one data. That too, you have to store a variable here. So that variable we have to declare it. Yes, we have to declare the variable v underscore just underscore name is nothing but varchar2. Okay, so we have to declare it. If you're not declaring it, you cannot fetch the value. Here you have to declare it. Okay, so I missed it. If I want to select more than one record from the base table, either you have to go for cursor. Okay, you have to go for cursor or you have to go for bulk select. So these two you have to go, but these things we will take it later. I will take the table employee table. Okay, employee table it has some value. Any table you can take it, no issues. For an example, I want to read the data from this employee table. Okay, for mobile number of this customer, I have to take into the PLSQL block. So how can I write? So you have to go with. So normally, how will you write the PLSQL statement? We begin and end, right? So start with begin and end. Inside the begin and end, you have to use the select statement. So what is the select statement? Select. So can I use star here? No, we cannot use star here, right? I have to use the column names. So which column I have to use? I can use the column name phone number. Select phone number column from the table employee. This way I'm using where employee underscore ID equal to this ID. See, a lot of concepts are there. I will take one by one, but understand the basic, okay? This way I'm going to write it. If I'm going to execute this, this will give you an error, okay? See here, you are getting line number 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 3, line number 3, and you are getting an into class is expected in this select statement. So that's what it is giving you the error, right? So what is that? Whenever you are writing select statement, you have to put into. So select phone number into one variable. Yes, we have to put one variable. So that variable we can assign it to v phone number, right? See this, I'm selecting the phone number from the base table. Okay, assume that from the base table, customer or employee, whatever it may be. You are selecting the phone number from this table and you are storing it into a variable called vphone number. What is this vphone number? So that we have to assign it here, right? We have to declare it. You have to go for declare, and inside the declaration part, you have to go for vphone number is nothing but it is a varchar2 of some 100. Okay, so this is the way you have to declare it. Can I execute? Yes, you can execute, but it will not be displaying anything. It will simply show like PLSQL statement has been executed, right? But if you want to display some value here, you can put dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. You can put the phone number of the employee, right? So you have to put single quotes, the phone number of the employee 102. Say for an example, the 102, I have to get it from the user. That thing in that way, okay? Employee. So how can I get it? Is you can go for pipe symbol to concatenate this value with variable. Then we have to variable. This variable you have to assign it here, right? So then you have to put semicolon and execute. It will get the phone number from the base table. So what is the 102, right? See here 102. The phone number 4569 should be printed. Okay, we'll see. See, it is displaying, right? Yes, this is what. But if you remove this, I'm going for like select all the phone numbers, whether this particular value will get stored. No, it will not get stored by default. You have to use some looping. You have to use some cursor. So cursor is nothing but it's like something like it's a looping only. But cursor statement we'll see later. This is what you are getting the error. So if you are getting this type of error, right? This type of error, line number 4, exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. If you're getting this kind of error, that means you are using some select statement. Select statement is getting more records. So if I want to go for more than one column, phone number, so I want to go for phone number and the job ID, right? So phone number, comma, v underscore job ID, and we can put select job ID into this one, right? So what is v job ID? V job ID also is a varchar2 of 30. Okay, so you are writing this way: phone number, single quotes, and job ID is single quotes. You can put v job ID. See here. The phone number of the employee is, this is the phone number, and job ID is tester. See here, if you want to get one space, yes, you can give space accordingly, then you can run it. So this is the way you can execute it. This dbms underscore output underscore line. dbms is one of the package. It's Oracle predefined package. Whatever we are going to give inside this one, Oracle will display that. That's it. Okay. So whatever you are going to give inside, so Oracle will take that and it will display. So that value here, that's it. Okay. I hope you are clear. So how to write select statement inside the PLSQL block. DML operations in PLSQL. So how can I write insert statement? Insert statement inside the PLSQL block. Say for an example, I'm going to take so this particular statement here. insert into customer. Okay, I will go to select star from customer. I have something here. Then I'll go for customer one. Both are similar table only. See here I have some value. I will remove some value here. Okay. Customer one. I will truncate customer table. Truncate table, table name. Customer table I'm truncating. See this customer one is backup table. You assume that I want to check the data. If the data is present here, some sort of question we have to write. So that we will take it later if condition and all. But so here I'm writing the data is available here, then don't do anything. If the data is not available, do insert operation. So how can I do the insert operation? See here, I'm trying to insert into customer. You can mention the column names actually. So in real-time project, don't directly star and all. So definitely don't use star. We can see here, select star from the table name and the customer ID, right? So always mention the column names here. See customer ID, comma, customer name, comma, mobile number, right? Mobile underscore number, comma, age, comma, city ID, right? So these columns we have to mention one by one. City ID, values, I'm writing. See, this is very simple PLSQL code. Begin and end, and we are writing the insert statement, and we are committing it also. So why? Because you need to commit it, right? So whenever you are writing DML operation in Oracle database, you have to do the commit. So before that, I will show you. So in the customer table, I do not have any data. I'm going to run this PLSQL code. So this time I'm not using any DBMS output. You can see here, it will simply show like PLSQL procedure successfully completed. That's it. That is what you will be getting in the log, right? Your procedure will get succeeded. But after that, if you go and check in the database table, so it should have taken the data, right? See, this is very simple. Sorry, insert statement. Hard coded value, I'm just inserting it, right? That's it. But here, so this is commit statement. I have committed. Then I want to go for one more statement here. How can I write insert statement inside the PLSQL? Yes, this is way you can put. And I'm going to write insert into customer. Okay. I'm going to use select statement. Select all the columns from customer one where ID not in 100. So why? Because I'm using that 100 already available. I think the customer one also will have these columns, right? See, we can remove this. I'm not using hard-coded value, right? So directly I'm using select statement, right? Select column names from the table name. That's it, right? So why do I need to use all this? Just you can execute, it will be executed. So before that, I will show you the customer table. I have one record, but customer one table, you have many records. Since this is the primary key in the customer table, I'm not selecting that record. Okay, you can even you can put equal symbol. So I'm going to execute this. It's showing like PLSQL procedure successfully completed. If you're going to check this, it should have loaded all the data, right? See, all the data has been loaded. See, this is, I'm inserting the values by selecting the values from another table. So you can give hard-coded value, but this is the way we will write normally. So you can, for an example, you can check some run IDs, some previous run IDs or something, you can check it. If this particular days is today's date run, it has been already loaded. You are checking some data. If it is already loaded, then don't do anything. If it is not loaded for today's date, you load the date, something like that. You can write some PLSQL code, but those things we will take it after if statement, all this. But this is simply insert into. I hope you are clear, right? So how can I take insert into? Yes, this is the way you can put insert into select. I want to update some record. So insert statement, yes, you can do insert. The update statement, yes, you can put some update statement. See here, I can update. update customer, set customer name equal to this name. Okay. So even if you are not updating, and you can see here, I'm not committing it, what will happen? Okay. When I'm not using where class, I have executed. So procedure has been executed. We can check in the customer table. Then all this has been. Can I roll back now? Can I roll back? If I roll back, what will happen? Roll back completed. And will it have previous record, or see you have executed some PLSQL block, but you forgot to mention commit inside the PLSQL block. You are closing the session. Okay. So I just executed rollback. If you go and check here, customer table has been rolled back. Okay. So that's why we have to use rollback or commit or something, but we have some other concept. So that I will explain later. So we have the transaction, that concept we have later, I will explain. The same way, if I want to do the delete statement, yes, you can do the delete. So delete from table name where condition. You can put some where condition. So all the data will get deleted. And select statement we have seen. If I want to put all this into single statement, yes, you can put. And if you want to make DBMS output, so that you can put it here. In our previous session, we have started with PLSQL introduction. So if you take PLSQL, so we do have two different blocks. One is anonymous block, other one is named block. So anonymous block will not have any names. It will not be stored. Okay, it will not be stored in the database. The named blocks will have a name and it will be stored as an object in the database. You can compile one time and execute multiple times. So that is the usage of these stored procedures. Okay, so we do have 4 different procedures. We have procedures, functions, packages, and triggers. We will see these concepts later. Okay, so first we will complete all the anonymous block, and then we'll go for the named blocks. So whenever we are going to write any anonymous block or procedure or function, so this is what you need to have. So anonymous block means we have to execute this one manually. Okay, so every time we need to execute it, it will not be stored as an object in the database. But named blocks, so compile once, execute multiple times. So that's a concept. So here we have declaration part and begin and end. So within the begin and end, you can write the executable statement. And within that, you can write exception handling. Okay, it's like a try catch block. You can see in other environments, right? Another languages. Same way we have, this is executable statement. If any exception is happening, we can handle it in the exception handling block. So if you take any anonymous block, begin and end will be a mandatory one. This exception will be optional one, and declaration also it's an optional one. So very simple statement if you want to write simple anonymous block. So this is begin and end. Within that, I do not have any variable to declare. So that's why I'm not declaring here. So just I'm writing. I do not have even exception handling also. So we have seen different anonymous block, how to write it. So how to assign a value. Okay. So in PLSQL, if you want to assign a value, you have to go for assignment operator, colon equal. That is the assignment operator. So whenever you want to assign a value, you have to assign this way only. So we have seen, so what is assignment operator? So what is the use of this decimal point, right? So how to assign the values and how to make it like a constant, how to make it like a not null declaration part. So everything we have seen. So I have given all the statements. I hope you have seen all this, right? So how to write select statement in PLSQL statement, right? So in PLSQL block, if you want to write a select statement, you can write the select statement by using into, right? So into keyword. So into is nothing but like a local variable. So without variable, you cannot write any select statement in PLSQL. This select statement should take only one record to store. So if this particular select statement is selecting more than one record, then this will not be executed. You need to go for either you have to go for cursor or you have to go for bulk collect. So those concepts you will see later. And we have seen DML operations. We have seen select operations, DRL, okay, or DML. This is also sometimes we'll call it as DML. And we have seen insert statement, update statement, and delete statement. How can I write inside the PLSQL block? Same thing, we can do it in the forthcoming sessions also. So we'll be writing, okay, same select statement, insert, update, delete. So anything you can write in the named blocks as well. So we will see later. Then now we will go to the next concept. I hope you are clear. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me through chat. So I will answer your questions, okay? Say for an example here, I have one table. You assume that I have one table. I'm going to create one table. Simply, I'm just create table, table name, open bracket, customer ID. Then this is number data type. I can give some 8-digit number, customer name is varchar2 of some 40 or 30, whatever it may be. And then I'm writing some date of birth. It's a date column and customer mobile number. Okay. Mobile number. It's a number data type, number of 10 digit, and then city. Okay. It's a varchar2 of 30 or 40. So I have done everything. I have executed. Table has been created and I'm going to insert the data. How can I insert? Insert into customer values, customer ID. Okay. Some customer ID, customer name. I can use some customer name, customer date of birth. So date of birth I have to use. So how can I use? You have to use 2_date. You have to mention this. So what is the format we are writing? So you have to mention the same way you have to write the format. Say for an example, I'm writing in this way, single quotes, again single quotes, say mm/dd/yyyy. This way I'm writing. That's it. Okay, this is date column. So whenever we are inserting a date, so we have to mention the format, right? So mobile number. So some 10-digit mobile number, I'm going to insert it, and city. So it's a varchar, right? So always varchar should be in the single quotes. We have already seen this. Just you can insert it. One row got inserted, and I'm just inserting one more. So whatever the number of rows you want to insert, you can insert it. Okay, so different customers I'm inserting, you assume that. Okay, so just I have changed the names and yeah, I'm going to insert it. It's a DD, right? Okay, so DD you can put any date. So I'm going to insert these two records. Inserted, and I'm going to commit it. So always make sure that you are committing it. Okay, so commit. So how many records are there in the table? 3 records are there in the table. Select star from customer. You can see 3 records are there in the table. So here you may ask question. Yes, I have already explained this. But if you're asking this, okay, how it is showing in this format, we are making 1982 in this format only, right? So how it is taking in this format? See, it is taking the date in this format only. In the database, it will take in this format only. But the SQL developer is showing you the data in this format. If you want to check it, you have to use toChar function to select it. Okay. So what we are going to do, we need to take the mobile number of each customer inside the PLSQL block. We have to display. So how can I display? Say for an example, if I'm going to give the customer ID, then I have to display the mobile number. I have to give customer ID as the input. How can I write the query? Sorry, how can I write the PLSQL statement? So first you have to go for begin and end, right? See, the requirement is if I'm going to give customer ID as the input, it should display the mobile number. So how can I write? Begin. So whenever you are writing begin, so start with end. So begin and end. Within the begin and end, you need to select the mobile number, right? You have to select the mobile number, select mobile underscore number. You have to use into. So into variable mobile underscore number. I'm just using in this way, mobile number. Then from customer table. When I write this way, no, we have to write where class, right? So where class, where customer ID equal to, you have to give some customer ID. Say for an example, I'm giving hard coded value. But if you want, you can make some ampersand customer ID. You can put the customer ID here. Okay, it will ask. So what is the customer ID you want to have? So just I want to declare here, right? I'm going to use declare. And inside I can get so whatever this variable I'm going to use here. It's a number data type. So number of 10 digit I'm using and it will take. So I'm going to print here, right? So how can I print? dbms underscore output dot put underscore line bracket the mobile number, right? We can mention this mobile number is single quotes. And then I can put the concatenation. So what is the mobile number? You have to print this mobile number, right? Yes. So just I'm taking. So I'm going to run this. So will it run? So what is the output? You will get it here. So dbms output, right? You have to open the dbms output. You can open it from here. Go to view dbms output. You can click on the plus symbol just to connect to the HR schema. It has been connected. So now I'm going to execute it. If I'm executing, then it will display the mobile number of this particular customer. It should display this mobile number here, right? You can see here. Yes. The procedure is successfully completed. Mobile number of the customer is this one. It is displaying. Okay. It's correct. So your code is running fine. Even if it is a procedure or function or whatever it may be, today your code is running. But think about after some times later, the customer in this particular table, they want to change the mobile number like with some data type. Okay, some character data type plus 91 hyphen some. So I have to put some character data type. I have to use this way plus 91 hyphen the mobile number. So like 10 digit mobile number I have to write it. So how can I get this value? How can I use this? You assume that in the customer table. So how can I modify the mobile number? I have to, previously it is number of 10. After that I have to change it to varchar 2. How can I do it? Any idea? So what is the code I have to write? Alter table name, right? Alter modify. Can I write it directly? Alter table name, customer, modify. What is the column number? Mobile number, varchar 2 of 40. So it has the data in the table. So we cannot run this, right? So column to be modified must be empty to change the data type. Yes, it should be empty. So what we can do now? So how can I create a backup table? Create table. We will move the data to backup. Okay. So we will do in this way, customer backup. So I'm just recollecting all this information to you. Okay. So we have already seen these topics already. Multiple times we have seen, but one more time, I'm just recollecting. So we will take we can do this way, or you can go for renaming the table. So we can just rename. Okay, rename customer table to customer backup. So just I'm renaming. Oh, sorry, we should not use, since if you have PLSQL code, you should not use Control Enter. Select it and execute. Table has been renamed. So if you go and execute, this statement will not be executed. Why? Because you do not have customer table. So this table I'm going to create with varchar2 data type now. Okay, I have renamed. I'm going to create the table with varchar2 data type. Say for an example, varchar2 of some 20. Varchar2 of 20. I'm just writing. Okay. So I have changed it. So what I should do now? Insert into customer. Insert into customer. Select star from customer backup, right? Select, execute. 3 rows got inserted. After inserting, what should I do? So commit. So commit it, and no need to have this. Even if you see this, if you want plus 91, you assume that I want plus 91 for this particular column. So if you go and check in this table, customer table, there won't be any plus 91, right? But I need plus 91. So how can I take plus 91 here? So I need plus 91 for this. So what I will do, I will truncate the table. I will truncate the customer table. One more time I will do you. Customer, I will truncate. Okay. Customer table, I will truncate all the data. That's it, we have erased. So we are going to insert it. So insert it. While selecting, you need a plus 91 for all the records, right? So you select customer ID, customer name, comma, date of birth, comma, you need mobile number. So mobile number, you need plus 91, right? So you have to use single quotes, plus 91 hyphen single quotes, concatenation, mobile underscore number, correct? Comma, city. See, this way you have to select it. So if you do have select this way, if you run this particular select statement, it should select with plus 91 for all the records. Even if you put case statement, for an example, you have something like country here. Based on the country, you have to add the code. Okay, if it is country India, you have to add plus 91. If it is USA plus 1, if it is any other country, based on the country, you have to add it. So this way I'm going to insert it. If I'm going to insert it, 3 row got inserted, and you can commit it. You can check the customer table. It has the data type with varchar2 data type, right? Okay. So you assume that your source team has changed the data type. So now you are going to run the same PLSQL code. What will happen? Will it run? I didn't change anything on the PLSQL code, right? So will it run? Any idea? If I'm going to run, it will not run. So what is the error you are getting? So what is the error you are getting? So something like PLSQL numeric or value error, character to number conversion error. Something we are getting this type of error in PLSQL code. So why we are getting it? Previously it was running fine, our code, but after the base table changes, it is not running. See, to avoid this kind of issue, right? So if you are changing any data type, always don't hard code the values in the PLSQL blocks. So do not hard code. If you are selecting any columns from the table, do not hard code this data type. What you can do, you can use percentage type. So always you have to make. So what is the schema name? So what is the schema name? HR schema. So normally we will write schema name dot table name, base table. Okay, base table name, percentage type. So which column it is? We have to use mobile underscore number, percentage type. So this way you have to use. Okay, so mobile number alone we are using. Percentage type means It will take the data type of mobile number column from the base table. Got it? So we are not defining any data type. If the base table has data type, say for an example, what is this one? This is our PLSQL block. This is our base table. So previously the mobile number here we have defined as mobile number. Here we have defined as number data type in the base table. So we just selected this number data type here. So we have seen what is the data type of mobile number in the base table. The same data type we have used in our PLSQL block for this. Same number data type, number of 10 we have used. So our code is running fine, but they have changed from number to varchar 2 they have changed. So because of this changes, our code is not running, right? What should I do now? Okay, so that is why don't take the data type as it is from here. So don't take it. So you inform PLSQL block, whatever the data type of this particular column we have. So that data type, you take it from here. Okay, the column name, percentage type, column name, percentage type. If it is one single column, yes, you can use percentage type. If you are going to take multiple columns, that is our entire, all the columns you are going to have. Okay, 10 columns you have. No need to mention 10 times. You can mention percentage row type. So entire row, we are taking all the data type of entire record. So that is your percentage row type. Percentage row type. So entire data, the entire record data types, we are retrieving from the base table to PLSQL block. So I hope you are clear now. So if I'm going to run now, it should be executed. See, it is running, correct? Previously, it was not running. After changing that, it is running. So I hope you are clear. So what is the use of this percentage type? Always they will be writing percentage type. What is the difference between type and row type? See, type means only one column you are taking. One column data type you are taking from the base table. So that is percentage type. Percentage row type means all the column values. Say for an example, how many columns are there in the table? How many columns are there in the table? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, all the columns I have to take. Should I mention 5 times this way? No need to do this. You can go for simply you can mention a table name percentage row type. No need to mention that column name. You can go for row, row type. Okay. So percentage row type, you can use it. So this way, if you are using, then it will take all the columns data types. Okay. So how can I write that? I will take percentage row type. You have to mention percentage row type. This way you have to mention. Okay. So percentage row type. So this way. See what is the you can mention entire table, right? So no need to mention one particular column. So you can mention, okay, so entire table B underscore customer. Then if I want to write it, you can put select star into this one. So I'm not writing any one column. I'm taking all the columns into V customer. This from customer where customer ID. Always you have to take only one record only. You should not take more than one. But after that, if you want to go for, you want mobile number or you want to have some customer name, you want to make it the customer name. Yes. You want to print the customer name? Yes, you can put customer dot dot this variable name dot cust name, right? Yes, you have to mention this way. And if you need date of birth, any other column. Okay, so if you have 10 columns, yes, you can mention all the 10 columns here. Customer date of birth is, if I'm going to execute. So here I'm not using only one column. Here I'm using all the columns. Then I'm using, see here, it has taken all the columns, right? So this will have entire row data types. Clear on this? This variable now, it will have entire tables data types. So this way you have to practice. Percentage type, percentage row type. If any PLSQL statement in the real-time project, any procedure or any functions, you can write anywhere. Okay. Procedure also will have the declaration part. Function also will have it. So there, if you want to write it, yes, this way you can write percentage row type, percentage type. So if you go to real-time project, definitely they'll be writing percentage type, percentage row type. So that time, don't get surprised. So this is what they are taking the data from the base table data type. So next is concept is control statement. See, this control statement is used in all the named block as well as anonymous block. So whatever you want to write, this control statement, yes, you can write. So what is control statement? You have two different control statements we have. So one is if statement. The first one is called if statement. The next one is called case statement. Okay. So you can write both case statement and if statement. If you take if statement, there are three different types of if statement. Okay. Simply you can write if. So always you have to write condition only. So if condition, the condition is true. If the condition is true, what should I do here? Statement. You have to run the statement. Then you can write end if. See, remember, whenever you are starting if, make sure that you are making end if. So that's why don't put only end. If you put only end, right? If you're going to write multiple lines of statement, then you will forget to mention, okay, you will forget whether this is the end or end of this particular if statement or the last begin and end. So you'll be having a lot of start and end, right? So you will forget, you'll get confused where it is ending. So always if you're starting if, make that end if, okay? This is simply if condition. That's if the condition satisfies, then the statement will be executed. If the condition is not satisfied, it will come out of the if statement. It will not do anything. Then you can go for the same way. You can go for if condition, then statement. You can go for else statement. So you can put some else statement. If the condition is false, then automatically this statement will get executed. So this statement will get executed. That is what you have to write. If else, if then else, okay? Then you'll have else if. See, I want to test multiple conditions, not only this condition. I have to write multiple condition. This is similar to your all the programming language. If you can see in Python or you can see some C, C++, Java, all this you'll be having, right? So if condition, then statement, you can go for else if. I want to test one more condition. You can go for else if. See here in PLSQL, the else if you should not write this way. ELSIF. Okay, remember? So how should I write? ELSIF, else if. Okay, so else if condition, then statement. Okay, else. So you can go for n number of else if. No issues. You can go for one more else if. So any number of else if statement you can write. Okay, so this is what three different types of if statement. If condition, then statement, end if, all this. Where should I write all this? See here, you can write this one inside of the anonymous block or inside of the named block also. So named block we will make after some time. Okay. Else if means so any multiple condition. Okay. So you want to check it if condition. Else if okay, this if you should not write. So else if that's it. Okay. Else if that's it. Okay. We should not write one more time if. That's what we have written here, right? So else if condition then statement. This is if statement. This is condition. Okay, based on the condition we have to go for. So you may ask here, what is a statement? See here you can write any DML statements. Okay, you can write any DML statements. So that's what you are going to make this if condition. So first we will see the if statement, then we will go for case statement. See, we have seen case statements already in the select one, right? So select statement we have seen how to use this case statement. But in PLSQL, how can I use? The same way. I will write the syntax case, when, condition, then statement. Okay. So this way you have to write. So I can make in case and write use this way. This is simple case. You can go for multiple condition, else conditions. You can use else statement. Okay, else statement here you can write. Okay, so make sure that this semicolon you are making correctly. And this is case when, right? If you want to test multiple conditions, so how will you test? If you want to test multiple conditions, case when, conditions, then statement. If you want to test multiple conditions, you have to test from here, right? So when, condition, then statement. When condition, then statement. I'm going to write the if statement. Okay, it's very, very simple. If statement is not that much complex here. Okay, so you can see here, it's very simple. That's what I have explained. So we have two types of conditional statement. One is if statement, another one is case statement. If condition, then statement. So whenever you are making if, make end if. If condition, condition one, then statement one. The condition is true. Else we can go for else statement, end if. Then else if condition, then multiple times. Finally, you can write else. Okay, end if. I'm going to execute this particular code. This particular code. So what should be the result? It's very simple. See, we have Boolean data type in PLSQL. So what is the data type? PLSQL data type we have one topic that I will take, but we have Boolean data type in PLSQL. See, A is Boolean. I'm defining as false. First, I'm giving the value as false. Begin. If A means if A is true, then this will get executed, right? If A is true, then it will get executed, but A is not true, it is false. Then this particular line will be executed. Clear? If condition, then statement, else I'm making. See here, the condition is false. Can I write without else statement? Can I write without else statement? Yes, you can write without else statement. If condition, then statement, end if. So what should be the answer? If I'm going to execute, what could be the answer? If I'm going to execute this one, so it will check the condition. Condition is not satisfied. It will come out of the if. Okay, so you'll get null value, right? So nothing will be showed, only simply it will show like procedure completed successfully. That's it. It will not display anything. So that's why we have made the else statement. If statement is it is not satisfied, then automatically it will go to the else statement. Okay, it's very simple only. See here, I'm taking this one. So even you can take different way. So A is number. Okay, you can take some A number data types. Okay, so you can assign some value here. A is 10, and B you can put some number. Here I'm making 20. B here, I have given hard-coded value. See here, we are doing only DBMS output, right? In real-time project, are we going to do like this? No. If you want to see the data in the log, then we will write DBMS output. Otherwise, we will not write this. We will go for some executable statements. Okay, some select statements, insert statement, update statement, anything. We will use it here. Assignment, some values we will go for. So if A is greater than B, if A is greater than B, then okay. So you can put A is greater than, right? So A concatenation is the single quotes greater than greater sorry greater than, or to make B, right? B. Else you can go for the opposite statement. You can make B is greater than A. See here, if I'm going to execute this, it should show like 20 is greater than 10. Should display in that way, right? So 20 is greater than 50, right? Sorry, 10. Is that correct? Yes. So we can write this way. Say for an example, here I'm going for some 5. Here I'm writing 10. So which one should be displayed now? So 10 is greater than 5, correct? So it will display in that way. So we are writing some if statement. So if you can write. So clear? So you can write some if statement here. This way you can write. And for an example here, I'm going to execute this particular statement. See what are all the lines will be printed. You check here and then answer it. A is Boolean data type. We are assigning true. B is Boolean data type. We are assigning false. Okay. So A is true, B is false. See, very first, we are looking at very small programs. If you go to real-time project, same way they should have written. So that time you will get to know all this very clearly. So which lines will be executed? This is and, or, not, and not of B, all this. See one by one, then take 1 or 2 minutes, then answer it. Very easy. Okay. If you see this, A is Boolean data type. I'm giving true. B is Boolean data type. I'm giving false. Okay. So A and B, true and false. This is and condition, right? Both should be true. Then only this will go to inside, right? So this will not get printed. So you will not get this output. Okay. You will not get this line number 1. So why? Because A and condition. So both should be true. Then only this and will be true, right? So it will come out of the if. If A or B, yes, true or false, R class, right? Any one is true, then this will be true. It will go inside. This line number 2 will get printed. End if, it will come out, right? If not of A, so not of A is true, not of A is false. Then this will not be executed. This will be executed, right? So else condition, this will be executed. Line number 4 will be executed. Then end if. If not of B means B is false, not of B is true, then this will be executed. So the answer is line number 245. So I will execute 245. Okay, got it? Line number 245. So not of B means B is already false. Not means negate. It will negate. So true. This condition will become true. Then it will go inside. See, this way we should have written some logic inside PLSQL block. So that time don't get surprised. Okay. Yeah, we do have some Boolean data type in our some data quality framework and all. We used to have this kind of analysis we will do. Rules we will check it. So now I'll go to the next one. So this one I will show you. So what this will do, you can tell me. This is taking the data from employees table, right? Select star from employees table. So employees table, I'm just running it. What is the maximum of salary here? Here, 24,000. Okay, so as of now, the maximum of salary is 24,000. I have 105 records. That's okay. So what I'm going to do now? So what is this? This statement will do. So what this particular statement will do, this anonymous block will do. How many records it will get deleted? So will it delete maximum salary record? One record will get deleted. Are you sure? See, first of all, you understand here. You first go to begin and end. Okay. Select maximum of salary. So what is the maximum salary? 24,000. This will be stored in this particular variable. So V max salary, it will store this 24,000. Okay, I assume that 24,000. Begin V max salary into this one from employees. Okay. DBMS output, the maximum salary, I'm just printing it. If V max salary greater than 1 lakh, whether it is greater than 1 lakh? No, this is 24,000. So it won't go for this statement, right? Delete from employees where salary equal to whichever the salary we are having here, that we are passing here and then we are deleting it. So if I'm going to execute this one, no records, 105 records already available, right? Yes. If I'm going to do one more time, it will not delete any record. See, I have executed PLSQL procedure. It has been executed. You can go and check. It won't delete any record. Same 105 records are there. So what I'm going to do now. So here I'm going to write one particular statements. Okay, this one I'm adding 10. 10 I just added, right? I just added 10. I will commit it. Commit successful. If I'm going to run this 105, how many record it will get deleted? 0, sure. 1, right? So it will go and delete 1 record. See here. So integrity constraint validated, child record found. Okay, for this, right, we have some child record. So that's why we are not able to delete it. It is trying to delete this particular record, the last record. But for this, something maybe Maybe this job ID or this department ID, you might be having the record in another table. Okay, so that you have to check it, why it is not able to delete. So that you have to try. So in this way, you can put some on delete cascade, and then it will get deleted. Okay. We are just trying to delete the record. So this way you can write. See here, we are getting some exception, right? If you are running this, we are getting some exceptions. This exceptions, you can handle it. Okay, here we are getting some exceptions. ORA, some number it's getting, right? So this one, we can handle it without getting the error. We can handle this. That should be handled by exception handling. That we will see later. But this one, you got it right. So how we will write if then else? In real time also, we will have the same kind of if then statement. So here we might be doing some select. Here we might be doing some insert, update, delete, any operations. We will assign some value, then we will go for one by one. So now we will go to the case statements. So case statement also, it's similar to if statement only. You'll see this. So this is the syntax of the case statement. And you can use, for an example, if I'm going to take this particular example here, V salary I'm taking. So normally in real-time project, first don't declare the variables. First you go to the begin and end. Within the begin and end, you try to do the statement. After that, you can, so within that, whatever the variable you need for here, so that you can declare it here. Okay. So that you can declare whenever you are going to write it. I want salary. Yes, salary into V salary. I'm going to store the salary into variable. So that I'm storing here. Salary into V salary from employees, where employee ID equal to whatever the employee ID here I'm passing, that I'm taking. Case when this is fair salary, all this. Okay. This variable to store the local employee ID. That's it. Okay. Even I can put V underscore EMP ID. Just I will take here. So based on this particular employee ID, whatever the employee ID we are passing, it will display. So 120, I'm passing the employee ID here. We are making the 120 employee salary is 8,000. It is displaying like low salary. Okay. It is displaying the salary first. V salary hyphen low salary. That's it. Clear. So this is one case statement. Case we are writing. In the, you can ask me the same question. Okay, so we have the same type of case statement in SQL also. Then what is the use of case statement in PLSQL? See, in PLSQL, in SQL statement, case statement is used in select only, right? But here, based on some condition, you can do some DML operations here. You can write select statement. You can write any other DML statement also. Okay, if you see the same thing we have written, the same thing we have written here, V salary, number of 10, we are passing the hard coded value. That's it. Okay. So just we are passing that. So instead you can pass this way also. So ampersand, this one is nothing but we are getting it. See, as I told, say for an example, you asked me, so how the where class will work, right? Sorry, the case statement will work. I will take one example here. Same way we will put this way. We'll add, we'll commit it. Case statement in the PLSQL is for making the any DML operations. But here I want to add manually. I'm adding the columns. Okay, real time. You cannot add it like this. You will not have access in development. You will have access. So I'm taking the column name as country, varchar 2 of 20 here. I'll make OK. So I have added one more country. If you go to data, you'll be seeing this country as India. Okay, so you can make some other country here, some other city here. See, based on the country, you have to put the code. You assume that. I'm going to write some other name here, some other date of birth. Some number here, some country here. Or I'll go for Singapore. Okay, some I will write. I'm not sure what is the city. I'll write this way. Okay, so I have written. So based on this country, we have to add some country code here. Okay, you assume that this is the table, right? Customer table. So you have to take mobile number and country, and you have to take the new mobile number here. So select customer ID. Okay, comma, customer name, comma, mobile underscore number, date of birth, city, country, then new mobile number you have to write. So I'm writing case when country equal to India, single quotes. Okay, country equal to India, then mobile number is +1 +91 hyphen single quotes concatenation mobile underscore number. This way I have written. Okay, case when, then this way. Okay, so you can go for the same way. You can go for n number of I have added, right? Okay, then concatenated. Okay, when country equal to USA, I'm just writing +1 hyphen. When country equal to, then I'm writing the country code. Okay, just I'm writing. So else, if you want to write else code, yes, you can write else. Same similar country only you want. We have to end. You can put end case or end. That's fine. This is alias name. New phone number. Phone number. Okay. From customer table. Okay. So put only end. Don't put that in case. So I'm going to execute this. So you are getting correctly, right? See, whenever you are having the country this way, you are getting added new phone number. So this column is derived column. This column is not available in the table, right? Say for an example, one particular customer It's having India. I is lowercase. So your code will work. So what is the phone number we'll get for this particular customer? So you will get India here. Okay, country itself you are getting, not country. This is phone number, right? So you need to get phone number here. Yes, mobile number here I need to get, but it's not a correct one, right? Say this is also India. You are getting this way. So what should I do now to fix this issue? The upper half, lower half, all this. Okay. So this is initial letter capital. So if you want to go for okay, unit cap. So unit cap means initial letter is capital. That's fine. You can use. See, I am using only. Sorry, I'm using only for this country alone, India alone. But if you want to use it for other countries, you can use it. So now it is getting correctly. Okay. So different. Yeah, this is what the case statement you have to use it in the select statement. Okay. So I hope you are clear. So how to write the case statement normally whenever you want to have a new column, then we have to go for case statement, a derived column. Okay. In PLSQL, we have three types of looping. So what is that looping? Simple loop. You can go for simple loop. One is, so you can start the loop. You can write some serial code and you can go for end loop. So how it will come out of, okay. So you have to write exit when some condition, when I have to exit from the loop. So exit when this particular condition meets, you exit. So that you have to write. Okay, you have to write exit when this condition meets, you have to go to the end. This is normal simple looping. Loop, end loop. Okay, then we will go for while loop. So we have three types of loop. One is simple loop, while loop, for loop. What is while loop? So while loop, you will check the condition first. If the condition satisfied, then we will get into the loop. This will not check the condition. It will go inside the loop, then it will execute one time, then only it will check the conditions. Okay. But here, first of all, it will check the condition. If the condition satisfied, then only it will go inside the loop. Otherwise, it will come out of the loop. That's a while loop. For loop means for loop for condition. Some you can write some conditions. It will go inside the loop. Okay. So it's very, very simple. So what is that meaning of this one? I want to print this hello some 5 times. 5 times I want to go for this loop. I'm just starting loop. Begin loop. Whenever I'm starting loop, make sure that you are making end loop. Same way, like if statement, right? You can put in end loop. Loop and end loop. First, I'm printing this. So that's why I told loop statement, if you are going for at least one time, it will execute the statement. One time at least, it will execute DBMS output. See here, I'm writing DBMS output. So you can go for any other DBMS here. So I'm writing, okay. So welcome here. Welcome to PLSQL. PLSQL. Okay, welcome to PLSQL. I'm writing. So first it will go for welcome to PLSQL. C. C is first 0. Right. So welcome. It may take, okay, you can go for 1 here. Greater than 5. That way. Okay. C. First time assigning value. C is number. Initializing the value with 1. DBMS output. Welcome to PLSQL. One time it will 1 print 1. C equal to C plus 1. 1 plus 1, 2 now, right? It is 2 now, right? Let's take 2. Exit from the loop when C is greater than 5. That time you can exit. So now it is 2 only. Again, it will go inside the loop. It will execute one time. PLSQL 2. Now it's a 3. It will not exit. One more time it will go inside. So it will print like 4. So this will go this way 5 times it will print. See, whenever you are writing looping statement, you write it in loop. Simple loop, you have to make exit when condition. Okay. Exit when condition. How many times it will print? 5 times it will print. You can see this. Welcome to PLSQL 1. This way it will come. See, that is why I told if 2 or 3 members, are getting salary more than 1 lakh, you can go into the loop and execute the same if statement. If it is no record found, if the count is like a 0, then you can come out of the exit when count is 0. So that statement you can write it. So all the salaries, those who are getting more than 10,000, it will get deleted so automatically. So even you can write one simple statement, delete from table name, where salary greater than all this. You can write simply, but I'm telling you can use the same way you can go multiple times loop. Yes, you can check it here. This is simple loop. Sometimes this is also in interview, they will ask this type of questions. First time assigning C equal to 0. First time incrementing the value. C equal to C plus 2. 2 will be printed. Exit when C is greater than 10. End loop. Again, it will go for. So from 0 to 10, whatever the odds or even number is there, it will print, right? Even number, right? See, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All the even numbers will get printed. Why? Because I'm adding two numbers right here. So that's what you can add. See, you can write any type of looping statement. So page 1 of 50. Okay. So something like 50 times we are writing, right? Page 1 of 50, like 50 or 50. 50 times you are going to the looping. So even you can get this value from the user and check whether you are going to the particular range also. From this range to this range, you have to print. Yes, you can get some 2 ranges from the user, then you can print. So next one is while loop. See, this is the syntax for the while loop. So please make sure that you are remembering the syntax. While condition, loop, executable statement, and end loop. That's it. See, first it will check for the condition. That's the advantage of while loop. So first of all, I want to check the condition. If the condition satisfies, then only I have to execute the statement. Then you can go for while loop. Okay, don't go for simple loop. At least one time it will execute, right? So that's why you can go for while loop. So here, if you see this, the declaring the variables is C equal to 0 here. Begin while C is less than or equal to 5. Yes. Hello, it will print one time, right? So 5 times it will print. So you have to put increment here. Yes, you have to use increment. The variable you have to put increment. So whatever the variable you are using, right? So that variable you have to increment. So otherwise it will not be incremented. If you don't use this, it will go for infinite loop. So sometimes you may do this kind of mistake. You will be using, if you are not using this, the buffer will go out of the range. So you'll be getting, see how many times it has printed, see here, right? See, buffer size is 20,000. So all the 20,000 it has printed. So it is raising on application error. It's an exception actually. Buffer overflow. So limit of 20,000 bytes. So that's why we are getting this. So if you are writing any looping statements, don't forget to use this increment value. So if you forget to use increment, then it will go for infinite loop. Okay, 6 times it is printing, right? So since I am starting from 0 and less than or equal to I'm making, okay? So if you don't use equal to, so here it will go for 5 times only. Since I'm starting from 0, right? So that's why, otherwise you have to start from 1. You can put less than or equal to 5. So when will you go for while loop? So first to check the condition. If the condition satisfies, then you have to go for the while loop. Then for loop. So for loop is the same way. See, this is the syntax of for loop. For variable. Okay, so this is syntax. Remember this, for variable. In, you have to use in keyword. The reverse is optional one. What is that? The reverse is optional one. Low value, 2 dot, and then high value. You have to use this way. The low value, 2 dots. We have to go for high value. Then the same way looping executable statement. And here no need to increment. Why? Because here itself you are mentioning what is the low value, end value. For an example, if you are using reverse, then you have to use end value, then up to low value. So 5 to 1, you have to make this way. So I'm just writing this. C1 is the number, begin for C1 in 1 to 5. 5 times I have to go for this loop, looping end loop, and we have this end is for this begin. So if you keep the cursor here, it will show you. So where it is starting, where it is ending. So even the Notepad++ also it will show you. So if you are making, so this way you can see here, it will show you where it is starting, where it is ending. But here it is not showing the end loop, right? But here it will show you. In the PLSQL developer, it will show you. So 5 times I have to go for. So just you can execute. This way 5 times it will execute. So if I want to go for 5 to 1 here, this one you can write normal value only. Okay, 1 to 5. But this will be printed in reverse order. It will take, you can see here, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? If you are taking first value will be print. See, this value you have to give low value, high value only. But here it will take. So I'll comment this one. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. No need to change here. You are changing here, right? Reverse. So that will be reversed. In our today's session, we are going to learn the important topic in PLSQL is cursor. So what is cursor? So cursor is defined as a private work area. Okay. A private work area where the SQL statements is executed. SQL statement in the sense select statement or any DML statements. Okay. There are two different cursors are available. One is implicit cursor, another one is explicit cursor. So implicit cursor is handled by Oracle. Okay, it will handle whenever we are executing any select statement or any DML statements, Oracle handles this implicit cursor. And if the user, if I'm a user, I want to handle it, I want to handle all this cursor, then I have to raise explicit cursor. Okay. explicit cursor. So if you see this in the database, we have the base table. So from the base table, I need to take the data from here. So from the base table, I have some data here. Say for an example, it is my employees table. You assume that my employees table. So in this employees table, I have all the data. So say for an example, I have 107 records. So here I have 107 records, right? If I want to fetch the data from this employees table to this PLSQL block, it might be a named block or it might be a anonymous block. If I want to fetch the data, how many records I can fetch it at a time? You can fetch it with only single record, right? So you have to use definitely a var class. Yes, you have to use a var class. So with that var class, you can get only one record. You can fetch from the base table. So Oracle in the PLSQL block, say for an example here, you want to fetch salary of the employee. Then Oracle will open a memory variable here. Okay, so memory variable. So that variable we are going to have v underscore emp salary. You remember we have seen v underscore emp salary. Then we can define this variable, whatever here we have. So that var class, whatever we are defining. So that salary will be stored here. Say for an example, that salary is like 50,000. So that salary, 50,000 or 5,000, whatever it may be. So that salary here we are fetching. So here we are fetching, and then within this block, we can use this variable to wherever we want to use it. Yes, we can use. So this is like normal statement. So we have already seen, but we will see one more time. So I'm going to declare, I'm going to begin. Okay. I'm going to begin and the end. So I'm going to make end here. And so whatever we are going to have some select statement, I want to write it. So how will you write the select statement? To select, I want to take salary. Okay, assume that I want to select the salary. So how can I take the salary here? I will take select salary into v underscore salary. So this variable we have to define, right? So this v underscore salary, it should be we have to declare it, this variable. So you can go for this variable is nothing, but you can use this particular schema, this particular table, salary, percentage type, right? So just we can define the type and you can use this one and you can use from employees where employee underscore ID equal to some ID I'm just passing. So this is the one, right? So then you can get some DBMS output. So you can put DBMS underscore output dot put underscore line. Then I can have the salary of the employee is. So it's just a single quotes, concatenate and get this particular salary. Just print the salary here. It will be printed. You can make. So this is the way we will put some simple PLSQL statement, right? So what it will do? So what Oracle will do? The same way, it will take the variable here, v salary or vemp salary, whatever it may be. You can use vemp salary also. So this variable will be opened here, and this one will get stored. The value will get stored from this base table. But how many records we can take? Only one record. I'm going to use it. Say for an example, I am going to make DBMS output, or you can put set server output on. Okay, you can use here set server output on, and you can make clear screen also. Say for an example, every time the clear screen we are clearing it here, right? Clear screen. So this one, instead of manually doing it, you can do this way. If you are going to execute this, I'm closing this DBMS output. Just I'm going to execute this. Okay, you are getting some error. Okay, DBMS. Okay, this is the one. So this is the package name, DBMS output. So you can execute one more time. One more time, if you're executing, clear screen will get this one will be cleared. I can use this. The salary of the employee is 8,000. So this 8,000 will be stored in this PLSQL block. This variable will get stored, right? And say for an example, I'm going to have more than one record. Okay, more than one record I have cut out. Then what will happen? So what will happen? You'll be getting error, right? Exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. So that you will be getting it, right? So even you can handle it through exceptions. So you remember we can put exception here. So exceptions, and inside the exception you can, so this exception concept I will take later, but here you can use exception when. So sometimes, so we have some predefined exceptions, no data found. This is one particular exceptions. Say for an example here, I'm going for 220. Okay, 220 here, no data found. See this no data found, then I have to display something like no data found for this employee. Okay, so if you are getting that employee number in variable, that you can place it here, so that you can make it here. But see this is when no rows, right? Then you can put one more exception, too many rows. This is one more exceptions. It's a predefined exception, too many rows. Then you can put return from base table. So you can, whatever you want to place, you can place it here, and I'm going to run it. So this is something like exceptions. So this exception is not user defined exceptions. These exceptions already Oracle predefined exceptions. So that I'm going to execute it. So I'm going to execute it. So we are getting no data found for this particular employee, right? Has been handled. If you do not handle, so what will happen? Slash star and star slash. So these things I have commented out, and I'm going to use it one more time. If I haven't handled, you are getting some exception, right? You are getting some error, right? So Oracle 01403, no data found. So this is the one we are getting it. And this one we are handling here. Okay, no data found, just we are handling it. The exception name is called no underscore data underscore found. When no data found, we should get this particular error. Yes. It is not error. It has been handled here. Are you getting any error? No, right? So that is what the use of exceptions. But exception we will see later in detail. When no data found, then we are getting this particular code. Too many rows, then we are getting this particular code. Okay, so I'm going for this one, too many rows, right? So this time also I have handled. We will not get any error. We will get error. We'll get message like many rows are returned from this base table. Okay, so we have to handle this actually. So how can I handle this? So we are getting lot of records. If you are going to get more than one row, right? Normally we have to take more than one row, right? See, with one row, we cannot do anything. So how can I get more rows? So that's what we can go for some different method. Okay, if I want to fetch more than one row from the base table, then we have to go for one concept called cursor. Okay, cursor. Say for an example, you take, so this is the base table. So this is the base table you have. So this is my base table. You can put some table here. I hope you are clear. So what is this particular statement, right? So I will give you the statement. So this is normal scenario. This is normal select statement in PLSQL block. Just if we want to do the select statement in PLSQL block, just we are taking that, right? So this is the same thing. You can see here. So this percentage type also we have seen. Okay, in this variable, we are taking entire table, entire record, and then we are placing it. Here we are making only one record. But if you are going for many records, then you will get error, right? So if I want to go for more than one row, you can handle it in two different ways. One is cursor, another one is composite variable. Okay, instead of using scalar variable, so this is scalar variable. This variable is called scalar variable of type. This salary, whatever the salary data type we have, so that particular data type, it will be taken. So this one we have seen already. To handle this, we'll go for two types of variable. One is composite variable and the other one is cursor. So what is composite variable? The composite variable we will see later while taking the collections. Okay, so we have V array, nested table, all this associative array, all this, we have the collections. So that we will take it later. But if you want to go for composite variable, so let me explain these things. Set server output on, right? Then we are taking the declare, begin, and end. So within that, we are defining select statement. We need to take the data from the base table, right? Select salary. I'm going to select the salary from the base table called employees, but here I'm not using where clause. I'm going to take all the data like bulk collect. So select salary into this one we will put, right? This one we will put, but this is called nested table. Okay, NT is nothing but nested table. This option we will see later point of time in the collections. For an example, I'm going to define customer name. Customer name. What is the data type I'm going to define? We are going to define like varchar2 of some 100, right? And mobile number. Mobile number, I'm going to define a data type of number data type, number of 10. So what is this data type? Okay, so they have Oracle already defined this customer name. If it has characters and special characters, all this, you can define like varchar. And if it has only numbers, you can define like number. These two are Oracle predefined data type, right? The same way, we can define our own data types. Okay, our own data type. So this is the type, is the keyword, and this is the data type. Say for an example, this is variable. This is a variable name, like a mobile number, right? And this is a type of this data type. Okay. Say for an example, customer name is type of varchar2. We know already varchar2. What is the varchar2 will do? We know already mobile. What is this number will do? Same way, do you know what is this NT underscore salary type? It is one data type. Okay, it is one data type. It is nothing but we are defining that data type is type. NT type is a table of number of 10. So just we are defining it. This one I will tell you later in nested table, this concept. So we have defined this particular data type here, and we are fetching the data like a bulk collect, and we are going for the for loop. So for I in this particular variable, so first data to last data we are iterating, and we are getting the salary here. So I'm going to execute this particular code. You'll get all the salaries. So whatever the number of salaries you have, 107 times, right? So it will get printed. So all the salary we are getting it. This is called bulk collect. So we can fetch the data. If I want to fetch more than one row from the base table, so one method is you can go for composite variable by using the bulk collect. Yes, you can do in this way. The other one is a cursor. Okay, other one is a cursor. So if you are not able to understand this, we will take this one later. I will explain this while taking the collections. I will explain clearly. Okay, so we have seen, for an example, we will take one table. We will take one table. Select star from any table you can take, employees table. We assume that we are having the employees table data. you have some data here, right? Okay, so we will take this particular table. Okay, so we will take this particular table. I will take up to some data here. You assume that I have some data here. I will take all the data, but I'm taking only these many data. So, okay, so you have the base table here. It has some data. This is my base table. You assume that this is my base table. From the base table, I need to take the data to my PLSQL block. So you have this base table, you have some first name, you have some salary, all the data we have, and we have to bring this data to my PLSQL block. So this block, I have to bring it. So what I can do now? So first we are going to define one work area. Okay. So just we are defining one work area here. Just we are going to define one work area. In this this is temporary place. It's a private work area. You assume that it is a private work area. This is simply one place in the memory we are allocating private work area. So in this work area, so what we are going to do, we are going to take whatever the column we needed. Say for an example, I need phone number, I need salary, or I need first name, I need salary. So whatever the column needed from the base table, so that I'm going to bring it here. Okay. So in this area, I'm going to bring it here. So I will take, so this work area, I'm going to take. So this is my first name, or I'm going to take phone number, or whatever it may be. I'm going to take the phone number here, or salary, or first name here. So I will take first name here, and I'm going to take salary here. This is my salary column. Whatever the number of column you want, you can take it. Entire column also, you can take. So entire table you want to take, you can put percentage type. So just I'm taking this private area, and I'm taking the first value from here, right? So this is the first value. So each and every value I'm going to take from here, and salary is 24,000. Yes. So each and every value I'm taking one by one, I'm taking the value. So what I'm going to do, all the values, I'm going to fill it here. So whatever the value I want. So next value, Nina. Yes, I'm going to bring it here. The salary of the Nina is 17,000. So like this, I'm going to fetch all the values. So in this work area, I'm going to fetch it. After that, I'm going to define two different variables in the PLSQL block. So this is my variable, right? Yes, I'm going to make v underscore emp name one variable, and I'm going to take v underscore salary. It's another variable. So this variable, I'm going to fetch the data from here. Say for an example, first data I'm going to take. So I will take first data here. So this one, this data, I'm going to pass it here. Then this will get the first data. So this data will be stored here, and then it will go to the next date. Okay, fetch one by one. It will fetch all the values, and at the end, it will go and finish it. Okay, so it will come out of this work area. This work area is all the data one by one, and then it will come out. So once it is empty, you can come out of this one. So this work area, we will call it as cursor. Okay, this work area, what is that? This work area in the PLSQL block in the memory location is called it as cursor. See, Oracle will define this type of work area is called implicit cursor. When we are going to do, so that is called explicit cursor. So whenever we are going to define an explicit cursor or whatever it may be, so first we have to, so 4 steps we have to follow. So first you have to declare, first one is you have to declare. Okay, so you have to declare the cursor. So when you are going to declare the cursor, this private work area will be opened in the memory. Declare the cursor. Say for an example, I'm going to cursor name. I'm going to make C1. See, if I'm going to declare this cursor called C1 in memory, it will create this particular work area. Okay, you assume that in the memory it will take. Then I'm going to do open cursor. You have to do open cursor. So you have to open the cursor. So first you have to do the declare cursor, then you have to open it. If you are going to open it, it will take that value from this particular base table to this work area. It will bring the data from here to here. Then it needs to fetch one by one. So third step is you have to fetch the values one by one. It will go into the loop, and once it is you are not finding any values, it reaches the end values, like there is no value to fetch from this particular work area, then you have to close the cursor. So remember, you have to close the cursor. So this is the fourth step you have to do. So what is the fourth step? So first you have to declare the cursor, open the cursor, fetch, and then close. So these four steps we have to perform. So always make sure that we are performing these four steps whenever we are working with cursor. Okay. So this is the fourth step we have to do. So one by one, it will go to the each and every cursor, and then it will fetch the value, and finally we have to close it. Okay. So what is the first step? First step, you have to declare. The moment you define a declare cursor, the work area, the private work area will be open. It's like empty only. It will be open. And if you are going to open the cursor, it will take the value from this base table to this work area. It will fill up all the data, and then it will fetch one by one all the value to the local variable here. And finally, if the value you are not finding it, it will close it. So declare the cursor. You are declaring the private area. So if you want, I can write it here. So declare. So what is that declare? You are defining or declaring the private work area, right? Memory area. You are doing it in the declaration part. So then next one is open. If you're going to open it, then whatever the query you are going to write, okay, it's a select statement, right? So open cursor is nothing but select statement. You're opening more than one data, you have to fetch from the base table, right? Query is going to execute, and it will fill the data into this private work area. Then you are fetching the values, right? So fetch value to local variable. Then fourth one, once it is all the values are empty, you can close the cursor. Close the cursor when the cursor is empty. So this is what four steps you have to follow. Remember this. So these four steps you have to use it. Okay. So first you have to declare, open, fetch, and close. So these four steps you have to follow. So cursor is row level operation or columnar operation. Okay. So the cursor is row level operations. Each and every record, if you want to fetch more than one row from the base table, you have to go with cursor only. It's like a looping statement. Okay, got it? Okay, so we do have two types of cursor. So what is the cursor I have explained? So there are two types of cursor. One is implicit cursor, another one is explicit cursor. So implicit cursor, explicit cursor. So what is implicit cursor? So implicit cursor by default, okay, these are created by default when a DML statements like insert, update, delete, or the select statement is executed. So that time it will be executed. It will be handled by Oracle itself. It has four attributes. So always cursor has four attributes. You can find is open, found, not found, and row count. So what is this? See, these first three, okay, first three will return Boolean result. Okay, is open, yes or no. Found, yes or no, true or false. And this one will return not found, yes, true or false. So that's the way it will open it. And row count, it will return how many records. Say for an example, in this example, we are using row count. So if you are using 20 records from here, first 20 records you are taking, the row count will give you 20 here. So first three will return Boolean data type. And last one will return how many number of records it's fetched from the base table. So implicit cursor is a session cursor. Okay, it's a session means we are opening this session, right? So this is a session cursor. Session cursor that is created and managed by Oracle. Okay, it's managed by Oracle. Whenever you are executing any SQL statement like insert, update, delete, or select statement, whenever you execute any SQL statement, an implicit cursor will be created by Oracle and it will handle it. Oracle opens an implicit cursor every time you run a DML or select statement. As a user, we do not have a control on implicit cursor, but we can get information from its attributes. But we can get information from attributes. There are 4 types of attributes are there. Okay. Say for an example, you take yesterday we have created one table called customer, right? So this table we have created. You assume that I want to update one record here. This record I have to update it. This record I have to update. So how can I update it? I can go and use, I'm going to use one cursor. Okay, so that I'm going to use it here. Okay, see, I will take this particular statement. So what the statement will do, if you see this, so just I'm going to first set server output on. I'm going to make this clear screen, begin and end. So within the begin and end, there is no declaration here. I'm not writing any declaration part here. I do not want any declaration. Just I'm going to execute one DML operation. That's it. Update customer, set mobile number equal to plus 91 hyphen mobile number, where customer ID equal to whatever the customer ID I'm going to give, or where country equal to India. So whatever it may be. Okay, you can use it. If SQL, okay, this is the implicit cursor. So you can use this way. Okay, the cursor name is called SQL here. If SQL percentage not found, that means there is no record to update, right? So DBMS output, we are just making that no rows are updated. No rows are updated. Just we are making in this way. Okay, no rows are updated. Else, how many rows we are going to update? Okay, so we have rows are updated. You can make DBMS output, put underscore line, SQL percentage. This is the row count. So this is the cursor name, implicit cursor attribute. So this attribute will give you how many record it is getting. So we can found like not found, found, row count, and is open. Cursor is open, not open. The same way you can put it is not open, then you can open the cursor. Okay, sometimes if already cursor is opened, you will be getting error like cursor is already opened. So if you want to open the cursor, you can use the same way. If SQL percentage or cursor name percentage not opened is open, not of is open, whatever it may be, the same way you can put, then you can open the cursor. But here we are taking the row count. Clear? So I'm going to give this customer ID. How many records it will get updated? So I'm going to give this customer ID. It will show you this one row updated. One row is updated. PLSQL procedure completed successfully. So I should have executed fully. So I'm going to execute one more time. So I will take this particular data and I'm going to make one row updated. PLSQL procedure completed. Okay. So one more time, I'm going to execute the same statement. I'm going to execute one more time. I can use some other different value customer ID. So this time it should print no rows are updated, right? Yes. See, no rows are updated. So who is handling this? Percentage not found and percentage found, this found or this row count, all this. Who is handling? Oracle is handling it. We haven't defined any cursor here, right? So this is called implicit cursor. Implicit cursor. You can use implicit cursor. So for this kind of the way, okay. So sometimes they might be using percentage found, percentage not found, all this. So don't get surprised. So these are all cursor attribute. If SQL percentage is open means it's an implicit cursor. If we are defining any cursor name, so that cursor name we have to define. Okay. So these are all implicit cursor. We are not going to, yes, SQL percentage is the name for the implicit cursor. This is like implicit cursor. So what is explicit cursor? So that is what we have seen here. So we are going to make the explicit cursor now. From this base table, we have to take the explicit cursor. So how can I take explicit cursor? So that we will do it now. So how can I do it? If you see this, I hope you are clear what is this implicit cursor. In order to make explicit cursor, you have to go for it's a user defined cursor, right? I told it's a user defined cursor. First, you have to do the declare cursor, open the cursor, fetch the cursor, the values to the local variable, and close the cursor. Okay. So how can I declare the cursor? The declaration part, where should I do it? So I have to do it on the declaration part. So you can do declare cursor on the procedure or on the functions. Okay, anywhere you can put procedure or on the functions or anonymous block also. How can I do the declaration part? So this is the first one. So how can I declare the cursor? So this is the syntax. Cursor is the keyword. Cursor name is select statement. So you can use where class, but this where class can have more than one record. Okay, if you see this, cursor C1 is select employee name from employees, but I'm not using any where class here, and we are taking this. See, this is called cursor variable. It will store the data. So in memory, it will open the cursor variable C1. So this private area, we will call it as C1 now. This cursor, now it is called C1. Got it? Cursor, if you are making that declaration part, cursor C1, one work area will be opened here in the name of C1. Cursor C1 is, this is the keyword, okay? Select employee name alone I'm selecting. If you want, you can select more number of columns also. We will see one by one. Then open cursor, fetch cursor name. Okay, so you can put fetch cursor name into variable, whatever the variable you want put. You can put here like EMP name or whatever VMP name, variable 1, 2, 3, whatever it may be. So this is what. See here, I will take this particular example here. This is one of the statement and I will use it. You see this. So what we are writing. So type, okay, we are writing declaration part. Yes, declaration part. So I have given here the explanation. You can see here. First I'm opening the cursor. So first I'm defining cursor C1 is select salary from employees. Okay, so I'm not using any where class here. I'm just selecting employees alone from this base table. So just I'm taking this salary from this base table to this PLSQL block. Yes, I have first declared it. Declare the cursor C1. It has been here. It will be C1. It will be named. It will have the salary alone now. It's not the first. So if you want, you can have salary, phone number, whatever it may be, and begin. So within the begin and end, I'm going to open the cursor. So here I'm just opening the cursor. Whenever you are opening the cursor, don't forget to close the cursor. If you are opening the cursor and closing the cursor, in maximum, okay, maximum in one particular session, you can have, okay, if you take this, go to admin schema. In admin schema, you have some two different views. If you see this, okay, if you want to check how many cursors are opened now. So one view is called, this is a dynamic view. The system will maintain. We are not going to maintain this view. That is why I'm writing it here in admin schema. So if you open this, select star from in admin schema, you have to run it. So if you open this, you can able to see all the type of the parameters. So whatever the parameters you can, the session has opened, You can able to see all the open parameters here. But I want to go for name here is open cursors. Okay, so I want to just check open cursors. How many cursors are opened here? You can see maximum you can go with 300. 300 cursor, you can open it in the one particular session. Okay, maximum cursor you can open in one particular session, 300 only. If you are opening more than 300 cursors in one particular session, then we need to kill. Okay, so we have to kill that particular, see, maximum number of cursors per sessions. So that's what you can see. This open cursor is maximum value is 300. It will be maintained in one particular table called parameter. So maximum how many cursors you can open? This is for Oracle 11G. So based on the server, it differs. You can go and check it in your real-time project also. If you have access, read access you have, just to check it. This will be handled by the DBS. If more number of cursors are open, then the PLSQL code you'll be getting error like the cursor opened is exceeded. So that's what you will be getting error. Then the DBA team will close that cursor. So unwanted cursors, they will close it. So that's why always you use close the cursor. Whenever you are opening, just to close the cursor here. Okay, clear? And just open the cursor, right? We have opened it. So declared it, opened it. After that, you have to do the fetch values to a local variable. So fetch cursor name into salary here, right? VEMP salary. Okay, just first record I'm taking. This will take first record. Okay, first record. So what is the first record here? 24,000 it will take. Next one, second record, 17 record. Third record, we are fetching one by one. Okay, we are fetching one by one. So do I need to, if I have hundreds of record, do I need to write 100 times like this? No, no need to write. Okay, so DBMS output, if you can see here, 3 times I have written, it is taking the data. So it has opened, the cursor has been opened, all the data, it has been moved to the session variable. All the salaries has been moved to the session variable, but you are assigning one by one. Okay, take one record. So take one record, fetch one record to this value, fetch one record to this value. So 3 times only we have used. So that is why we are getting 3 times value has been printed here. Okay. So 300 open cursor in implicit cursor. Okay, so both implicit and explicit cursor, both you can open it like 300. Okay, per sessions. Okay, so this is what. So once open, we are closing it, we are coming out. But we need to get all the values, right? Not only 3 records, we need to get all the values. So instead of using this way, we can go for looping. We can use looping statements. So what is the looping statement here? Okay, so for an example here, I can after open the cursor, open C1, and you can go for something like looping. Okay, so here you can use loop. So you can use loop. So open, then loop. Whenever you are opening the loop, before closing the cursor, you have to use end loop. Okay, so use end loop and no need to mention multiple times here. Remove this. Okay, looping. So looping. So whenever you are doing looping, you have to put this one, right? So you have to put exit when. So exit when I have to exit. Exit when C1 percentage not found. Then we have to, okay, we can put here. Okay, it will come out. Oh, sorry. Okay, if you see this, I just opened the cursor. I'm just looping it. Why? Because I may not know how many records the base table contains, right? See, it may have some 50 records, 500 records, or 5,000 records, whatever it may be. So I have taken all the records here, then fetching all the records into the loop one by one. Okay, so first record it will go, second record it will go, third record, and fourth record. So all this When the cursor not found, the attribute not found, it will print the values and it will enter the loop and the close the cursor. So you can see here. So I just closed it. I'm just opening and you are seeing all the values, right? See how many times. If you want to put the row count, right? You can put row count. So C1, you can put, okay. So after this, you have to put end of the loop. After that, you put row count. Before closing the cursor, you have to use C1 percentage row count, right? So how many records? Okay, so 105 records. You can put total number of record fetched from base table. Base table concatenation. Then you can put here hyphen. Okay. So just we are making that and this way. If you want, you can put one more line also. DBMS output. Simply I'm putting one line. That's it. So finally it will print this way. You can see here. This printing total number of record fetched from the base table is 105. So these many records it has been fetched from the base table. Got it? So this is what you can go inside the cursor and you can fetch the values. Whatever I have explained here, so that I have given here. Okay. So you can use this way. Example 2, this is example 3. Yes. Okay. So here what we did only one column, right? We have did only one column salary. I want to go for multiple columns, right? So you can use this way. Okay. You can use this way. Declare. First, you can take the cursor. Okay. Cursor C1 is select first name, comma, salary from employees. You can take begin and end. Within the begin and end, I'm opening the cursor, looping. So whenever you are making looping, then this end loop, fetch C1 into VEMP name, VEMP salary. So what is these two? These two are local variable to use these values inside the PLSQL block. Got it? If I want to use these values inside the PLSQL block, then I have to use the local variable. These two local variable I have to define, right? Okay, VEMP name is this first name data type. VEMP salary is salary data type. So that way I have defined here. So these two are variable and this is local variable. This is cursor and exit when cursor not found and we are going to the loop. So this time I'm just printing both EMP name as well as salary. Both I'm just printing it. Okay, so if you want, you can put one single quotes. Yeah, this way also you can open it. And this time we'll go for multiple times. So it will print employee name and the salary here multiple times. If you want the same way, if you want to put the number of record it fetched. If there are millions and billions of records, then what kind of performance tuning we can apply? Okay, so that's what it will not millions of billions of record. It's a memory location. That's it. Okay, we'll take the data from this memory location. So you need to have enough memory. That's it. To take this memory's place, right? This place. So cursor, you have to, once you are going to close it, this memory area will get closed. This cursor will get closed. Say for an example, next one. So what is this next one? This particular statement will do. So take this next one, next statement. Just to go through, you tell me. So what it will print? Just to go through that. Even if it is wrong, that's fine. Take declare, begin, end. So just we are opening the cursor here, C1, looping. Okay, loop and end loop. Fetch C1 into my name, my employee number, my salary. 3 different variables, right? 3 different variables we are fetching. Fetch C1 into these 3 variables. So here, if you see this, fetch C1 into these two variables we put it, and this is 3 variable. Exit when C1 percentage row count is greater than 5. Okay, greater than 5. So that means if I'm going to fetch more than 5 records, I'm going inside the loop one by one, fetching. Okay, first record fetching, second record fetching, third record, fourth record fetching. Okay, if the row count is greater than 5, or I'm not finding any cursor, then you can print this, come out. Okay, exit when we are writing this condition, exit when C1 percentage row count is not. Okay, what is this my salary? My salary is nothing but employees dot last name you are taking. Sorry, my name is last name. My employee number is employee ID. My salary is salary here, all the percentage type, right? So we know already. So cursor we are defining. So what is this cursor we are defining? Cursor C1 is select statement, select last name, employee ID, salary from employees, order by salary descending. Okay. So what is this statement will do? What is this statement will do? So we have seen only select statement, right? But here we are using order by clause. So order by salary descending order. Okay. So we are ordering the salary descending order. Then we are, see here, 1 lakh. First record is 1 lakh. We are ordering like a descending order, right? 1 lakh. Next one is 50,000. You assume that, okay, some values are there. Then 45,000. In that way, we are ordering 40,000. Some values are there. We are ordering 25,000. Okay. And then, sorry, then 13,000. You assume that in that way, 13,000. These are all some values and so on you are getting. So we have fetched the values from here to the work area, and we have stored the data in the descending order, and we are going with one by one all the records. And then we are in the descending order we are going with, if it is more than 5, we are coming out. That means highest 5 salaried employee, right? Correct. So it will select, okay, highest 5 salaried employee. The employee salary 1. If you want to put some the count number also, you can put here. Okay, highest 1. Employee this name, employee ID this one. This much amount he is earning. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this coming out of the loop. Got it? So just how we are iterating the values inside the cursor. Yes, the same way we will do it in our PLSQL block. So remember this. If you don't close the cursor, what will happen? If you don't close the cursor, if you are not closing the cursor, I'm just opening and I'm making that. Okay. So this time it has been ended, right? But the cursor is not closed. Cursor is not closed. So don't use this. Always close it. So why? Because if more cursor is opened in this way, so multiple in the same session, multiple queries are running, then you will get some errors. Okay. You have to always close the cursor. So remember this. Then say for an example, you want to know how many cursors are there in the HR schema. How many cursors are there in the HR schema? You can execute this particular statement here. Open cursor is one of the views, a dynamic view. You can execute here. You can find in HR schema. So these many cursors are opened in this particular session. Okay. So that means I have opened this SQL developer. So this SQL statement I have executed today, right? Select star from customer. Yes, I have executed. This one I have executed, right? Parameter I have executed. Select salary from employees. Yes. So that is one of the cursor we have defined. So this is maybe Oracle has used it. Name salary. So first time we have selected only salary. Next time we have selected first name comma salary. Then this is the way we have done it, right? So these are all the cursors we have used today. Session cursor catched. So it's both these two cursors are open. So other cursors are be closed. So that information you can see here. Okay. But these things, what is cursor catching, all this, the DBA will take care. We are not going to use it. Okay. So if you want to learn more than that, yes, you can go to learn more than this. Okay. So what is this cursor session, all this? Okay. Yeah, I hope you are clear. So what this will do, and cursor with return class. Okay. So cursor with return class, cursor with for loop. So all this one by one we will see. So what is this cursor with for loop? See, whatever we are doing it, like one by one we are doing it, right? So that you can do it with cursor for loop. Okay, it's a best method to fetch the data from the base table. You can use for loop. For an example, if I want to learn what is cursor for loop, and this is what the syntax. So there are different types of cursors. So this one we have seen bulk collect, and these are all the different types of cursors. The cursor, we have two types. One is implicit cursor, another one is explicit cursor. In the explicit cursor, we do have different cursors. So one is the named cursor that we have seen, right? So this is what we have seen so far, named cursor. And we do have cursor for loop. So that we will see parameterized cursor and ref cursor. So these concept we will see rest of the sessions. Okay. So named cursor only we have seen. We have opened the cursor, we have fetched the values and all this. Cursor for loop that we will see now. And ref cursor is nothing but referenced cursor. It will do the same, whatever we are doing it here, same operation it will do. So we do have two different ref cursors. One is nothing but strongly typed ref cursor. Another one is weakly typed ref cursor. By default, if you are not defining any return type, it will take weakly typed ref cursor. So those things we will take it later. Okay, I will tell you. So these are all the different types of cursor. And we have seen implicit cursor already that we are not handling it. See, you have some 100 records here. 100 records here. It is looping one by one. It went up to 100. The next record, what it will get? Next record, it will get not found, right? Cursor not found. This is the cursor. Is the place. See, this is my cursor, right? This is the cursor of my system. The same way in system, it will point the cursor. See, one by one record. Record is not found. That's what you will get it. Cursor not found. 4 attributes we have. So first 3 attributes are Boolean data type. Boolean data type. The 4th attributes are, it will return the count of the values. See, this is the base table. You have multiple records from here. You are declaring the cursor here. We'll declare one work area here, right? You are going to open it. Then you are fetching all the values from the base table to your PLSQL work area here, your memory locations. So this is what the cursor. Fetching the values one by one, you are iterating the values, right? And then if it is not found, it will iterate one by one. If it is not found, it needs to come out of the loop, right? It needs to come out of the loop. That's why we are making C1 not found. So when it has to come out, if you don't use it, what will happen? If you don't use it, what will happen? Fetch C1 into all this, it will go, right? It will go out of range, it will go for, right? So it is raising some exceptions. Buffer overflow. Why? Why? Because it is going out of the loop, out of all the records, one by one, all the records it's making. It is not going to the next record. It's going to the always last record. It is not coming out of the loop. So you have to come out of the loop. Okay. So we have seen cursor, all the cursor types and everything. So just we'll go for next one is called cursor for loop. The same thing we can achieve by using the cursor for loop. So in the cursor for loop, we can go for a composite data types. Okay, so we can define multiple columns and we can go for composite data type. What is that? So this is the syntax of this cursor for loop. So remember always the syntax for this is record index. Okay, for So normally we'll put it like a record or record index. This is the keyword, okay, for record index in cursor name looping statement, loop and end loop. Inside we can go for any executable statement. Okay, clear? So the cursor name, we are defining it here. And this is what we have to do. And this is like inside begin and end. But before that, we have to declare the cursor. Okay, so how can I do it all this? We'll see one by one. So here I'm going to use, so first I'm going to declare it. Okay, so declare begin and end. Okay, so within the begin and end, I want to fetch the data. So for an example here, I'm just defining the cursor. How will you define the cursor? For an example, I want to take phone number, salary from the base table. I want to take phone number and salary from the base table. Cursor C1. Okay, the cursor name, you can put any name is okay. This is the syntax. Cursor name is select statement. So I'm going to select phone underscore number, comma, salary from employees. Got it? So what is this? This is a declaration part. After declaration part, what you have to do here? After declaration part, we have to open, fetch, close, right? So instead of open, close, and all this, you can go for the cursor for loop. It's very simple. You can use for the record index. You can use record or record, whatever it may be. You can go for rec. Okay. So if you see the syntax for record index in cursor name in C1, then you can take loop. So loop, end loop, right? So take loop and end loop. So here we have to write some DBMS output. You can write DBMS output here. Okay, I want this one, right? The rec dot phone number, phone underscore. See, it's very simple. No need to define the data type and all the columns one by one here, local variables. And here rec dot salary. So this is nothing but rec is nothing but composite data type. Okay. So if you see this rec is nothing but composite data type. Composite means multiple columns are there. That's a composite data type. Okay. So end loop. No need to close the cursor, all this. So just you can execute. So this is the, okay. I'm just making the phone number. I will put one hyphen here. If you want to put salary here, yes, you can put salary, single quotes. Okay. So this way, if you're going to execute, you'll get cursor for loop. Okay, salary for this employee is nothing but 6,000, right? Salary is 6,000 and phone number. You can put the same way here, phone number of the employee. You want to take phone number one line, then you have to take salary is another line. It's how you are taking that. Okay, you have to define phone number, single quotes. So you can define it, okay? Phone number, you are taking the phone number here and salary here. So if you are using cursor for loop, then no need to open, fetch and close it. So automatically this for loop will take that cursors. Okay. If you see this is the cursor for loop. If you want to go for a particular department, yes, you can use particular department here. So this one, I'm going with cursor with parameter. The cursor with parameter, and we are using some parameter here. Say for an example here, I'm using this particular statement. You assume that this particular statement. Okay. So what this statement will do, this particular statement will do. So first I'm taking the declaration part. These two are variable. You know already. These two we have seen already. Variable. I'm just defining two cursors. So one cursor is for department ID 30. Department ID 30. Another cursor is for another select statement. So here I'm using two different statements. Even you can have, this is two different tables also. Okay. This is one table. This is another table you can use. So this one is selecting department from 60. This one is selecting department 30. It's two different cursor. So begin, open cursor, loop, and fetch department ID 30. So we are looping it and we are getting it, right? End loop. Then close this cursor. Whatever we have opened, just we are closing it. And again, we are closing one more cursor. Then we are doing it, right? So we have two different select statements. So for that select statement, we have used two different cursor. We have opened and closed. See here. So this is the department ID. So if you want, you can put one more DBMS output. You can see, you can mention that, okay, these data are from department ID 30. These data are from department ID 60. So we have printed all the values here. So how many cursor we have used? Two cursor we have used, two different cursor. But instead of using this way, you can go for cursor with parameter. Okay. So cursor with parameter. So whatever we are defining here, say for an example, it's very simple. If you use this way, the same statement, how much line we are typing, instead, we can go for this way. This is cursor for loop with parameter. Instead of writing this way, two cursors we are writing, right? So what is that? This way we are defining two different cursors. So C underscore department 30, C underscore department 60. So instead of writing this way, we can write the cursor by using parameterized one. So how can I write? So declare begin and end. So inside the declare, I'm just declaring cursor. Okay. Just to take the cursor name is select statement, right? Select salary. Okay. From employees, where class you have to put, where the department ID you have to pass it, where department underscore ID equal to whatever the department I'm going to pass as a parameter. Okay, say for an example, I want to pass the PRM underscore DEPT number. So this is the parameter. So this parameter, I have to pass it on this cursor. Here I have to use, it's a department number as the number data type. So this way I can use the cursor with parameter. So why? Because instead of using select first name salary from employees where department ID equal to 30, instead of using this way, whatever I'm going to use the select statement here, okay, the select statement here, and this select statement here, we are passing department ID 30 and we are getting all the values. So instead of that, we can use single cursor with parameter. So if I'm going to use C parameter 30 is open this one, then it will take 30th department. If I'm going to use C 60, then it will take department ID 60 here. Okay. So it's very simple. We can use it. Okay. How can I use? It's very simple. First, we have declared the cursor. Then what you need to do? Open cursor, right? So we have to open the cursor with the parameter. I'm going to open the cursor with the parameter, for an example, 30. See, open the cursor. Okay. So with parameter 30, I have opened. Open the cursor. So after opening, what I have to do? I have opened the cursor. I have to fetch the values. So how many records I have to fetch? All the records which are available on the department ID, what we are passing here. Okay. So can I go with loop? Yes, you can use loop and end loop, right? Same thing I'm going to use. So open cursor. So I can take this one, DBMS output. Okay, these two lines you can take. Okay, so I have to fetch it, right? Yes, I have to use fetch cursor name. Fetch cursor name into what is the variable? This select salary, right? So this variable you have to use, correct? So I have to use v underscore salary. I'm just defining as number data type. Okay. So this value, this particular v salary. So fetch C1 into v salary. Is it clear? It's similar. Okay. So opening the cursor with the parameter 30, just looping and looping, just to fetch cursor name into v salary. Exit when department. Okay, this is not the correct one. Exit when C1 not found. Then we are making only v salary. We are not taking here, right? This is end loop. Then after end loop, what should I do? I have to close this cursor, whatever I have opened. The same way, I can open one more cursor with 60. That's it. You can just copy it and paste it. If you want to go for something, you have to write it here before going for the loop. So this is the data for department underscore ID 60, right? 60. So I'm just giving the hard coded value. In real time, you'll be passing through parameters. So these values you can pass it through parameters. Okay. Before looping, do it. Otherwise, what will happen? It will go for number of times. How many number of times it is going for? That many number of times it will print. So you have to close the cursor. Close C1. So this end is for this begin. Okay. I think we have defined correctly. Okay. If you see this, we are getting this is the data for department number 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 records we have. And department number 60, we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 records we have, right? So, but here you can put C1 percentage row count. Why? Because we have opened and closed it, right? So how many records? So total number of records in department number 60, you can put it. If I want to go for one more time, for one more department, then you can copy this and paste it one more time. You can use the same use of the code. Okay. This is called cursor with parameters. Cursor with parameters. Yes. This is the one cursor with parameters. This is cursor without parameters. Okay. So you have two types of data, right? Yes, you can use this way. Cursor name. Cursor name parameter list is select statement. That's what we have written. If you see this cursor name, the parameter list here is select statement. Clear? Then we are using the same parameter list here. So in the var class, then it will be passed. So I hope you are clear. So how to use cursor with parameter. This is single table, right? But if I want to go for two different tables, the employees and departments. So that is what rep cursor will be used. Okay. If it is single department, yes, you can pass the only parameter here. Then cursor will be taking employees table. Say for an example, I want to go for departments table. Can I use single cursor? No, I cannot use it. Why? Because this cursor is for employees table, right? I cannot use the same cursor for departments table. So that departments table, the number of columns are different. I cannot use it here. So that you can go for, this is the same way, cursor with parameter. Okay, so cursor C1, number is the parameter name, and this is a number data type is select statement, employees, where department ID equal to this number we are passing. Yes, we are creating temp variable here. So this variable will have all the employees row type. Okay, full entire employees data, it will take the whole thing. So for temp, this is a variable name, right? In, this is the for cursor for loop, and we are passing the parameter here. Previously we haven't passed parameter, right? Cursor for loop. For record in C1, see here, for temp, this is a composite data type. In C1, we are passing a parameter. That means we are passing only for department ID equal to 30. So in that department 30, it will be printed with parameters. Okay, so employee number, employee name, department, and salary. So no need to use the close cursor. So why? Because we have used cursor for loop. Okay, it will do the same thing. Okay, it is doing the same thing, selecting the data from this, but we have used different method to take it. So I hope you are clear. So this is cursor for loop with parameters. Yes, cursor with parameters. Yes, that's what we have seen now. And this is for one particular table. This is for one particular table, right? We want to go for two different tables. I want to use one for employees table and the other one is departments table. This one also I have given. Just to go through that, this is for cursor for loop with parameters. Then we can go for, say for an example, I want to go for, here we are using one table, right? But I want to use two tables. So how can I use it? So if I want to use two tables, how can I use it? Can I use the same cursor? I want to go for a departments table. I want to go for departments table. Cursor. I can take C2. Okay, so if you want, you can take C1. And I'm not using any parameter here. Cursor C1 is select department ID, this one. I want to use two different tables. There is no join condition also. You assume that there is no join condition also. Select department underscore name that I'm taking. Select salary from employees, right? Department name from departments. So I'm not using here where class. Just I'm taking all the data. Cursor C1 underscore EMP. Cursor C2 underscore department. Okay. So this one will hold employees data. This one will hold departments data, right? Okay. So I want to go for salary or department name or whatever it may be. Salary V underscore department underscore name. If you want to print department name, it is to varchar 2 of some 100 characters. So begin. So what you need to do? So open the cursor. C1 underscore EMP, right? So I have opened the C1 departments. This is the data for employees data. Employees table. So this is the data for departments table. Okay, I'm not using any cursor parameter here. Open cursor. Just I have opened it here. I'm going for the loop, fetch C1 into V salary, right? Yes, it's correct, V salary. Exit when not found. We are just printing v salary, ending loop, and close the cursor. And we can open the another cursor. This cursor we have to open and we have to loop fetch this one into this particular variable, right? C2 department into this one, exit when C2 is not found. Here also. Okay, not found. Then end loop. We are making v underscore department name. See all the department we are taking. Okay, close. C2 1. Everything I have written correctly. Anything I have missed? Exit when this is not found. Okay, first it will take all the employees data with salary and then it will go for departments data, right? So 107 times, then 27 times it will go for. Even if you want to print the number of times it is going for the loop, yes, you can write the loop statement here. Okay, so instead of going this way to define two different cursor for two different tables, we can use ref cursor. So what is that ref cursor? See here we are writing the statement here, right? In the declaration part itself, we are writing the select statement. See, instead of doing this select statement, you define the cursor here. You define the cursor here. Then dynamically you can pass the select statement inside the begin. Inside the begin, whatever the select statement you want, so that you can pass it inside the begin and end. So if you want to write, okay, if you want to write employees table, yes, you can write employees table. If you want to write departments table, yes, you can write departments table. Got it? So that's what you can write ref cursor. So how can I write the ref cursor? I will tell you. So what is ref cursor? It's a reference cursor. A reference cursor is a data type. Okay, it is a data type that holds a cursor value in the same way that varchar2 variable will hold a string value. Same way. Okay, so how the varchar2 will hold a string value? Same way you can have ref cursor, reference cursor also. A reference cursor can be opened on the server and passed to the client as a unit. So as a unit, okay, so it is not one single record. As a unit, you can open and fetch one row at a time, and you can use the ref cursor inside the block, okay, inside the PLSQL block, okay. So reference cursor is a PLSQL data type whose values is memory address of the query. So query work area. So cursor is same way, right? The memory address of the work area in the database. And you can see here. So how can I define the ref? See, I have given explanation just to go through. What is the syntax of declaring the ref cursor? So if I want to declare the ref cursor, you have to use the syntax here. Declare type. So this is the keyword, okay? So these things you have to remember. So how can I remember all this? Yes, you have to do multiple times practice. So then only you can able to remember. In the declaration part, you have to declare. See, this is same like how we will do the data type, how we have defined already, varchar data type, number data type. The same way, the one data type we are defining type. This is cursor variable name is ref cursor. This is the return type. See, this is optional one. This is optional one. If you are using this, return type, then this cursor will become strong ref cursor. Okay, if you are using return type, it will become strong type ref cursor. Any ref cursor which has a fixed return type is called strong ref cursor. Remember this. If you are using this statement in ref cursor, then it will become a strong type ref cursor. If you don't use this, then this cursor will become a weak typed ref cursor. So weak type ref cursor are those which do not have any return type. Okay. So there are two different reference cursors are there. So that is nothing but strong type ref cursor, weak type ref cursor. Okay. So how can I declare it? Yes, this way you can declare it. See here. Is this strong type or weak type? It is a strong, correct. Okay. So why? Because we are defining return data type, correct. See, if you are using mobile number, it is varchar data type. Varchar2 of some data type you are defining. You assume that. What is this mobile number? It is a variable name, right? What is this one? It's a data type. The same way, this is nothing but a variable, local variable of type. This type is nothing but ref cursor, strong ref cursor. Got it? So type this one, we are using the keyword ref cursor. So this is the way we have to use. Okay. So this form of cursor variable called strong type ref cursor, because the cursor variable is always associated with a specific record structure or type. Okay. So how to do it? So this is what we will go for. How can I go for ref cursor? That we will do it here. Instead of going for two different tables, we can use one simple ref cursor. Okay. So I will remove these statements. First, we will go for, I will remove all. Okay. So first we will take declare data type, begin and end. Okay. So I want to define a reference cursor. So how can I define the reference cursor? Type. So this is, I can take ref cursor. Shall I take this way? This is the cursor name, right? This is the cursor name. Type. So type cursor variable name is ref cursor. That's it. If I'm not using any return data type, so this will become a weak type ref cursor, reference cursor. So what is it? See why we are going for reference cursor? So dynamically, we want to assign a select statement inside the begin and end. Previously, we have defined two different select statement, right? Two different select statement. We have written one select statement for employees, one select statement for departments. We are hard coding the select statement here. Instead, we can define the cursor, declare the cursor here. Within the begin and end, we can use the select statement. We can dynamically use the select statement. Okay, so how can I take? See that record type we have to use, right? We have to use this reference cursor type. I want to go for some employees data. Okay, so I can use, okay, I will use ref cursor underscore employees list of type this one. If you want to use for departments, yes, you can use one more variable the same way. Okay, so you can use whatever you want. So employee type, departments type. So all this you can use on the same cursor itself within begin and end. So within begin and end, we have to open the cursor, right? So open the cursor. You can take open the cursor name. See, it is giving the reference, right? Open cursor name for select statement. See, always you have to use how the reference cursor we have to open, right? If you see this, I have explained here. Always you have to use, okay, so you have to use for, so while opening, you have to use this way. See, ref cursors are opened with and open for. Okay, you have to use open cursor variable for statement. Open cursor variable for select statement. I want to select first name. Okay, so first name you want to select. See cursor, the select statement itself here only I'm defining. I'm not defining in the declaration part here itself. I'm not defining. Here only I'm defining. Okay, in the begin and end only we are defining. Open, then we can go for looping. So I will take loop and end loop here. Loop, end loop. Fetch into, I want name, right? V first name. This V first name I have to define here. You can use, for an example, you want to use V first name employees table, that particular data type. Yes, you can use it here. Okay. So I have used here into V first name. Exit when not found. We are defining the employees data here. End loop. Here open, right? Close. This one. See, normally we will write select into, no need to use here. So here itself we are defining the cursor, right? No need to use that into. So I'm going to just execute for only for employees table. The employees table it has taken. Okay. Now I will go for the same way for departments table. Okay, this way I will go for departments table. So open the same cursor you can take, no issues. But I can use different statement. I can use department name here from departments table. Departments table loop into V department name. But this one we have to declare not found, end loop, close it. Okay. So before opening, I will make one DBMS output here. We are closing the cursor. Here we'll make, this is department details, single quotes. So I will take the same one. I will go for before opening, I'll take, this is employees details. Okay. So I'm going to execute this department name from departments. Output statement change V first name. So I'm going to execute now. I'm not defining two different cursor in the declaration part. I have defined only one cursor. Okay. I have only one cursor, but this cursor I have used here. Okay. With two different statements, two different tables. So that's what, see, but all these are doing the same type of operations only. Okay. It depends on the functionalities you can use. This is employees details. So you can iterate all the data and you can get all the data here. See this type of coding, definitely they will write in real time project. When they are getting more data to iterate it, they will write this way. So what it will do? So it will open the variable here and then it will fetch all the data. Okay. Next one will go for strong type ref cursor. So how to do the strong type ref cursor? See, it's very simple. Again, the thing is you have to make that's simply a data type. Declare begin end. We have to write this way. Ref cursor, ref cursor, Normally, if you are writing this way, this will become weak typed, right? We have to write a return data type. See, what is the return data type we can write? We can go for employees percentage row type. So what is this? We have seen already. This is, it will take entire employees data, all the row type it will take. Say for an example, it will define in this way. So it will take this way. So each and every columns it will take, okay, the data types. And then this is the one, right? We can use this particular data type. We can define, so employees list. So reference cursor, this is variable. That's simply we will write the same variable, right? Employees ref cursor. This variable I have defined with this particular type of this cursor. And I will go for the fetch statement. Same way you can define open cursor for select. Since you have used entire table data type, you can use star here. Okay, you can use star here. It will fetch all the data from the base table, all the columns. It will store it in the variable here in the PLSQL block. Start from employees. No need to use where class here. So since we are using cursor, you can use looping statements, end loop, and inside the end loop, the same way we have to use this way. Fetch. This is the same one we have taken into v underscore employee name. So which one I have to take? Employee name. We are not going to take only one particular column. We can take entire row. Okay. So employee row, exit when this is not found. DBMS output. See this DBMS output only whatever we want to have this column. Say for an example, I want to have employee name, right? The employee underscore name, you can put single quotes. V underscore list dot first name. Yes. Employee salary. Salary. So this is the entire row, right? Entire row. First name, then salary. See, all this you can take one by one, all the columns, whatever you want. End loop. So after end loop, we have to close the cursor. So don't forget to close the cursor, okay? Okay, some error we are getting. Oh, we haven't defined. This one we haven't defined. This is nothing but employees percentage row type. It is taking all the employees details. Okay, one by one, it is taking all the employee details. Okay, I want to go for, so can I use the same way can I go for departments table? Yes, but the thing is you have to define departments row type here. If I want to go for departments here, I have to define departments here. Strong type, ref cursor. I hope you are clear. So how the cursors will be defined one by one, all this. In our previous session, we have seen anonymous block. And from today, we will start with named blocks. So what is named blocks? So for anonymous block, we will not have any names. Okay, so we have to execute it and it will be so it will be compiled and then it will show the result. Okay, and anonymous block will not be stored in the database. It will not be stored. But the thing is, if you are executing the same queries or same logic every day, you can compile it and store it in database. Okay, store it in database as an object. So every time, so any select statement or anything if you are running, So Oracle will first, it will do the parsing. So parsing means it will check the select statement or any statement, it will check. It converts these languages into machine executable language. Then it will check for execution plan and it will execute. So if you are running the same query multiple times every day, every time it needs to parse that query, right? So instead, if you have stored as an object the database, it will be very easy. So that is what we can go with named blocks. So we do have named blocks like a stored procedure. So we have the procedure, yes. We have the stored procedure. We have the stored function. So you can say it's a function, right? So you can have functions and we can have packages. So packages and we can have the triggers. Okay, so these four we are going to learn from today. So first we will start with procedure. So I hope you have practiced our previous class sessions. Like you should have completed cursor, right? We have seen cursor and all the control statements and everything. So we can have this, whatever we have seen so far, like if statement, looping statement, cursor, and all this inside these blocks. Okay, so here also you can have the same thing. And that is what the stored procedure, stored function, packages, triggers will do. So what is this differences? Named blocks, you will see. So stored procedure or function or packages or triggers are nothing but it is a pre-compiled object stored in database. So you can compile it and you can check the errors and you can successfully save that object in the database. After that, you can execute multiple times. Okay, so what is procedure? What is stored procedure? The name itself, it shows that it's a stored procedure, right? Okay, it will be stored in the database as an object. So stored procedure is nothing but it is a pre-compiled object. So we will compile it one time. We will check the errors. We will compile it successfully compiled or not. We will check it. Then it will be stored as an object in the database. So it's like a table, views, and all this, right? This is the PLSQL object. It will be stored in the database. So you can compile once, and then execute multiple times. Okay, that is the advantage of procedures. And it provides reusability. So that means, as I told here, you can compile it one times. You can check the errors and everything. No need to again and again check for the parsing and errors, all this, right? So once it is compiled, that's it. And after that, you can execute. So procedures are explicitly executed by the user. So you can execute procedures or you can schedule it. You can pass some parameters. Okay, so we do have three types of parameters: in parameter, out parameter, in out parameter. So those things we'll see. So by using these parameters only, we can make the procedures dynamic procedures. So we do have two types of procedures in our Oracle. One is static procedure, other one is dynamic procedure. See, static procedures means it will not contain any arguments. Simply procedure alone it will have, and it will display always the same result. Even you can have any database table, you can write it. But the thing is, so if the database data, if it is changing, then result will change. Otherwise, it will display the same result always. So we do have dynamic procedures. So this is what we will use mostly in our real-time projects. Okay. So what is dynamic procedure? Dynamic procedure means it will have an arguments. So might be a in parameter, out parameter, or in out parameter. That's what it will have. So for any procedure, it contains two parts. It is very simple. If you know how to write an anonymous block we will go directly with the declare, right? Instead, the anonymous block, if I want to give some input, how will you give input in anonymous block? You will use the ampersand symbol, right? So ampersand symbol, you can define some variables. So you can get this variable with some variable. Okay, v underscore a is one variable. It's a number data type. And then you can assign some value. Then this is the way you can get the value for this particular variable during the runtime. But here in named block, you can go for parameters or arguments. So we'll call it as a parameter argument. If you are providing the parameter, then it will become a dynamic procedures. So this is the syntax of the procedures. I'll tell you, it's very, very simple. So it will contains two different parts. One is procedure specification and procedure body. Okay, so two things it will have. What is that? Procedure specification and procedure body. So specification is nothing but this is the procedure specification you can have. And if you see this, it's very simple. You can go with create procedure. So one way you can write simply this way, create procedure. So this is a keyword. Whatever you are seeing in the blue color, it is a keyword. Create procedure, procedure name. Okay. So sometimes we will call it, it's a proc name. It's a nothing but it's a procedure name. Then you can put whatever the argument we want to pass. And then so is and begin. So you can use is or as. You can put anything. Begin. So begin and end. This is what we will write. See here within this is and begin, we will write variables, declaration, all this variable we will put. So here we are going to have within that is and begin, we will write all the declaration part. But this is the specification. Okay, so procedure specification. Then what is the meaning of or replace? So what is the meaning of or replace? So if already procedure exists, okay, if already procedure exists, then you can use, if you want to change the procedure functionality, you can put or replace. So one more time, you can execute on the same name, then it will get replaced. So that's what you can use. So create or replace. So we cannot write create or replace table name, right? But we can write create or replace procedure, name of the procedure, argument, and you can give. So what is the input parameter or output parameter? So that you can mention that in means it is input parameter. What is the data type of this parameter? So that we have to define here. Okay. So this is the syntax of the procedure. Syntax of the procedures. See here, create or replace. So this one is optional one. Or replace is nothing but optional one. So create or replace procedure, procedure name, and you can have list of parameters. We can have parameters here. So it's we will call it as the argument. Okay. Like argument means we are passing the value, right? So that's it. Parameters also you will be passing like values for the parameter. You can use either as is anything you can use. Okay. So it's R. So if you're using this way, it is a R condition. So anything you can use, it defines you are starting your body of the procedure. So this is the body of the procedure. Inside you can have the declaration. So whatever the variable you are going to use here, so that variable you can declare here and begin and end. It is an executable section here, and you can have the exceptions. So you can have the exception handling. So exception we will see is separately how to handle all the exceptions. Now you can have this. This is the procedure. Okay. So how to write procedure? Create or replace procedure, procedure name, and list of parameters is declaration, begin, and execution, exception handling. The exception handling is like optional one. So if you want, you can use it. Otherwise, you can leave it. So normally in the try catch block, you use right in our any other programming language, you will use try catch. Same way here, we will use try this. If you're getting any exceptions, you can handle it here. So that's what we'll use exceptions. Okay, first we will start with static procedure. So what is a static procedure? So if you see this is nothing but it marks the beginning of the body of the procedure. Okay, so that's what in between is and begin. That's what we will write all the declaration part. Okay, so here we can have this. Say I'm going to write create or replace. And first, I'm not using any replace. You assume that I'm just using this way. Create procedure, procedure name as begin. Just inside, I'm just using only DBMS output. Welcome to PLSQL session. Just I'm making this way. Okay. So end, that's it. It is similar to your anonymous block, right? But instead, in the procedure, if you see this procedures, so as of now, there is no procedure like greetings, right? So here there is no procedure like greetings. But if I'm going to execute, one procedure will be created. So if you refresh here on the left-hand side, you'll be seeing this procedures, right? So it will have only this particular definition. That's it. It's compiled and it will be stored here. And whether it will be executed, no, it will be compiled. That's it. See, procedure will always compiled. It will be compiled. Okay. If you want to execute it, you can execute this way. EXEC procedure name. That's it. So you can use this way. EXEC then procedure name. So it doesn't have any input parameter, right? So you can go and execute. Then so it will show you the result. So whenever you are going to execute, so that time only the procedure will be called and then it will be executed. See here. And you can execute multiple times. You can execute multiple times here. So it will be executed. So this is static, right? So always it will give you the same result. Is it static? Okay. So can I create same procedure one more time? No, I cannot create it. I will show you name already used by an existing object. So that's what we'll get it. But I want to modify here. PLSQL procedure session, something like that I have to modify. How can I modify? So either you have to drop and recreate. So instead of drop and recreate, you can go for create or replace. If already exist, it will be replaced. So welcome to PLSQL procedure session. So just I'm writing this way. So if I'm going to compile it, so it will be compiled. Then if I'm going to execute, whatever here I have updated, so that will be entered now. So if you want to drop this procedure, so you can make drop procedure name. So just you can make this drop procedure name. You can drop it. It will be dropped. Okay, can I create procedures with table name? You have the table here, customer, right? Yes, on the same schema. Can I create a procedure on the same name of a table or views or anything? If I'm trying to create, it will give you the error, right? So everything is like an object. So you cannot use a table name or say for an example, views, I'm going to use it. So views employees underscore V. So in this name, sorry, employees underscore V, right? So this is the one. If I'm trying to execute this, it will also throw an error saying that name is already used by an existing object. Okay, so all the object will be stored in one place. So it will be like a primary key, and you cannot use the same name of your table or views or any other objects. You cannot use it on the same name. Okay, even for function also, you cannot use the same name of your tables and views. So this is one concept here. Create or replace procedure name, and all this. So drop procedures. So if I want to execute the procedures, say for an example, I have executed this procedure, right? So I'm going to use Control C. This procedure, create or replace, I'm going to execute. This procedure has been executed. Okay. But we are using replace option. So that's what replace you can use, but you cannot replace other object name. Okay, other object name, you cannot replace it. If already existing procedure, it will replace. But other object, it will not be replaced. So if you have created a customer as a table, can I create customer as a view? Can I create customer as a procedure? No, we cannot create, right? We should not create it. That object should not be replaced, correct? That is a different object. So that's why we are getting that error. So I hope you are clear, and that is what it will not be created. So, okay, I have created a procedure. So how can I execute this procedure? Normally you have to use simply in real time of project also. If you are calling any procedures in Informatica Power Center or anything, so just you can use EXEC, the procedure name. That's it. Okay, you can use. So different way you can execute. This is one of the way. So just execute. If you have any input parameter, you have to provide. This is one way. You can use execute. Okay, so completely you can put execute and procedure name. So this will also be executed. Or you can go and execute in the anonymous block. Okay, so begin and end. So this is begin and end, and you can use the procedure name here. That's it. Okay, so this way also you can execute a procedure. So if it is even if it has any argument, yes, you can pass the argument here. And you can use begin and end. You can use this way. Even if you're going to call the procedure in PLSQL, PostSQL, or PreSQL or anything. So this is the way you can call it. So what is a different way? One is execute procedure and EXEC procedure, that is also execute only. And within anonymous block, you can call it. Even inside the procedure also, you can call multiple times. Okay, you can call. So execute procedure name. This way you can call. Okay, so how can I use some parameters? See, we do have three types of parameters. So there are three types of parameters are available. So what is the parameter? See, one is in parameter. So in means passing a value to the procedure. Okay, so you are giving a value to the procedure runtime. So just you can use in, and then you can pass a value at the runtime. So whatever the value you want to pass. So you remember we have used cursor, right? Something you have used cursor or anonymous block, anything we can use. But we have collected some employee ID or some other information, department ID, by using ampersand symbol. Instead, you can use input parameter. That means you are giving a value to the procedure. Next one is out parameter. So out means you are getting a value. Okay, so you are getting a value from the procedure. So that's what you can go with. So input and output parameter. The other one is in out. So in out means the same variable. Okay, same variable or parameter can be used as input as well as output. Okay, so that's what we have. Three types of parameters. So this is the three types of parameters we will use in our even in real-time project also. So do we have any limitations? Limitations on the number of parameters? No, you can pass any parameters. Run in the runtime, mostly like wherever you are finding something like @ symbol in real-time project, it will be passed as a parameter. Okay, you'll be getting this value on the runtime. Might be a table name or batch date or today's date, something like that you'll be getting from the. So whenever you are running that, so that time you are getting. So batch date. What is the batch date? If you are running a batch on this particular date, so that particular date will be passed. So that is what. See, that is dynamic value. Even in parameter also, you are not passing static value. So today is today's date. Tomorrow's date will be passed. And depends. All these parameter values are depends and it will change dynamically. So if you see this particular procedure, so what it will do, it's very simple procedure. Create or replace procedure name. So I'm taking one more procedure. If you want, you can use the same editing itself. Okay. So what is this? See, always use parameter, the parameter name here, and define whether it is an input parameter or output parameter, and what is the data type. See here, while defining the data type, no need to mention what is the length of that particular data type. Okay, so precision and scale, no need to mention. Varchar to date or number, that's it. Okay, no need to mention varchar 2 of 100, no need to mention varchar 2 of 200 and all. So instead of using hard-coded data type here, even you can use any other database table percentage type. So instead of using hard-coded data type, you can use percentage type as well. So percentage type, we have already seen how to use it. And so yes, as anything you can put begin and end. Just we are taking that one procedure. Okay, DBMS output, and I'm giving some hard-coded value hello, and I'm giving some person name. So whatever the person name I'm using, so that particular name I have to print it here. So even how many times I have to print. So that is also I can use by using looping statements. Yes. So, so how many times you have to print the value? So previously you have seen like something like in the looping statement. Okay, we will give the value as some hard-coded value, right? Instead, you can use as the procedures and you can give in this way. So I'm going to execute. So this will be compiled. And if I want to execute this, I have to use exec procedure name. You can put the procedure name here, and within bracket, you have to pass value. Okay. So it's a varchar, right? You can pass within the single quotes. So you can use single quotes. So you can use anything here. Okay. So any name you can use it here. I'm going to execute this. Okay. It will be printed with this. So whatever I'm passing here, so that will be printed here. And this hello, it's a hard-coded value. So that we have passed. Okay. So if it is varchar, I'm not giving a varchar. I'm just passing like this. Okay. Whether it will be executed. See, if it is a number, yes, we can pass this way. But here it's a character, right? If I'm going to pass this way, it will give you error in this way. So what is the error you are getting? So whenever you are getting error, you can see here ORA. So this is Oracle predefined exceptions. It will give you some numbers. Starting from 0 to 1, it is like Oracle predefined one. So above 1 is Oracle user defined exceptions. So user defined exception while coming, I will teach you what is this number says that. And here we have the line number. So where is the line number? Here itself you are getting the error. And column number 21. Okay, so here the wherever you are passing this value, so that is what you are getting one, and encounter the symbol when expecting one of the following. Okay, it is expecting something like this one. So that is what it is getting error. Okay, usually compilation error, we are getting that. And it is expecting something like double quotes or single quotes. So you have to give always single quotes or double quotes. You can execute like this and it will be executed. Okay. So can I give double quotes here? So here, see, I'm using double quotes here. So what will happen? But even if I'm going to give double quotes, it's showing that it should be declared. It is taking like a declaration, okay, variable. So don't give that. So always if it is a varchar, give it like single quotes. Okay. So date, if you are giving, yes, what is the date format you are defining? The same format you have to give. Or while giving the date format, you have to define the format. So this way you can execute in parameter. So this is very simple procedure, right? But we will use the procedures more and more. Okay. So I will tell you how to use it. This is input parameters. So I'm giving a value, right? What is that? This is input. So that input will be taken here. That will be printed. Can I take output from here? Can I take output from here? Yes, you can take output from here. So whenever you want to take output from here, say for an example, if I want to take output from here, so this way I'm going with. So what is the procedure will do? So what is this procedure will do? Just I'm creating one procedure, total one. So total or addition, whatever it may be. So I have to pass one number here, input parameter. Number two, another one parameter. And total, I will get it as an output parameter. So number one is number here, number two also number. And total is, it's also number. But total, you have to get it outside. Create or replace procedure name. So in and output parameters. How many parameters I'm using? 3 parameters. Out of these 3, 2 are input, 1 is output. So we have to remember this. As am I going to use any variable here? No, I'm not using variable. Just I'm finding the total. So total equal to n1 plus n2. This is equal is nothing but assignment operator. Total equal to n1 plus n2. So just I'm using n1 and 2. So I'm going to compile it. So what is the result I will get it? What is the result I will get it? So that result, you can get it as the out parameter here. Out parameter here. I'm going to execute this. So it will be compiled. So how can I execute this? See, directly we cannot execute since it has output parameter. Okay, if I'm going to use this say EXEC and procedure name, and I'm going to give some numbers, 2 numbers. Can I use this way? No, I cannot use it this way. Since it has output parameter, it will show you that wrong number of or types of argument. See why? You have to pass 3 arguments, right? I have passed only 2 arguments. So that's what you will be getting error. The third argument, you can pass it like any value, like something like X. But X, what is that? You have to inform Oracle that what is this X? So X is nothing but it should be declared, right? If you're passing anything, anything other than this N1, N2 or total, so that should be declared. You cannot use this way. So if you want to call this, you have to go for anonymous block. So that you have to use it. So how can I use it? So this way you have to use. See here, this way you can use, or I will tell you the other way. Okay. The other way, 2 ways we can use. So what is that first way? Yes. So begin and end. You can call this procedure total one. I'm passing 7, 8, X. So what is X here? X is nothing but number. I'm just declaring here. So that X I'm printing here. The total of 2 numbers are this one. So this is dynamic value, right? 7, 8 is dynamic value I'm passing. What is this total one? Total one, I'm not declaring anything from here. So that is nothing but a procedure which already we have defined. We have already executed. And I'm going to execute this way. It will give you 15. So for an example, I'm changing the numbers from here. I'm changing the numbers here. Then it will, so only I'm changing the input and output. Based on that, it is changing, right? So this is the way you can call the procedure. This is one way. The other way is you can use this way. Say for an example, here in the procedure itself, create or replace procedure here, inputs number, n2 as number, as total one is a number, begin n1 equal to n2. This way you can pass. And what is the output? So here itself I have declared total. So what is the output I can get? So that should be so even you can call EXEC directly. You can call this and you can use. But here I'm not using any output parameter. So why? Because I have called this one here itself. Okay. So data type is already defined. Again, why should we declare output data type? Where I'm declaring this data type is variable we are here using, right? That variable. Okay, whatever the variable here I'm using, so that variable I'm using. Okay, instead of total, I can use add additions. So what is this addition? So that I'm defining here. It's a number. Then addition I'm placing. So here, if I'm going to use, it will give you the value. You can give some other number also. Okay, so I have defined only number. So, but you are getting, yes, value you are getting, right? So this is the way you can define it. So it's a different way. But here I'm not using out parameter. Just I'm using only two input parameter. So that input parameter itself, you can go here. But if I want to take anything out, yes, you can call the anonymous block, and the block you have to use. Okay, can I use same parameter as an input and output? Yes, you can use. If you see this, create or replace. So I can use create or replace procedure name. This is procedure name. In out multiplication. I'm passing one value here. So some number. It is the in out parameter. So input and output is a number. Okay. So both we are passing. So it is not in space output. Okay. In out. So not in this way. This way. Normally we'll say it's a in out parameter. So this is this parameter, we will call it as, it will act as both input and output. As I do not have any declaration part here, I'll go to begin. So within the begin and end, I'm going to pass x equal to x into 5. So this 5, I'm just giving hard coded value. If you want, you can give any other number also here. Okay, something like, so what is the number you want to pass? You can go for A. A is number, input parameter. So x into this A, how many times you want to proceed? See, whatever x, say for an example, x I'm passing like 10. This 10 will be passed here. 10 into 5, 50. So that will be stored on the same variable, x. So x equal to x into 5. It will store on the same variable. It will be replaced. And this will be passed to the out also on the same. So while coming, it will come value as 10. While taking as an output, it will take value as 50. It will be multiplied by this number and then it will take. Then how can I call this? Same way you have to go for, since it has output parameter, have to go for anonymous block. So how can I use the anonymous block? It's very simple. Declare begin and end. Within the begin and end, I'm passing in out multiplication x. What is this x? If you want, you can directly pass value here, 40 here. But I'm passing x equal to 6. So here I'm just declaring. So that x will be passed here. This x will be passed to the above one. And the 6 into 5, it will be multiplied. And 30 will be printed here. So if you see this, this alone, you might be thinking x equal to 6 in out multiplication. So I'm passing x here and here. So it is not printing like 6. It will print 6 into 5. So 30. So 30 will be printed here. And see this. Even we are calling it from the anonymous block, right? Instead, you can go for the procedure also. Now, why we are getting some error? We'll check. Before that, I haven't compiled here. That's why we got error. And this time, if you see this has been compiled and you are getting this value. So in this example, we have seen if you are saying in, it is nothing but input parameter. If you are saying out, so that is the output parameter. If you are saying in and out both are there, then same variable can be used as an input and as well as output. Create or replace procedure name. So what is the procedure I'm creating? Total salary. For this procedure, what is the input parameter I'm passing? I'm passing employee ID as the input parameter. Okay. So if I'm going to pass employee ID as the input parameter for this procedure, it gives the total salary. Say for an example, in this select star from employees table, in this table, you have the salary, you have the commission percentage. So for each and every employee, we have to find out what is the total salary or whatever the employee ID I'm passing here. So that should be given here. Okay. So how can I do this? How can I find? See here, I'm just writing this. So I will get the input employee ID from here. I'm using select statement inside the procedure. It's very simple. Select salary plus salary into NVL of commission percentage comma 0. So you know already why I'm using this NVL. If commission percentage is null, I'm going to use 0 to replace. Then I'm adding with the salary. Otherwise, you will get null value. After finding this calculation, I'm inserting this value into one variable. So what is this variable? This variable is local variable. So local to the procedure, right? So without that, I cannot take it. Inside the procedure, I cannot use it. From employees, so I cannot use directly this. So why? Because without cursor, I cannot use the select statement, right? So without cursor, if I want to use it, I have to use where class. Where employee ID equal to whatever I'm passing here, that will be passed here. For an example, I'm passing 104 here. So 104 will be passed here. So for that, it will find total salary as 6,000. That particular 6,000 will be stored here. There's a number data type. So that salary I'm just printing here. Okay. I'm going to compile it. Okay. So how can I execute this? Do I need to use anonymous block or I can use execute? So directly I can use execute or anonymous block. You have to use yes. EXEC procedure name, total salary. You can pass it here, bracket. You have to use some employee ID. You have to use this employee ID. Okay. So 106, you assume that 106 I'm passing. Just I'm passing that's procedure successfully completed. It is giving you the value like the total salary of the employee 106 is 4,800. Whatever I'm passing here, just I'm printing here. This total salary of the employee, the input value, whatever I have passed it, I have taken here also is this one. So this is very simple, right? To get it. Say for an example, I'm going to pass something different number. What will happen? This 306 is not available in the employees table. Okay, you are passing this value. What will happen? It will throw an exception. So that is what it is throwing exception. No data found from the objects, right? No data found you are getting. See, this is one kind of exception. If no data found, so we have handled it in the exception, right? So that exception we have to handle here. The exception you have to put, but this exception concept we will see later. Say for an example, you want to pass department ID 20. So for the department ID 20, you have to get all the values. So what will you do? You have to define the cursor inside that. See, this way you have to use. So here you can use where class. See, this is fetch each statement we are writing. Instead, you can go like this. So instead of declare, you can use create or replace procedure name. So this should be followed where class followed by department ID. See, always remember whenever I want to go for multiple rows, you have to go for the cursor. Okay, so we have already seen this, right? So this way you have to use cursor and you have to use exit when not found. If the record is not found, it will come out of the loop. Okay, this way you have to write. So what is the procedure? If you see this procedure, you can see very small only we are writing. Then we will go for something like a if statement, case statement, looping statement, all this inside the procedure. So that time you can able to understand. Okay. So first you go to the procedure, create or replace procedure name, something like proc1 I'm just giving. Okay. Employee number is the input parameter. It's a number data type. Temp is the output parameter. So its output parameter is nothing but it's a employees table, entire table I'm taking. That's a entire table I'm taking. Okay. Percentage row type. Is and begin. Is and begin. I do not have any variable to declare. Just I'm going here, select star into temp from employees where employee ID equal to employee number. So here I'm just passing the employee number. So I'm going to compile it. So it will be compiled, right? So I haven't declared any variable. I haven't provided any temp variable. I'm not displaying here anything. But here in the anonymous block, okay, and the anonymous block, if you see this, declare employee number as number, temp. So this is employees row type I'm using, begin, employee number equal to 105. So procedure 1, employee number temp. This temp will have entire percentage row type, right? So from this temp variable, I'm taking that employee ID, first name and salary. So these three I'm printing. For this 105 employee, will print all this. I can pass this different value, the runtime, then I can get a different value here. So if it doesn't have any number, if it doesn't have any value inside, then so you might be getting error. So that should be handled by the exceptions. So exception I will take later. So this way you can use percentage row type entire row if you want to take. Yes, you can take entire row. So whenever you are running the procedures, so where it will be stored? So here it will be stored as an object. Okay, if you see this total salary, this is like invalid. So if you see this something like invalid here, so why? Because in the total salary procedures, we are writing some select star from employees and execute total salary. All this we are passing, right? So that's why. So you can remove this. You can compile it now. Then if you refresh, okay, it will become a valid one, right? So these are all the procedures are available as of now. Okay, in real-time project, you will not able to see this, right? So real-time project, you want to check how many procedures are there, or you want to use some metadata tables. So you have one table called all underscore procedures. Okay, you can execute this all underscore procedures here. Okay, so all underscore procedures will have all these are all the metadata tables. Yes, you can take procedures. Okay, these many procedures are there. 13 procedures are there. It might be a procedure or function. So you can see here, okay, so you are seeing 13, right? So why? So here the object type is procedure or function or trigger or packages. So everything it will display. Do we have any package? No. That's why package is not showing. See all the 4 named blocks, it will show you. So triggers, procedures, functions, packages. So packages we'll see tomorrow or next week, but this is what it will show you. Okay, procedure and functions. So in this particular schema, how many procedures are there and all these details you can see here on the all underscore procedure. So one more table is there, user underscore procedures. Okay, so user underscore procedures also you can check here same way. So both are like same table only. So there is no differences of this, and you can find procedures, function, all this, and you can use user procedure is nothing but whatever the user you are going to run. So that procedure alone it will show you. All underscore procedure means other schema procedure also you can able to see here. See here all procedures. It gives all the procedures. System procedure also showing, right? But user procedure will not show you that all the procedure. It will show you only for the particular user. What is the user? HR schema? Yes. HR schema user procedure alone it will show you. Okay. But how can I get the source code of the procedure? So you want to get the source code of the procedure, then you have to use all source, the one of the table. Okay, this table will have all procedures data. You can execute this. You can see here all underscore source. So it will give you this text here. So you can take the text from here. It will show you. So all this. So what is this? All underscore source, but it will contain all the procedure source, but you have to go for only whatever the procedure we have written, right? So that we have to go for. So if you use all underscore source code, it's a source code. Here we are taking only text where owner equal to HR and type equal to procedure and name equal to add job history or any name you can put here, whatever we have written. So just you can execute, you'll get this procedure code. So how many input parameter we are passing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you see this procedure, are you seeing any input parameter here? Are you seeing any input parameter here? So actually you have to replace this double quotes. If you are not seeing any input or output, it will automatically takes, by default it takes us input parameter. So I will replace this. So what is the procedure will do? Procedure, add job history. We have to pass employee ID, start date, end date, job ID, department ID. All this we have to pass. It will take, what is the data type here? It will take job history table, employee ID. That data type it will take here. We are not defining a data type hard coded value. So runtime, what is the data type of this particular table contains, it will take. So better you have to use schema name also here. In real-time project, don't forget to use the schema name. And sometimes if you have multiple databases, so you have to use database name, dot schema name, dot table name, dot column name. So, but here I'm not using whether it is an input parameter or output parameter. So if you don't use, it will take it like an input parameter only. Okay. If you don't use it, say for an example here, I'm not using this one as the input parameter. I'm not using as an input parameter. Okay, just to simply I'm going to execute this. Will it be executed? So I'm not using any input parameter. Yes, it will be executed. If you want to execute, so you can use procedure name. You can pass some person name. So you can put any name. So here you can put any name here. So it will be taken as input parameter. Okay. So if you don't define by default, what is the parameter it will take? It will be input. What is the type of the parameter? Is the input parameter it will take. But if you want to define, yes, explicitly you can define as in parameter. Got it? Like why do we need this procedure or functions or whatever it may be? If you ask, okay, what is the get implies? All this if you're asking, see, in real-time project, for a particular project, you'll be writing some transformation logic. You'll be writing some transformation logic. If you want to write a customized transformation logic or customized business logic for our project in PLSQL code, in SQL code, so that time you'll use procedure. So procedure with cursor, this one we'll see now. See here I'm passing this one where row number less than or equal to 3. Instead, you can use it for this way. I told, right? I'll tell you this. So I got one question. Do we have any alternative to cursor? See, alternative to cursor, cursor is nothing but, as I told, if you want to go for something like a looping, okay, so you want to get more data from base statement, base table, then we will go for the cursor, right? If you want to go for instead of cursor, if you want to go for anything else, you have to go for bulk collect. So that we will say after some time. What is the difference between create or procedure versus S? There is no differences. You can put anything. Okay, so you are asking, I think, what is the difference between is and S, right? So you can use anything. Say for example here. Okay, so I'm using instead of S, I'm using is. So that's what I told already. So both are R function, R functionality. You can use this, right? So where I have explained, yeah, here. So anything you can use, no issues. So this tells that, so within that is or begin, it's a declaration part. Okay, is or as defines that, okay, it is starting the declaration. That's what you'll go for the declaration part. Both you can use, okay? So even if you're using is, you can execute this one. It will be compiled. It will be compiled. There is no issues. Okay, so now we will go for, so how to get the uh, employee details. If I'm going to give for a particular table, I want to get like 3 employees. Okay, say for an example, 3 employees I have to get. So create only 3 employees or departments, whatever you may be, you can go for create or replace. So this is something like you are going to create or replace. I'm just writing the procedure. Procedure name is, I'm going for the some get employees. Okay, get underscore employees. So this is the procedure name I'm going to write. I do not have any input and output parameter, and is, so within and this and begin. If you want, you can declare any variable. You can go for the end. So this is what we will write. Within that, you will write. So how can I use the cursor? So how will you use the cursor here? So where will you use cursor? In the declaration part, right? So you can use the cursor. So how will you declare the cursor? So cursor C1 is select statement, right? So I want to select the name of the employee. and salary. If you want, you can get phone number or whatever it may be. So I'm just selecting first name, salary. From employees where I want to go for, it's like I'm not passing any value here, where row number less than or equal to 5. So 5 employees I want to get. Okay. So 5 employees. So what is this first name and salary? So that we have to declare here, right? So v underscore first name. Yes, it's a variable. You can go with employees table dot first name percentage type, right? What is the salary here? Same way. So why? Because I have to print this v underscore salary. Same employees table, salary data type. So I have declared it. But instead of declaring first itself, you can first write the code and then you can write. So how will you start the cursor? First of all, so what will you use? After cursor declaration, what you have to use? You have to go for open, right? Open and close. Within open and close, you can start the loop, end loop, correct? So within the loop and end loop, you can use the code fetching, fetch C1, right? C1 into first name. That is what we have used here. V first name. That's it, right? Exit one. C1 percentage not found. Okay, so here I can go with the DBMS output. DBMS. I want to display just DBMS output. Dot put underscore line. I have to put employee name. This name I'm passing here. Employee name. And same way I have to pass employee salary. V salary. Okay. See what is that I'm going to do? You can use, okay, for an example, top 5 salaried employee you want to take. Yes, you can write the select statement here. Order by salary, descending, right? Can use where this one, order by salary. So this statement, if I'm going to execute this alone, I'm just executing. I'm getting these 5 salaries of 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, just I want to display top 5 salaried employees data on the procedures. So here I'm just using order by class. Okay, order by class. This is one of the statement you assume that, okay? And if I'm going to compile it, procedure compiled. That's it, right? So how can I execute it? EXEC get employees. That's it. I'm not passing any input parameter. Just you can use execute. See here. See top 5. See if you want to print, you can print it this way. Whatever the way you want to print, you can print it here. So can you modify this procedure, whatever I have explained, I have given as an exercise here itself. Can you modify it now? Just to try. I have to get the department ID from the user Okay, get employees department ID from the user. So how will you get? So how will you get in underscore department underscore ID? It is a in parameter. What is the data type? You can use number data type. Instead of using like this, you can use this way also. Not salary. Here you can use department underscore ID. Okay. So this way also you can use create. Previous one you are clear, right? Get employees. See, this one is available here. You can, if you want, you can check it here. So how to use this? Where department underscore ID equal to in underscore department ID. You are getting the first name and salary. Get employees. Is it correct? Is it correct or not? Yes. Get employees. You can pass the department ID here. In 30th department, how many employees are there? Select star from employees where department ID equal to 30. You can ask me, so why you are writing this much complex procedure? If you are writing simply like this, then it will give you the result, right? Okay, there are 6 employees are there. It will give you the result. Why you are writing complex? See, this is not only for this type of issue. So we are passing this as a parameter, the runtime. Can I use this way? Can I use instead of this? How can I pass the values runtime? Okay, it is not only simple SQL. We are getting the value from the table and we are processing it. Okay, so I'm going to execute the statement now. See, I have to get 6 records. These first name I have to print and their salary should be printed. So you can go here. It will be printed. Are you getting it? See, one time only we are executing, right? If you are passing different one, 60 I'm passing. So based on this department ID, sorry, I think I have closed. Based on the department ID, you will get this value. So even if you want to go for, okay, how many employees are there? First you have to print number of employees. Then all the employees, their salary you have to print. You can put some tabular form also here. So you can, if you want to format it, yes, you can format by your way. So what is functions? So this is also one of the named blocks. It is very similar to PLSQL procedures. And what is the function? What is this function? And what is this function? What is this function will do? See, all are functions, right? So what is these functions? These functions are Oracle predefined functions, right? These functions are Oracle predefined functions. See, it is like a global. Globally, if I'm going to give, these are all the global requirement. Yes, for all of them. If you are going to give some string, I want to take this. Okay, it's a reusability. I want to take from the given string, I have to take the substring, or from the given all the values, I have to take maximum value, or rank I have to take. See, these are all the predefined function. Oracle already defined it. So if you open the function, yes, you can see the source code. So how they have written. So go for, okay, these many characters you have to pass and you have to take this value. So you can see these functions, how they have written. So if you're using substr, this is a string, right? It's a substring. Sub, substring of given string, all this you are giving. That means it will take from the given string, it will take some string, right? So you want to go for some string? Yes, you can take from here. I want to take, yes, I can go for substring. See how they have written. this one, I have to pass some arguments here. Okay, this is the string. I have to pass. Okay, so this many character I have to 3 to 5 characters I have to take. So something like that. Okay, 1, 2, 3 you have to take. Yes, it will take 1, 2, 3. So from first character to 3 characters I have to get. These things they have already defined. If you open this function, Oracle, so they have defined. Okay, you have to if they are giving from here start position from here to here, these many characters I have to take. So those things they have already defined. Oracle itself. Whatever the functionality is common for all the users, they have already created. The Oracle has created. But if you go to a particular project, I'm going to a particular project. In the project, I will have my own transformation logic, right? For the reusability. So I want to find out tax calculation for all my employees. Okay, salary calculation for all my employees. Okay, something different. Okay, so you want to calculate bonus for all the employees. Something like that you have to calculate. See, this is my customized one. For my employees, I'm going for the customized one, right? I cannot expect this one from my Oracle database. I cannot expect this one. So I can write my own functions for my project needs. This is also reusability purpose only, but I can write my own customized function or procedures for my project. See, one difference is if I want to execute function, you can execute like in the select statement, right? If I want to execute a function, how we are executing this function? Select statement, right? But I cannot execute the procedure on the select statement. So remember this. Function you can execute on the select statement. Procedures you cannot execute on the select statement. That is one difference. Okay. So if you see this function is a named PLSQL block, which is similar to procedure. Yes. The major difference between PLSQL function and procedure, function return always a value. Okay, it will return always a value, whereas procedure may or may not return a value. Okay, it may return or it may not return. You are using out parameter, yes, it may return value. But if you are not using, it may not return a value, right? But function, you have to always use the keyword called return. Okay, without that, the function will not be compiled. A function is a subprogram, yes, that returns a value when it is called. It is stored in database or declared within a block. Functions can return more than one value via out parameters. Functions can accept default values, yes. So any values. This is the same way we will define create or replace. The keyword will change here. Function, that's it. Function, function name. You can same way you can open the bracket here. You can put parameter 1, parameter 2, parameter 3, in or out, data type, and you can close it. You can use one extra keyword here, return. Whatever we are returning here value, so that return value data type you have to mention here. If you are returning a value here, in the substring, what we are returning, we can return character, we can return anything, right? So that data type you have to define here. Okay, return value. So what is the return value? Yes, we have to use is begin. You can use the declaration statement, begin and end. You write the executable statement here. Then you have to write return value, exceptions. Okay, so you can have the same way. What is this function will do? Okay, what is this function will do? It's very simple function. So it's our own function we are writing. F underscore count. Is there any function like F underscore count in Oracle? No, right? We are writing. That's our own function. So are we passing any value to this? No, we are not passing any value. Return values number data type. Yes, and begin. We are using the declaration part. So this one you can do after some time. Select count of star. Okay, we are selecting the count of star into some variable from employees. Return whatever we are using here, that will be returned. See, how can I execute this function? You can execute simply on the select statement. So function should always execute it on the select statement. So you have to use this f count this way. You can use, okay, it will give you how many number of records are there in the employees table. So always it will give you the same result. This one, our own function, right? Whether we are passing any input parameter, no, we are not passing any input parameter. So that is the way we can pass here. An example, if you want to pass, so count y selects count of star, count of star has taken. Yes, we are finding that how many number of records are there, right? See, this is a SQL statement. This SQL statement we are going to execute. This will be stored this value, right? So that's it. So within the begin and end, you can use any select statement. So that we can use it. Count of star, it will give you only one record. So that will be stored here. Anyhow, it will going to return only one value, right? Can I use group by here? Group by. If you use group by, can function return more than one value? Yes, we can return. Okay, so here I have mentioned, right? Function can return more than one value via out parameter. Yes, we can do. Okay, we will come to that. Can I use group by here? Group by department ID I'm using. Group by department ID. I'm passing like department ID here. So I'm going to execute. Runtime, we are getting error, right? Exact fetch returns more than requested number of rows. Are you getting it now? I think your question is why we are using the aggregated function. Yes, even if you are using aggregated function in the select statement, anyhow it will return one value only, right? But if you are using group by, it will return more than one value. So that is why we are getting this error. Got it? So if you are getting this kind of error, okay, you can assume that, okay, we are returning more than one value. What you have to do to resolve this, what you have to do? Yes, you can use cursor here. Okay, I hope you are clear. Yes, this is what, see, now you are able to understand, right? If you are getting any error related to this in real-time project, so that time, okay, you have to understand why this error is happening and all this. That's why we are going with very slowly, one by one. Okay, even if you are going to have some complex procedure or function, that time you should be able to understand. So what is this function will do? Create or replace function name. This is the input parameter I'm passing. So return varchar2 as vResult. So vResult I'm storing here. It's nothing but hello, whatever I'm passing the person name, and return this one and end. So you can use simply end wherever you're starting begin and end, or you can put the function name or procedure name, whatever it may be. So then you can use select hello function, open bracket. You have to pass person name. So any person name you can pass here from dual. Dual is the dummy table. Don't use control enter. You have to select this one and then you have to do. See, I'm passing only NIC, but it is printing hello NIC. So from where it has taken the hello, it has taken from here. Okay, so this is very simple. Okay, so can I use the same way something like salary hike? We'll go for employee ID I'm passing. Okay, so employee ID I'm passing as input parameter. So what is the function will do? Create or replace function, employee function. We are passing employee ID as the input. So employee ID as the input in number. And here I'm passing return as number, salary, new salary. begin select salary into V salary from employees where employee ID equal to this one. If V salary greater than or equals to 10,000, then incrementing by 10 percentage, else 20 percentage, end if return. So I'm going to execute this. Okay. So how can I compile it? How can I execute it? Select employee function, bracket, I have to pass employee number, right? From dual. This is one employee ID I'm passing, 9,600. But how can I pass? Is it possible to use here on the employees table, employee ID, first name, salary hike? So is it possible to use this way? Instead of 120, what I can use? Pass the employee ID from employee, from employees. See, this is, what is this? Employee, some new salary. Okay. Incremented salary. You can use this way. It's a column name. See, you assume that we have already executed. You forget about this. I'm just executing this. Forget about the procedure, the function which I have already executed. So just simply I'm executing employee ID, first name, salary. And you may ask question, what is this EMP underscore function? Right? This is user defined function. So what is this? You have to check in the function here. It's a user defined function. Go here. You check what is this EMP underscore function and what it takes, what it will return. Just you can give here. Oh, sorry, salary here. And I'm going to pass. See, it is giving employee ID, first name, salary, and incremented salary. So where from this, where is taking the logic? You are able to understand now? See, this logic has been taken from the function. Whether this function is Oracle defined already? No. We have taken our own function. We have written our own function for our project, and we are passing as the input parameter from the table, and it is calculating the salary for all the records. You can store this result into one table. If you are going for complex logic, now you are able to understand, right? How this function will be used in real-time project. If you are using some complex logic, you are executing insert into one table. Okay, some table you are writing, table one. You can use brackets, right? See, whatever the column in the table one contains these columns, it will get inserted over there, and the calculation we have done it. So from this, you can take the reports. Got it? So instead of every time to find the calculation here, we have written already calculation. We have already pre-compiled. So from the pre-compiled object, you can take it. So what is the advantage of functions? So we can write our own user defined functions. So what is the functionality of this one? Create or replace function salary hike same way. I'm passing as the employee ID as the input parameter. Return is number. Select job ID. I'm selecting the job ID salary into V job, V salary from employees where employee ID equal to this one. Case when V job equal to AD underscore VP. See, whatever you are providing the employee ID, that particular employee's job is AD underscore VP, then if their salary is less than 20,000, incrementing by 50%, else we are not doing any raise. End if coming out of the end if. When job equal to clerk, then see like this we are performing. See, based on the job, based on the salary, we are incrementing some values. See, these type of calculations is the business logic. So now you are able to understand. See, this job ID clerk is not available. You have to use job ID, the exact job ID here. Then it will be executed correctly. So I'm going to execute this. See, the same way you can use select employee ID, comma, first name. See, actually you have to use correct job ID here, but I haven't used correctly. I'm using only clerk. There is no job ID like clerk. Then it will go to else part, raise equal to 0, it will go. Then you can use salary here, comma, job ID, this function name. So within bracket, you have to pass employee ID, right? From employees. So it will be, this will be calculated for all the employees. This is one of the user defined function. If you run this, okay, case not found. See, some issues are there inside the case that we have to check it actually. Okay. This case statement, we are getting some issues, right? So in the case, something here, I think so. Some issues is happening. We have to find, but this is what you have to run this. And if you put one particular employee, it will find, but some other employees is not finding. See, so this employee it is giving you the result, but other employees it is not giving because of the job ID it is not available there. 103. Yes, 103. What is that? We have to check. Select star from employees. So what is that 103? See, AD underscore VP, it is working correctly. So some other job is coming, it is not working. So that means some case statement, it is not performing. We have to go for else part. So this is the one we are going for the leap year, non-leap year. Create or replace function is leap year. We have to pass year as the number. Return data type is varchar2. It will return like whether it is a leap year, non-leap year. But the thing is we are passing here as the number only. Select whatever we are getting the year, just we are making here 1st February 2021. Okay, into this one DDMONYYY into this one, right? Variable day. If variable day equal to 29, then here we are taking DD only. Last day of the given one. Are you getting it? Last day of the 1st February 2021 or 2023. Last day it will give you 28. If it is 28, it will give you non-leap year. If it is 29, it will give you leap year. I have executed. I'll go for select this leap year of 2023. I'm passing from dual. Actually, instead of year, you can pass higher date as well. It is a non-leap year. You are passing 24. It will give you as an leap year. So you can rephrase this particular statement to get the higher date from our employees table. Get the higher date of employees table. Okay, so from the higher date, you can take the year part alone, then take this one. Same functionality. From where the date is calling. See how they are calculating 2023. Assume that I'm passing a value 2023. From the 2023, we are making 01 Feb. See, different logic you can follow. We are concatenating 0, 1 Feb concatenation to care of whatever you are passing here. It will be concatenated like this, right? Yes. After that, we are converting this into to date. DDMON hyphen YYI format. Yes, we have converted in this format. From this format, we are taking last day of the one. Last day. What is the last day of this one? For 20 February 2023, 28th Feb, last day of the month, right? 2023. From this last day, we are making two char. We are taking only DD. DD part means date part alone we are taking. So from here, I'm taking 28. So if it is 28, I'm making that non-leap year. If this DD is giving you 29, then we are passing leap year. We are not passing any. See, this is one way. The other way is whatever the higher date you might be passing inside the higher date, you can get the date part. You can divide by 4. Modulus you can use, remainder you can use. See, different way of finding. That is your wish. See, this is what, if you are able to understand what is last day, what is to date it will do, what is to char it will do, what is dual, what is if function, return, else function, all these are we have seen already, right? One by one, we have seen already. Create or replace function name. What is the return? Return is data type. Okay, varchar2, it is returning. Why? Because it is returning. Varchar2 only it is returning, right? It's a leap year, yes. Return varchar2 is within the day we are passing a variable, then we are getting it. Say for an example, substr, substring of given string, comma, I'm passing only 5 here. Or I'm passing 1,3. Okay, 1,3. What is this functionality called? So there is a difference. So here, how many argument you are passing? 2 argument. Here, how many argument you are passing? 3 argument, right? But function name is single function. Single function name, right? In this function, you are passing 2 argument. In this function, you are passing 3 argument. How it will work? So if you are giving like this, already you should have created a function like this, right? Should have given 1 argument or 2 argument or 3 argument. But here I'm passing in 2 way. This will also work, right? This will also works. How? What is the functionalities meaning? We should have learned this concept in data structure. It's called function overloading, correct? Function overloading. That means you are giving same function name with a different number of argument, right? Same function with a different argument. See, if you are giving 2 argument, one function will be called. If you are giving 3 arguments, another function will be called. Whichever the function you have already executed with 2 argument, so that will be called here. Whichever the function you have executed compiled with the 3 arguments, that will be called from here. So this is called function overloading. This concept you'll see tomorrow's session. Okay, but I'm giving you the heads up. What is the meaning of at symbol before variables? Yeah, those are parameters. At employee ID means you are passing the value. So those are parameters. See, this employee ID, you are passing from outside the package, say for an example, function or procedures or whatever it may be. If you want to call this EXEC, some procedure name, okay, employee hike, salary hike, something like that. And I'm passing employee ID here, right? This 102 is the hard coded value I'm providing. Now I know the value. But in real time, how it will be passed? This value will be passed like this at employee ID. What is at employee ID? That will be given the runtime through some scheduler or parameter files. You should have some parameter files and all this. So these denotes dynamic value at the runtime. Okay. So we do have concept of dynamic SQL, all this. So that time I will tell you all this. Okay. This is one more example of functions. Just I have created one table. I'm creating one table, employee info. So employee ID here, it is a primary key, first name and last name. Just I'm creating table called employee info. And I'm creating one more table, employee address details. This is employee details and their address details. We are maintaining it in different table. So different table. So how can I join these two tables? So by using this employee ID. Okay, this employee residing this particular address, right? So for each address, I will give address ID. Okay, in this address, this particular employee, this particular city, that's what we are maintaining the relationship. If you see this reference, which one is the parent table? If you give reference for this employee, which one in this two tables, which one we have to create first? Employee table or address details table? Which one should be created first? We should create employee info table. Why? Because we are referencing here. If you straight away, if you go and create this table, since you are referring this table, it cannot be created. That's why we are creating this table first and then second. Okay, this table. So, okay. So even I got one question from one of the student, this kind of error. Okay, if you are getting this kind of error, if you are finding this kind of error, it is clearly showing that, okay, so always if you are running any statement, if you are getting any error, right? Okay, just to look at this error. Okay, this is what you can improve your knowledge. See, it's very simple. The showing name is already used by an existing object. That means we have already created. Table it has been already created on the same name. You cannot create one more time, right? So even if you are not able to understand, just copy this error. Okay, Control C and Google it and find, okay, what is the error. So that is what we can improve our knowledge. Okay, so now I'm going to insert some data. Okay, two records I'm just inserting, right? So two records for this employee info, two employees, Rakesh and John. So that I'm going to insert it and I'm going to insert their address here, right? Which address they are working at. If you want, you can make it like a different address. Okay. So if you want, you can make it like a different address here. So I'm just two rows inserted. I will insert another two rows. I'm just committing it. So finally we can commit it, no issues. And I'll go for some functions. You see this, what is the function will do? What is the function will do? Creating a function, get complete address. Okay, so to get the complete address, I'm creating the function. What is this? Create or replace. Okay, I got one question related to this one. How to use alter procedure statement? Alter procedure means you want to alter the definitions. Alter the definition, you have to use replace. See, normally alter function, we will not do it. We will go for create or replace. So you have already created, but again, if you want to modify it, that's why we are using or replace. Okay, so create or replace function name. We are passing the employee ID as the input parameter. Even if you don't mention here input parameter, give you error or it will execute. See, even if you don't mention here in, by default it will be considered as input parameter. Okay. So remember this. Sometimes they will not give any input parameter here in here. If you are making function or procedure something like this, if they are not mentioning anything here, so you can assume that okay, it's the in parameter. Get complete address. Okay, address is varchar, right? So just why that is the reason I'm returning this varchar2. No need to mention the length of the varchar2. Just you can mention return varchar2. And within this is and begin, it is a variable. So variable, I'm getting employee details. It is a varchar2 of 130 characters. I'm just mentioning. Okay. Begin. So begin and end. Within the begin and end, I'm using one select statement. That's it. Okay. Select all the details. Okay. Name hyphen. It will take first name, right? EMP dot first name. What is EMP? EMP is nothing but employee info. We are making like alias name, right? So employee info. What is address? Address is nothing but employee address details. See, there is no table like address. There is no table like EMP. Whatever, this is alias name. Okay, table alias. We have seen column alias, right? But this is called a table alias. Whenever you are looking at any join queries, that's what you have to interpret. Okay, first name you are getting, then last name, city, state, country, and zip code. The employee ID is there in different table. You are passing the employee ID. Okay, it will get joined these two values. Okay, then you will get employee address as the output, right? Employee details. Employee details is nothing but the concatenation of all the values, right? All the values. So if you pass this employee ID here, you will get concatenation of all the values and it will be stored as the employee details. So 130 characters, 130 characters, even you can go for 1000 characters, no issues. And if you see this, how many characters maximum I can use? Varchar2, 4000 character, correct. If I have more than 4000 character, how can I handle it? Log. Okay, your log, you want to send one particular log into one particular column. Job error log. You have to, okay, this is a job ID. This job has been executed. Status equal to failed. If the status equal to fail, you have to put the error log. Status equal to success, then put here the success log. That should be put in one particular column. So how can I handle it? If it is more than 4000 characters, you have to use LOB, large object. Okay, so this is what we are selecting here and we are storing it into this temporary variable, right? This variable. After that, so select statement into this and we are returning it finally. So you can use, okay, so if I'm not going to use end get complete address, will it fail or it will not fail? So what is this? Why we have to use end this one? Is it mandatory or without this also I can run? So without this also I can run. So why we are writing this way, right? Just we are mentioning, okay, here we are starting here, begin, and we are ending this. The end statement, we may have so many end statement, right? End if, end loop. So all this you'll have, case statement, all the end will have. So we may not know if you are going to write a big query, right? Big PLSQL code, we may not know which end it is. So if you are using a lot of if statement, case statement, and procedures and everything, inside the package, you are using a lot of end statement, then we may not know. So which one it is getting in. That's why I'm using end here. Okay. So even if you don't use, yes, it will run. So I'm just compiling it. So compile one time. So get complete address compiled. So how can I execute? See, if you have employee ID in one particular table, and this is a table, right? Say for an example, select start from employee info. Okay, employee info. This is a table, right? This table I'm just executing. So what is the column you will get? You'll get first name. Yes, first underscore name. Sorry, employee ID you want, right? So I need employee ID, first name, then their address. I do not want last name. I need address. So how can I pass here? How can I get the address here? Just to take this address, get complete address here. So this is the function name. So use the function name here. You have to pass the EMP ID, right? So that should be a parameter here, right? In parameter. Yes, if you pass this EMP ID or the corresponding employee ID, it will display the address, right? See here. See how you are displaying it. From where you are getting this particular details. You are running the statement from employee info. But how you are getting the employee address? So you can make address as the column name. So we are not joining the table. We are not joining the table, right? Somebody has already did the code. Somebody has already did the code. Your customer is running the code. Okay, your customer, they're running some calculation. They want to do it. They have employee ID. If they are making the employee ID here, it should calculate your year-end tax. You assume that in that way. They need to get year-end tax for every employee ID and their first name, all these details. They will send only employee ID as the input parameter. That's it. But how they are getting all the details here? Somebody else already written this particular code. So that's what we will write the function. See, this function is called user defined function. So what is the function? It is called user defined function. So our own customized function. So this function is not available in Oracle by default, right? So we have written how we will write substring, in-string, concatenate, all this. Same way, we have used one function called get complete address. So even if you're removing all this, okay, if you're removing all this, you are saying your customer that in our project we have one function called get complete address. If you pass the employee ID, it will give you the address. That's it. We may not know what is there in the inside this function, right? See, that is the use of functions in real-time project. Even if you want to run, this way you can run. From dual, yes. From dual, if you're running, you have to hard code the value, right? So just I'm passing the value in here. But if you want to run, this way also you can run it. Since it is a function, you can pass it from statement, this employee statement, okay? And you can execute. So you can simply mention that I'm passing the value here. So this way also execute DBMS output, get complete address of 20. So I'm just passing this, right? So it will give you a complete address of the 20th employee. This way also I can execute. Same way we are having person salary details. So we are giving the same way here. We create or replace function. We are calculating the tax. Some calculation we are doing it. So inside, but you can write this way. Okay. Say for an example, select full name we are selecting and we are selecting the salary as annual salary and salary dot year. Just we are taking which year and calculate tax. So what is this calculate tax? It is a function name. So this function name will be called, and even you can pass this value since we are using this person, right? So 101, what is this? From which table it is coming? So 101, it's coming from person. So you can mention that person table, person ID. So that you can pass it here, no issues. Person ID is there in two tables, right? So you have to mention person ID. So if you are passing this way, no need to pass like hard coded value here. That's it. So you can pass it. If two persons are there, you will get all the two-person name. Dual, you can use it. Dual, you can use it, no issues. Dual means you are passing the value, hard coded value, right? So here, if you're using dual, Dual means you are passing the value, right? You're passing the hard-coded value. If you see this, I go to the above one. See, this is what dual. So what is the difference you are seeing here? The above one and this one. You can put, but you cannot put the employee ID first name here. So why? Because it's a dual dummy table. I'm passing 10 as the hard-coded value here, right? Hard-coded value. But if you have hundreds of employee ID, for all the employee ID, one by one, we won't need to pass like this, right? You can run like this and it should be executed for, it will be passed in the runtime. This DML operations in PLSQL customer. Okay, this table I will take. So this table I will take. We have to have the table, create table, table name, customer, customer ID. It's a number data type, customer name. It's varchar 2 of some 30 and customer mobile number, right? Mobile. It's a number of 10, 32. I think it's age. It's a number. And this is something like city ID. You assume that. Okay. So this is the one table I'm just creating. Just I'm missing right parenthesis where I'm missing. Okay, here number. Okay, so I will create this table I have created. Yeah, you can. So always, if you are writing any table statement, always follow this type of statement. Okay, like this. So even if you are going to give it to this DDL statement to your deployment team, always give like this formatted one. You have to give always. So just to format it and try to give. Okay, this table we have created, right? This is anonymous block. This is anonymous block. If you want to use it, stored procedure, create or replace. Okay, procedure, procedure name, insert customer. This is a procedure name, right? Then you are not using any variable here, right? You are not using any variable and just to begin. So within that, you are passing some values here and you are committing and ending, right? Begin and end. You can pass these values we have, right? See, these values you can pass it. If you want to pass in the runtime, yes, you can pass all the values in the runtime. But here I'm just hard coding. See, if I'm going to send this value, okay, this value here as it is this way, every time if I'm going to call this procedure, then always it will insert this same data. So we have to use is or as, right? So just I'm using it and I have created the procedure. Okay, just I have created the procedure. If I'm going to take this table, select star from this table, how many records will be there in the table? Can you tell me how many records will be there in the table? So now I'm going to execute this. If I'm going to check this one, how many records will be there in the table? If I'm going to execute the statement, nothing will be there in the table. Why? I just compiled it. That's it, right? I just compiled it. I haven't executed it, right? I haven't executed. So how can I execute? EXEC procedure name. So do we have any parameter? No, I do not have any parameter. Just execute this. Then only it will execute. It will enter one record into the table. One more time if I'm going to execute. One more time execute. It will insert one more record, right? one more record, one more record. See, you have compiled one time, but executed multiple times. Multiple record will be created. If you have created this customer ID as primary key, then you can handle it by using exception here. Got it now? See how to use insert statement inside the procedure? Yes, this is what. See here, but I want to make it like a parameter. So what will you do? A parameter. Same way you have to pass. For an example here, in customer ID, right? Sorry, in underscore cust ID as the number data type. Sorry, number data type. Next one, what is this? In underscore cust underscore name. It is the varchar2 data type, right? Varchar2. Then next one is mobile number, right? In underscore mobile underscore number. This is a number data type, comma. Okay. So I will use this way. See, this is number. Then age city ID. So age in underscore age. It's a number. In underscore city underscore ID. It's a number. Okay. So should I mention that input parameter? No need. If you are not mentioning here, that will be taken as input parameter only. Create or replace procedure name, all this. See here, if you want, you can mention here the customer ID, customer name, and mobile number. Okay. So just I'm passing that, I'm making commit. And if you want to handle it exceptions, so you can put exception. Just I have used it. Truncate, okay. Truncate table name. I will use truncate table I have used. So here I'm just executing it. There is no data. I have compiled already, right? I have compiled. Procedure has been compiled. If you see this, there is no data in the table. But if can I execute this directly? No, I cannot execute, right? So I cannot execute. A wrong number of type of argument, insert cust. See how many argument I have to provide. 5 argument I have to provide. First argument, okay, this value. Then second argument, okay, this value. Third argument, mobile number. Then some, okay, you can mention this age and city ID. Procedure completed successfully. So we already committed here. Just execute. See, it will insert, right? So you are passing the value here. We are not writing insert statement and all. Just we are passing the values. It will go and insert. See, you can execute the same statement with the different records. So this will be passed in the runtime also. Means as a parameter, you can pass it. You can put some parameter here. The runtime, you will get the parameters. You will pass it here. Data will get inserted. See, this is what you have to use. Insert statement in the PLSQL procedure. Next concept, okay? So I will take this one, this function. So what is this function will do? Select substring of given string. Welcome to PLSQL session. So I'm making here 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So just I'm making 12 here from dual. So what is the result? We'll get it. Select substring. Just I'm using PLSQL session. So here I'm passing this rate 12. What is the result? You will get it. So I'm passing here 12, 5. Okay. So 12, 5 I'm passing from dual. See, same function name, right? Substring of this one. So first statement, what is the result? Second statement, what is the result? Correct. First statement, we will get PLSQL session, right? It's very simple. You'll get PLSQL session. Second statement, we will get PLSQL alone, right? Same function only. Function name is same, but number of argument will be different, right? See, here you are passing 2 argument. Here you are passing 3 argument. If you pass 2 argument, then it will be calling different function. If you are passing 3 arguments, it will be calling different function. These 2 functions will be already there in the system. See, if you take this example, the above one, what is the function will do? This function, create or replace function, add number, A as input parameter, B as input parameter, return type is A number, C is number, C equal to A plus B, return C. So just I'm executing it. Compilation completed. Okay. One more function I'm writing. In this same function name I will use add number. Same function name I will use, but I will use one more here. C underscore number return D equal to number. D equal to A plus B plus C. Okay. A plus B plus C. Just I'm compiling it. So compiled, right? Has been compiled. So now I'm going to use this way. Select add num 4, 3, 4, 5 from dual. So what is the result? Oh, sorry, return D, right? Otherwise it will return C. See, I'm using return D. I have compiled it. See, I'm going to use this one. So what is the result? Okay, I'll get the data. Well, okay, I'm running 3, 4. 3, 4. Insufficient input parameter. Okay, but we have compiled, right? We have compiled. A is number, B is number. 2 argument only we are passing. Also, we have compiled already, right? It has been compiled. Then it should return 7, but it will not return 7. It will throw error. Okay, wrong number or type of argument, right? So that's what we will get error. Why? What happened here? See, very first time if I execute, it will be compiled. Okay, it will be compiled, right? It will be compiled, add number. But if you are this number alone, if you are going to use, if you are going to use this one, now it will execute. So why? Because I have executed this alone. But after that, I have same function name. I have recompiled it. Recompiled it. See, same time I have again I have recompiled it. It will replace. So that's why if I'm going to execute this, you cannot do it. But I have to handle it. This function overloading. This is called function overloading. Any idea how can I use the function overloading? See, in order to handle this, we have to put these two into package. we need to put this into a package. What is package? Function overloading. See, function overloading means same function name with the different number of argument we are passing. If you are passing here two different argument, then it will be called different one. Three different argument, it will be called different function. This is called function overloading. So what is package first of all? So you are going to some tour. You assume that, or you are going somewhere. You are native or somewhere you are going. So first, what will you do? So you'll put all your things into one single package, right? You'll bag it and then you'll go, right? Same way in project. So we need to do some code. We have to, for the entire project, we have to do some code. So your lead is saying that, okay, so all of them don't work on one single component. We will split this into multiple subprograms. Okay, entire code, we will split into multiple subprograms like this. Okay, so one person you work on the subprogram, one person you work on this one person you can work on this one. See, for an example, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. You assume that in that way. See, all the persons are different. We are working on it. Okay, you compile it. You say whether it is successful or not. Just you, another person, compile it. You say it's a compiled or not. See, your multiple persons are working in different way, and all after that, after doing it, you can make all this into single package. So this is the single package we are making. We are making all this into single package, and this is called package. So you can write any subprograms here. Okay, inside you can write subprograms, anything. Package will have two different parts. Okay, so what is it? Package will have two different parts. The first one is package specification. So you have to write the package specification. Your lead is saying that you assume that specification you are going with. We are having these many submodules. We have to write. He will write. See all this. Okay, so this is the procedure. So this is the function. This is the procedure. All this we have to write. 3 or 4. We will write it here. Just we will declare it. Okay, you assume that it's like a declaration. A specification, we will do it. That's it. So what needs to be done? And then package body. So inside the package body only, okay, whatever we are writing here, okay, whatever the package we have, the procedure or function. So that definition, we will write it here. Simply, we will say it's a add number. Okay, add number or add multiplication, something, multiplication of numbers. Something like that we will define only here, declare here, but we will define it. So what is it? See, all this we will write it separate module. Then we will compile it. We'll check it. So once it has been compiled and everything, we will put it in single package. So whenever it's like a modularity. So whenever I want to call this one, so no need to remember this package, this procedure name. So if you take this package name, if you click on the dot, it will list down all your procedure or function names inside the package. Okay. So that's what we'll go for the package. So if you have the package, two different parts, what is that? The first one is package specification. Specifications you will have. So you have to declare here the variables, functions, and procedures. Just to declare it. Package will have two different parts. One is package specifications, another one is package body. Inside the package body, you can write your functions, procedures, or whatever. Inside the function, you can go for nested function. Inside the procedure, you can call the functions. So you can write anywhere and you can handle it exception. If you want even cursor also, you can write it. Okay. So anything you can write inside the function, you can write. See all this cursor, all this you can go for procedure, cursor, everything you can write it. This is what package will have. So package is nothing but it is group logically related components. Okay, logically related components. So PLSQL, this is PLSQL type, right? So PLSQL types and named blocks, variables, data structure, and exceptions. So you can put it, and subprograms. So procedure and functions. Yes, the two are subprograms. You can write it. It has two parts. One is specification, another one is body. Okay. So enable the Oracle server to read the multiple objects into memory at once. So that's what the performance wise. So the entire package, okay, it will read multiple object into memory at once. So that's what it will do whenever we are going for any package calling. And if you see this is the components of PLSQL package. So we have the package specification. You have the variable here. We have the procedure A. So we are just mentioning that procedure A, that's it. So whatever the variable you are declaring here, so it should be a public variable. It's like a global variable. So if you are mentioning a variable here, that will be visible to all the procedures and functions. If you are defining any variable here, that will be a private variable. Okay, private variable. It will be private to this particular package body. And if you are declaring any variable inside the procedures, that is called local variable. Okay, so you can define multiple way. So I will explain this later. Okay, so here if you see this is local variable, this is private variable, this is public variable. Okay, package visibility we will see. So that time you will come to know what is this. If you see this, so what is this? This is called package specification. What is this? Create or replace. Here we will write the keyword called package. Okay, we will write only create or replace the keyword called package name, and as it is like as an is or as you can put, and public type. So this is public variable. That's why we are making that public type, variable declaration, subprogram specifications, and end, then package name. So you can put the package name here so that you can assume that. See, this is package specification. So you can do all this. So if you have the package body, create or replace package, you will have one keyword here called package body. Okay, just simply if you have the keyword called body, then that means it's a package body. Okay, if you see here, this is package specification. Just we are creating one package called commission package. So what is this variable? Standard commission. First we are declaring like initializing the value 10% in commission. That's it. It is the public variable. Just we are declaring. And then we are mentioning that procedure reset commission. Okay, this is the commission, right? After that, we are making some new commissions. We are resetting it whenever we are passing here. Yes. So this is called package specification. Okay. Then we will write the package body. So if you are writing package body, you'll be having a keyword called body here. Yes, you'll be having a package. Then we'll be having a body, package name, and you'll be having a private type here. So previously it's a public type, right? See here, it's a public, it's a global variable. But this is, if you want to privately, you want to declare some data types, yes, you can declare here subprogram bodies, and then begin and end. Within that, you can put all this. So that is what you will go for package body. If you see this, you'll be seeing the keyword here, body of the package. Same name you will use it here. Whatever the package specification we have mentioned here, right? Here we have mentioned COMM_package, right? The same name we will mention here. What is this? Create or replace package body commission percentage is we are writing one function here up to this one function. This is called one procedure. How many subprograms we are writing? 2 subprograms. See here in the package body, we will write create or replace package body. But in the function, right? The function or procedures here, we will not write create or replace. Are we writing any create or replace? Function name, all this? No. Directly you can write function and directly you can write procedure. That's it. Function name, parameters, return. If it is function, yes, you have to write return. We are returning Boolean data type. Yes, we are returning. See, this is what we are returning. Something we are calculating and returning. Procedures. So procedure here, the function name is validate. Procedure name is reset commission. That's it. How to invoke? Invoke means how to call this. See, always if you want to call, you have to make execute. So you have to use the keyword called execute. We have to go for this way. Okay. Execute package name dot the function name. Package name dot function name or procedure name. Anything you can put. See, this is the package name. This is schema name. So this is my first package. I'm just writing first package here. I'll go for here. I will write create or replace package 1. Is this package body or package specification? So package create or replace package name. Is this package body or package specification? This is package specification. So here I'm not using any variable. Just I'm using 2 different subprograms. One is procedure, another one is function. So what is the procedure? It is simply one greetings one procedure, person name, input parameter, anything you can call, whatever we have seen so far, the function or procedures. So that you can call here, no issues. See, we have written. After that, first you can separately, you can execute. Then you can bring it all the subprograms into your package body. Create or replace package body, same name you have to provide here. What is the package specification you have mentioned? The same name you have to mention here as procedure here, and whatever here we have mentioned. Okay, procedure we have mentioned. Yes, you have to mention here, and person name in varchar 2. Just I'm mentioning this. Okay, hello. I'm just making this on function. So you can go for function 2, function 3. Sorry, any function you can write it here. You are making. That's why I told. So multiple end will be there, right? So if you don't use end, multiple end will be there. So that's why you can use end. What is this? You are ending this greeting 1. Okay, just execute. It should be compiled. Yes, we have compiled it both. Then if I'm going with, so you can use execute. So you can use execute, procedure or function name, anything you can use. First package, if you are placing this dot, right? See here, this is execute dot. So if you are pressing dot, it will show you whatever the functions or packages are available. So that means you are making all this into functions and procedure into one single package. So that's what you have to use. First package here. And after that, you can use whatever you want. Okay, greetings 1. What is this greetings 1? That you have to know, you should know. So what should be passed here? Yes, you have to pass some value here as the character. Yes, inside you can pass. You can make, okay. So here I'm passing something like PLSQL. So it will print, right? The hello PLSQL, it's printing. That's it. So if you want, you can use hello function also. It's again function name. So you can pass some value here, right? Hello function. But this is the function here. So you have to pass hello function here, select statement, right? select from dual. That's it. So it will print here. So I'm just passing PLSQL, but it has concatenated with hello. So that's what you can call this. This is very simple package. Very simple package. See, whatever here we are using, so that should be used here. So I will go for one more package here. See, one more package, employee function. So this is also similar only. This one we have already seen, right? See, first of all, for package, you have to write functions and procedures separately. Then if you want, you can take that. So you remember we have seen overloading concept, right? First, I will take create or replace package, package name here, package overload, add numbers. First, I will take procedure. First, I will take one procedure, add num. Let us see. This is the one, A number, P number, procedures, add num, A number, B number, and C number. So I have compiled it. It's a package. I have executed these two procedures. Both are procedure. Okay. So I will go to the package body now. See, this is the package body. I'm just writing package body. I'm just writing. So create or replace package body, and this is the package name. First procedure, add number, two argument. I'm printing that the sum of two number are this one. The sum of three numbers are, right? Three numbers are this one. So A plus B plus C, just I'm converting into a character. I'm just printing it. So I will compile it. Has been compiled. So now I will, this is the procedure, right? EXEC. This is the one. You can write the same thing with function also. It's up to you. So I'm going to use package dot add number, right? Add underscore num. I can use two different numbers here. Okay, just I'm using two parameters only. So if I use two parameters, it will be called, so it will call this procedure. Okay, this procedure. So I'm going to execute it. It will give you the sum of two numbers are 11. Okay, same thing. I'm going to make it like 3. Okay, 3 numbers or anything, any numbers you can put. Same package, same function name. But I'm going to call this. It will print sum of 3 numbers are. Same procedure, you can write it like a function. Next one, forward reference. See, what is the forward reference here? What is the forward reference? In PLSQL statement, this one they will ask in interview also. Forward reference. What is forward reference in PLSQL? Declare procedure. Procedure 1 is begin. I'm writing DBMS output put line. This is the procedure 1. End. Okay. Declare. I'm declaring procedure here. Within the declare, I'm declaring procedure 2. Begin and end. So within the begin and end, I'm using procedure 1. Right? So what will happen if I'm going to execute? So if I'm going to execute, what will happen? Which one will be printed? So what is the output? I will get it. So this should be printed, right? This is the procedure 1. Okay. Just if I'm going to execute, it should be printed. So this is procedure 1. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I will call procedure 1 here inside begin. Okay. I will call this procedure inside this procedure 1. What will happen? What is the result? This is procedure 1 declared inside the procedure I'm calling, but begin and end we are calling only procedure 1. What is the result? Okay, begin and end. This is declaration part, right? Declaration part, begin and end. Which one I'm calling? I'm calling procedure 1. What is procedure 1? Procedure 1 is still this one only. So it will be called same result only, right? Yes, same result only. So I'm calling procedure 2. What is the result? I will get it. So both will be printed, right? Yes, this is normal. This is normal scenario. Okay. So inside procedure 2, I have called procedure 1. Okay. Now I will change it. Inside the procedure 1, I will call procedure 2. Okay. Procedure 2. Then I'm calling procedure 1 here. So what is the result? This is procedure 2. Procedure 2, then 1. 2 and 1. Okay. Okay. First 2 will be printed, then 1 will be printed. See what I did? First I'm calling. I'm declaring the procedure 1. So inside the procedure 1, I'm calling procedure 2. Then I'm printing here. Then here I'm declaring the procedure 2, begin and end. Inside begin, I'm using procedure 1. See, this type of question they will ask in interview. I'm going to execute. Okay, we are getting error. Why? See, why we are getting error? Procedure 2 not declared in this scope. Why? Any idea? First we are declaring procedure 1. Inside the procedure 1, begin and end, right? Inside the procedure 1, begin and end, we are calling procedure 2. While compiling, the compiler may not know what is procedure 2. What is this? What is this PROC2, right? So you may not know what is this. This compiler may not know what is this. See, after coming into this, compiler knows it. Okay, this procedure proc is procedure, something like, but it cannot able to compile. That's why you are getting procedure 2 is not declared in the scope. This is what error you will get it. See, to avoid this particular error, we can declare it before procedure proc 2. We have to just declare it. See, we are not going to do what is this proc 2. See, we have used proc 2 here. We have to mention proc 2 is nothing but a procedure. Okay, so we are informing compiler that very first itself. Okay, wherever you are finding proc 2, that is nothing but a procedure. We are giving heads up. Then we are going inside. Okay, it will assume that, okay, it's like a procedure. We may get data, we may get the declaration part, this particular procedure. Okay, it will assume. It will not fail it. See here, it will not fail. Okay, so now we are getting, this is procedure number 2, this is procedure number 1. See, this type of error message you might be getting in real-time project, or they will ask you in interview. This is called forward reference. What is this? This is called forward reference. See, you are giving the reference before itself. You can use the same thing within the package also. Within the package also you can use. See here, create or replace package body. You have to use the procedure here. Same way. Okay, procedure one. Begin and end. Just you can use this. See, instead of declare, you can go for package. Package also you can do. So what is this is called? This is called forward reference. Okay, so next one is called package visibility. Okay, so package visibility. See, what is this? This is the same thing we have seen now. Package visibility. See, if you see this, create package ABCS. We are using one function, one procedure, another procedure, wind package. Okay, we have created one package. This is package specification. It's a global package variable, public function. Yes, this is global variable, public function and procedures. Okay, now we'll go for create package body ABC. Create package body ABC as something like we are declaring. This variable is called private variable. This is global variable, public variable. This is private variable. If I'm using function one here, just I'm using function one, procedure one, and procedure two. And again, I'm using procedure two here. Procedure one, inside the procedure one, I'm using procedure three, right? That is what we have seen now. So will it be executed? Yes, it will be executed. This is not forward reference. See, I'm not calling this. I'm just declaring it. So that will be executed, right? But this procedure P3, whether I have defined here, declared here, no, right? Whatever we are using inside this procedure P3, it will be a local variable. Okay, got it? Local variable. See, inside procedure 2, we are calling the procedure 3. That's okay. So it will be executed. So how we have seen the forward reference, all this same way, here also it will be used. Okay, so what is the advantage of packages? See, first advantage is modularity. So encapsulating related construct. So within single, so you are putting the logically grouped element into single package for easy maintenance, right? Easier application design. Yes, coding and compiling into uh, package specification differently, body separately. So you are hiding the information. Yes. So just you declare it and you can define all this function inside the package body. So two different modules you are using it. So that's what you can maintain all the modularities and everything. So we have already seen procedure, function, packages and everything. We will see what is the difference between function and procedures, when to use function, when to use procedures, and how the packages will be used in real-time environment. So packages we have seen, if you are going for any real-time usages, so most of them are packages. So within the packages, we will be having a subprograms, right? It might be a procedure, it might be a functions. So it depends on the functionality. They will write procedure or functions. So if you take difference between functions and procedures, so we know already the procedure, yes, we will always write procedure. So procedure, if you take procedure alone, okay, if I'm saying that stored procedure, if I say it's a stored procedure can be classified into three different stored procedure. Okay, if I'm saying like a stored procedure, it is not alone procedure. Okay, it's a stored procedure. So whenever you are going for procedure, right, and function and packages. So these three are stored procedure. So what is the stored procedure? Like it's a pre-compiled object stored in a database, and we can store it as an object. And once it has been compiled, you can call this in multiple times. Okay, so compile one time, execute multiple times. So that's a difference, right? So if you take procedure here, then function here, then procedure, if you're writing any procedures, So if you recollect the whatever we have seen procedure, so procedure, it will be used. You can execute procedure by using execute procedure name, right? So you can write procedure name here. Just simply will be so procedure one. So you can, if you want to execute, even if you are going for any Informatica statements, if I want to call any procedure in the PLSQL, sorry, in the pre-SQL or post-SQL, so you can give this kind of keyword, execute procedure name. So this is the way we will execute. But how can I execute the function? If I want to execute the function, you have to use the select statement, right? Select, say for an example, function one. So so if I do not have any special table, then no need to use this table name. You can use the dual. So you can call this. So if I have any argument for this function, then you can use this particular argument here, then it will be used. So user defined function, we will write the function for our project. And predefined functions, so Oracle has already functions, right? Single row functions, aggregate functions, analytical functions, all the functions are available already. So this is the procedure and functions. So procedure, you may return or you may not return a value, but function, you have to return, definitely you have to return a value that is a single value. A function, you can write return value, but you have to write single value. If I want to return a more value, you have to return via like an array of values, or you have to go for some collections. So that's the way you can return, but you can return only one value only at a time. Okay. So if you take this procedure or functions, so procedure, if you take function can be called in SQL statement. Okay. So any other SQL statements, the DML statement, select statement, all this you can call these functions, right? But procedure cannot be called by using SQL statement. So you have to use the keyword execute procedure name, right? We have to execute, we have to make this procedure name as execute procedure, this procedure, execute procedure name, or you can go for anonymous block. So inside the anonymous block, you have to use the begin and end. So within the begin and end, we have to use this procedure name. So you have to just call it. So if you have any input parameter, output parameter, so you have to use, so that's a way you have to use, right? So that's what we will use the function and procedures. And functions, so why we are using functions? So normally it's like a user defined functions. User defined function means I want to calculate tax. So I want to pass the employee ID and their country. Okay, some details I will pass employee ID and country, something in that way, or it will read the data from the table, which country they are belongs to now. And based on that, the tax calculation, we have to do it. Okay. So what is the tax form and all this, it should need to perform. So we will write the functions accordingly. So it's a user defined functions. We are writing our own functions for the particular project specific. Okay. So it cannot be done by Oracle, right? So inside the function, yes, you can call use the Oracle defined function, predefined functions, but we will write the functions here. If you take this procedures, this is for computational purpose. So any computation like tax calculation, all this computational purpose, we can write these functions and we can return a value. And if you take the procedure, so procedure used for logical data flow. Okay, so you have to do this if statement, all this, right? So you do this. Okay, control statement, looping statement, and DML statement, all this, if I want to do like a procedure way, then you can go for this logical data flow or procedural statement. Yes, you can go for this one. As I told already, procedure may or may not return a value. Okay, you can go for out parameter, in out parameter. These two only return a value, right? We can use out parameter, in out parameter. Even if you're using Informatica, stored to procedure, we will call it. By using this input parameter, we will pass a value to the parameter. Out parameter, we will get the value from the procedure and we will process it in the Informatica level. The same way here also. Okay, so if I want to take any value out of the procedure, then you have to use out parameter. And if I want to use you can use in and out parameter both. If you don't mention anything, it will take it like a in parameter, right? But function should always return a value. If you don't write return, it will compile. Okay, it will compile, but while executing, it will fail. Okay, so procedure can have DML statement. So can I have DML statement inside the procedure? Yes, we can have the DML statement. You can go for update statement, insert statement, right? We have written. So we have written select statement, insert statement, update statement, DML statement in anonymous block, DML statement in procedure. We can write it. But if you write function, if you write any DML statement like insert, update, okay, delete statement, so you can write it, but you cannot call. Okay, while calling that select statement. So if you're writing functions, and if you're writing inside the function, you are writing the DML statement, we will see these options. Okay, so these two we will see how it will perform. So I can write some DML statement in the procedures. I can write some DML statement in the functions. I will show you how it will be defined. But if I use directly like DML statement, it cannot be called. It will compile, but it will cannot be called. You have to use autonomous transaction. If you want to use any DML statement, you have to make that statement as child test statement. Okay, that should be a autonomous transaction. You have to make it. So here the procedure, you can use return keyword. If you use return keyword, it will terminate the procedure. It will come out of the procedure. Okay, simply if you are using return, can I use return keyword in procedure? Yes, we can write. Okay, if you are writing two statement, one is for one code you are writing, the other one is other keyword. Okay, so if I'm going with statement, then it will be returned immediately. Okay, but here return statement is used to return a value. So that's what we will write. So here we can write one keyword called returning. So returning means again it's used for DML statement. If you're going for any procedure and if you're using returning, you can return the variable. Okay, so from the procedure, you can use the keyword called returning. So how to use? So all this we will see one by one so that you will get clear idea. Okay, so first if you take this statement, I will show you. I'm going to create one backup table. Okay, or any table. So for employees table, I'm going to create one table called this is employees table. I'm just creating one table called employees underscore backup with this particular data. So how many records are there? 16 records are there. And I'm going to create table name. So employees underscore backup. Just I'm creating one backup table. And I can show you. It has 16 records in the table. Okay. So here, if I'm going to use this particular statement, this is the procedure. Create or replace procedure. So procedure name. So we are going to calculate new salary for each and every employee. And employee ID, I have to pass it like a in parameter. So if you want to differentiate, then you can make it like in capital. Employee ID, I'm going to pass it like in parameter. Commission percentage, we have to pass it like, again, it's a in parameter, right? So here I just mentioned like in, but here I'm not mentioning in. That means it's a in parameter only. Then I'm getting, so you have to pass employee ID and the commission percentage, both as input parameter. Then you will get a new salary as the output. Okay. Since it has input and output, you have to call this particular procedure from the anonymous block only or from the another procedure only. Create or replace procedure name, then argument you are passing as begin. Okay, so I do not have any variable to declare between these two. And I'm going for DML statement. Can I write a DML statement here in procedure? Yes, we can write. Okay, update statement. If I'm going to write a DML statement, if I want to get the value, okay, so normally you can use, so I'm going to call some update statement, right? Update employees, set salary equal to this one. Okay, salary equal to salary, where employee ID equal to this one. whatever the employee ID I'm going to pass here, that for the particular employee ID, it will update the employees this particular backup, set the salary equal to salary into commission percentage, right? So that means total salary it is calculating. It is setting the salary. So here for this salary, so if it is null, then 24,000. If it is 0.4, then it is a 19,000 something, some value you'll get it. If I'm going to pass this particular employee ID and the commission percentage, okay, new commission percentage. So this commission percentage will be calculated and it will be passed here. You will get value. So returning salary into new salary. Okay. So returning salary. So what is the salary here? The salary into new salary. So this new salary, it will be taken out. It's a number data type. Okay. So here we are using the keyword called returning. So if you use any DML statement, okay, if you don't use this returning, then it will update. It will update in the database, but you want to get, so what is the salary you want to check it. Okay, so for an example, this particular employee, I'm passing 24,000 and commission percentage is some 0.5. So 50% increment on the salary. So 36,000 it should be, you have to get it right. So I'm going for this particular procedure, just I have compiled it. So you have to use the keyword called returning. So if you use this particular one, anonymous block, declare, and just I'm using the function name, the procedure name, right? So call new salary, and it has 3 arguments. First argument is 102. It's like employee 102, then commission percentage is 0.1. Okay, so even you can call it like 100, commission percentage is 0.5. So 50% increment on the salary. So out will be printed here. So I'm going to make, so view DBMS output. Okay, so I'm going to call this. So what is X is a number? Yes, it's out parameter, right? We have to define here. Otherwise, it will not be printed. So that's what I'm using out here. So don't use control enter since the page has a procedure already. Use this way. Okay, so it is printing 36,000 here. So it is showing here, right? X value. But I'm going to check here whether it has been updated or not for this. See, in the table also, it has been updated with 36,000, right? It has been updated and we are getting that return value also in the DBMS output. Okay, so if I want to get the value from the procedure, then you have to use keyword called returning. So this is returning. Okay, so you can use return. So return keyword. Say for an example here, I'm going with, so if employee ID in, right? This is the input parameter. I'm just using if employee ID is null, then I'm going to use, you come out of the procedure. You can use return. Okay. So if you are using if, end if, say for an example, I'm going to pass for the parameter, I'm going to pass here as a null value. If employee ID is null value, then here how it will perform if I don't use this one. Okay, if I don't use this one, how it will perform here? So employee ID I'm passing null where I do not have any null value here. Then it will not update, it will not return any value, right? But if I want to handle it, you can handle this way. Something like if employee ID is null, then you return. Don't do anything, just return. So from the loop, you can just come out of the loop. That's what you can go for return keyword. So if you use return keyword, then it will be return from the procedure. Okay. So just I'm going to compile this one. Again, one more time, I will compile. And I'm going to use, if I use the 100, yes, it will be used the value will be 30,000, it will make the new value, right? But I can go with null value. So this way I can call, I'm passing null. It should not do anything, right? See, procedure successfully completed. We are not doing anything, just coming out of this one. So if you don't use here, so what will happen? So I'm not using here, just I'm making that if statement, okay? So if statement, I'm not using if statement. So if I don't use this one, just I'm going to execute this. So I'm going to call this null value. So do I have any null value, null employee ID? No, right? So I do not have any null employee ID, then it will not perform anything. Okay, this value will not be performed. Any value also it is not returning. Okay, if I'm passing something like a different number, 99, it is not there. So this is also should not perform any value. Okay. So I will give you one more example. If I use return, it will not do any, it will come out of the procedure. Create or replace procedure name. Okay. So procedure 1. Begin and end. So just I'm writing some DBMS output. Okay. So I'm just writing welcome to procedure 1. Okay. So line number 1. So line number 2. Just I'm writing another procedure here. So begin and end. PLSQL. So which one I have missed here? Okay. Use single quotes, not semicolon. Okay. So here I'm writing procedure 2. So you assume that I'm writing on procedure. Inside the procedure, I'm writing one line of statement, any DML statement, DDL statement, or anything. Okay. So based on the condition, some condition, it should not take this particular statement. If you're writing this way, if I'm going to call this procedure EXEC, so proc1, it will call both, right? If I'm writing this way, it will call both. It will print welcome to procedure 1, welcome to procedure 2. Like 2 lines are there. And I'm going to call the procedure now. They should print procedure 1 and 2, right? See here, procedure 1 and 2. But if in between, if I'm going to write keyword like a return, okay. So in between, if I'm going to write keyword like return, even though, so after this return keyword, if you're writing any other statement, the procedure will not consider after the return keyword. It will terminate the procedure. Okay. Terminate the execution. It will come out of the procedure. Okay. So yeah, procedure 1, see some connection issue previously. That's the issue. But even if you're going to make it like procedure 1, it will execute. Okay. So I'm going to use this way. Procedure 1 has been compiled and execute procedure 1. It should print welcome to procedure 1 only, right? So it should not print welcome to procedure 2. Since we are writing the keyword called return, it will terminate the execution of the procedure. Okay. So this is the one thing you can remember whenever you are using return keyword. So, but in the function, if you are using return keyword, you can write, right? Say for an example, addition of 2 numbers, we have used return keyword. Addition of 2 numbers, add 2 numbers, we have used anonymous block we have used, but here I want to write function addition of 2 numbers. So this is the use of return keyword in procedure. Return keyword in function is different. Return keyword in procedure is different. So if I want to write return keyword in function, okay. So how will you write? Create or replace function name. Okay. So addition of two numbers. Okay, we can write something like addition is the function name. I can pass number one, number data type, num2, number data type. Both will return PURN return number data type, begin, end. So this last class will terminate the procedure with the function. Okay, you are intimating that. Okay, this is what. So I'm going for sum. Okay, sum is the keyword. I will use sum1 or addition1. Addition equal to num1 plus num2. Right, two number I'm getting. Return add one. So what is add one? We have to declare it, right? Number data type. So I'm going to execute it. This function compiled. Then how can I call the function? Select this addition. Okay, just I can call the function name addition. We have to pass two numbers. Any number you can pass from dual. So here I'm going to call this function. So it is making this two. So this return keyword in function to return a value, but return keyword in procedure to terminate the procedure. To terminate the procedure, we will use the return keyword. So I will put this as well. Okay, return keyword in function. Sometimes they will ask in interview, you should know the difference. Somebody is writing return keyword in function, return keyword in procedure. So return keyword in procedure, they're used to terminate the procedure. That's it. It will come out of, even though it has hundreds of lines after that, it will come out of the procedure. Okay. So I hope you're clear. So can we write any DML statement, DDL statement inside the procedure? Sorry, function. DML, DDL, we have used already in the procedure. Can I write DML statement, DDL statement inside the function? So I'm going to execute this function. So I'm just returning some varchar. So create or replace function name. Just one function name is called welcome or greetings or whatever it may be. I'm returning varchar to let's begin return welcome. So welcome is like it's called a static function. Always it will give you the static value, right? This function is compiled. So this function, if I'm going to call this function, how can I call? Select welcome from dual, right? So I can call. So this way, if I'm going to call this, you will get like a welcome, right? So this is, so here I have written the function. Here I'm returning the function. Or you can go for welcome to PLSQL function. Just I can write why because the name both are looking like similar. So I'm going for this one. So if I'm compiling it, you'll get welcome to PLSQL function. So this way it will get returned. So this is the return keyword. I'm going to return something like here I'm returning one value. But can I write some DML statement? I'm going to write some DML statement. Something, the update statement, I will write it for the same, the employees table, whatever we have seen. I'm not passing any value. So just I'm using update table name set salary equal to the salary. Return this return. Okay. We can write it this way. If I'm going to execute, what will happen? So we are getting something like invalid identifier. Okay. This value is not there. Just I can use select salary. Salary equal to salary. Okay. Set salary equal to salary. I'm not using this. I'm going to call this function. So if you use, it will compile, as I told. If I use any DML statement inside the function, it won't throw any error. You see here, it won't throw any error while compilation. But you are going to call this function from the select statement, then the DML statement, you will get error. Cannot perform DML operation inside a query. Okay, can I write like this? Inside this, can I write some function? Can I write DML statement in the single row function or aggregate function, or you are seeing the analytical function? Are you seeing any DML statement inside that? But if I want to execute any DML statement inside the function, we have to make this transaction as the child transaction. So do you know how can I make this transaction as child? So you have to use pragma autonomous transaction. Pragma autonomous transaction. If you use pragma autonomous transaction, you have to use the commit keyword, right? So you have to use the keyword called commit. Now, if I'm going to execute, the function is compiled and I'm going to call this. Okay. So welcome to PLSQL. So even you can put set salary plus 100. Okay. For each and every employee, I'm going to make in the salary 100, this particular table. Before that, I'll show you. Select star from employees table. If you take this particular statement, you can see. So here, this is what the salary for before this function. Okay. Then I have added, I can add, okay, 100 is fine. So I'm going to compile it. Okay. So if I'm going to execute now, so this has been called, the function has been called. And if you go and check here, so you are getting this 100 added. So that means this statement, update statement has been executed, right? So if I want to write any DML statement inside the function, make the statement as child statement transactions. So how can I make this as a child? You have to make pragma autonomous transaction and use this commit keyword. So whenever you're using pragma autonomous transaction, you have to use commit statement. So this is one of the differences. The same way, can I use DDL statement? DDL statement, any create table or alter table or anything? Can I use any DDL statement directly inside the function? So I'm going to write some function, create or replace function underscore DDL. I'm going to return number data type, begin, end. Within that, I'm going to write some DDL statement. Can I write a directly DDL statement? Is it possible? We have seen dynamic SQL, right? So dynamic SQL, create table, table name, customer. Just I'm writing on table, okay? Like customer ID, it's a number data type. Just I'm writing after creating it. Okay, so I want to create this table, just I'm creating it. So can I write this way? So create table, table name. So this way, if I'm going to write it, so you cannot write directly. So we cannot write any even drop table name customer. Okay, so customer or customer 1, customer 3. Okay, there is no table called customer here. I can create customer table itself. I'm just using that. I'm dropping the table customer 1. I'm just creating table called customer and dropping the table. But can I use this way? No, I cannot use, right? So create, we cannot use in the directly we cannot use. Then how can I use create table? Remember create truncate we have used. Truncating, dropping a backup table we have used, remember? So how can I use? You have to use the execute immediate, right? It's like you have to go for dynamic SQL. Immediate. You have to make this as the single quotes. So if you use this way, yes, you can call, but still it will compile. Okay. See here, function DDL has been compiled, but I'm going to call this select from dual. Okay. So if you are writing any DDL statement, if you are going to do it, if you are going to write it directly, it will compile. Okay, you can write DDL statement. How we have written DML statement here, DML statement, some statement we have written, and we can compile it. But while executing the statement, we are getting error, right? Same way here, if I'm going to execute, we are getting the error. Cannot perform DDL, commit or rollback inside the function. Okay, so remember we cannot do it. Then how can I call this? As I have mentioned, you have to use child transaction. You have to make it like a child. So inside the function. So it's a DDL. Okay. So you have to make the child transaction. Make it as child transaction. How can I make child transaction? That means we are segregating the transaction. Okay. So how can I make this transaction as child? So you have to use the keyword called pragma transaction. Pragma. Okay. Autonomous transactions. Then after this, you have to use the commits, right? So after it will be auto committed, but you have to use explicitly the keyword called commit. So now if I'm going to execute after refreshing it, this table will not be there, but you'll have one more table called customer. This function I'm going to call now. Okay, so HR function DDL insufficient privilege. Okay, so what I will do in this schema, I will try to create. So to perform DDL, so even though I'm using like a Pragma autonomous transaction, I do not have privileges for HR schema. It's a DDL statement, right? That's why they're not allowing. So we can run it in admin schema. Try. So function. Whether here we have access. Okay, system function. No, we do not have any privilege. Some dummy value will return 0. Okay, so I have to return some value, right? But here I do not have any value to return. Okay, so here I do not have any value to return, just I'm returning 0. So I'm going to call this. Okay, still I do not have permission here. Execute immediate, drop table name. Okay. So here, this express edition, we do not have permission. Okay. So, but this is what you have to use. If I want to use the function, This is what you have to use. Okay. Here in real time, here we do not have permission, but in real time, if you want to use it, any DDL statement inside the function, then you have to make this way. So these are all the difference between functions and procedures. So just to go through, you will get some clear idea. So what is this function procedures? Private procedure and public procedure. So what is that? So I'm going to write one procedure. Create or replace, I'm going to create one package. So sample package, I'm just creating the package called sample package. Is this package body or package specification? Procedure, I'm writing one procedure here. So procedure 1 here, okay? Procedure 1. I'm writing one more procedure here. Procedure 2. So just I'm using 2 procedures here. That's it. Okay. So this is the procedure specification. Yes, I have to write the body of the procedure, right? I have to go to the same way you have to use. So here I have to use one more create or replace package body, the keyword called body here, sample package, and you have to write. So here I have to write procedure. So just I'm writing one procedure here. Procedure 1 as begin and end. Just I'm simply using one procedure here. PBMS underscore output dot put underscore line. This is procedure 1, public procedure. This is called public procedure. Public procedure. Okay. So you can write the same way one more procedure. This is the procedure 1. And procedure 2 I can write. So procedure 2 here. This is also public procedure. So why it is public procedure? Okay, so if you have written the procedure in the package specification, that will be a public procedure, right? Yes. So if I'm going to execute this, these two are public procedure. Then if I want to call this, then how can I call this procedure? I want to call this execute the package name. If I want to write execute package or execute package name dot the procedure name, can go for the procedure name. Here I'm writing the procedure name 1 here. Then it will print. So this is the procedure. The procedure 1 public procedure. Okay, this way I'm just writing. Then I'm going to call the second procedure. So this is also public procedure only. So public procedure can be called in the package. Okay, but I'm going to write one private procedure. So here, anywhere you can write, no issues. Just I'm writing here. Inside this procedure, I'm going to write procedure 3. This is a procedure 3 private procedure. So what is the private procedure? So here I'm going to compile it. It will be compiled, but I can call procedure 1, procedure 2, but I cannot call procedure 3. Can I call procedure 3? No. Okay, so you'll be getting error. So we are getting error like procedure 3 must be declared. Okay, this is called private procedure, but this private procedure can be called inside any procedures. Okay, inside the procedure, can I call it? Yes, here I can call. See here, private 3, procedure 3, I'm just calling. And I'm going to compile it one more time. So from outside, you cannot call it. Okay, from outside, we cannot call it any private procedure. But if I'm going to call procedure 2, then this particular line will be executed. After that, this will be called. So this is nothing but here we have written this will be called. So you'll be getting 2 lines of statement. See here, this is a procedure 2 and public procedure. So this is the way you can distinguish between private procedure and public procedure. So whatever we are writing the procedure here, these are the procedure called packaged procedure. So packaged procedure means we are writing inside the package, right? So that is called packaged procedure. This is not the packaged procedure. This is called private procedure. Okay. Sometimes we will call it as like local procedure. Okay. So I'm going to write some local procedure here. So if you are writing any procedure inside the anonymous block in the declaration part, you are going to write any procedure that is called local procedure. Even you can write the local procedure inside the procedure also. Inside the procedure declaration part. So how can I write anonymous block? Declare, begin, end. So normally here I can write some statement, right? So I'm going to write some procedure here. In the declaration part, I'm going to write the procedure. Okay, so here I will take this procedure, declare procedure 1. This is a procedure, local procedure. So whatever this one I'm writing the declaration part, declare procedure 1 as begin statement. You can write any statement here, end. So we have completed here. Then begin and end, we are going to call this procedure simply. So if you want to call it, so do I know what is this? No, I do not know, but we have declared already. So this is called local procedure. If you can see here. So in the declaration part of the procedure or anonymous block, you can call it. So even you can write it this way. Okay, so this one in the anonymous block I will call so that you can differentiate local procedure in anonymous block, local procedure in the inside the procedure also. So how can I do it inside the procedure? So create or replace procedure, procedure name. Okay, I can write procedure simply proc. So sometimes if you're going to your real-time project, they'll be writing like this. They're creating the procedure here and they're using it. I'm going to execute this procedure, not procedure 1. I'm going to execute this procedure, exec procedure name, right? So if I'm going to execute, it is executing. This is called local procedure. Okay, so you cannot write execute procedure 1. So if you have already procedure 1, that will be executed. You have compiled, but yeah, say this is different one. This is not the correct one. So already we have compiled on the same name, that's printing, but you cannot do it in this way. So you have to execute this way only. So this is called local procedure. Local procedure inside anonymous block, local procedure inside the procedure declaration. Okay, so declaration part you have to do it. That's a local procedure. If anybody is writing procedure inside the begin and end, so that is called local procedure. So in the declaration part, can we write procedure? Yes, we can do it. Okay, so I hope you are clear. Practice all of this. In our today's session, we are going to learn what is autonomous transaction. So what is autonomous transaction? First of all, what is transaction? So if you take this table, okay, so these statements, so whatever we are doing it here, okay, say for example, I have table customer, I will drop the table if I have the table customer, okay. Okay, so table customer is not available. So I'm just creating the table. So this is one particular transaction, right? Yes. After that, I'm going to insert one data into this table. I'm inserting it. See, each and everything is like a transaction. So one insert, another one insert. So all these are transactions. So if you go and check this table, so yes, we have all the 4 records. If I'm going to commit, so then only the transaction will get committed to the database. The other members, say for an example, I did insert operations, but without committing it, I'm trying to close. So what will happen, right? So it will say you like, it will give you the error like core has been modified. Do you want to do the changes? Yes, you have to do the commit or rollback. So we have to do, right? So that we have to do. See if you're doing it, see if you're I'm trying to close this entire, it will show you commit changes or rollback changes. It is asking, right? So why? Because previously I have closed this window only, but I'm closing entirely here. Then it is asking, do you want to commit or rollback? If you are not committing it, other members log into the database, they cannot able to see these differences, these data. Only table, customer ID, customer name. This alone will be available in the table. So I have to commit it or I have to go for rollback. If I'm doing rollback, so all this transaction will be rolled back, right? It will be rolled back. Here, it will be rolled back. If you go and check here, nothing will be there in the table. See, these are all called transactions, right? These are all called transactions. Yes. I'll go to the next scenario. The scenario we have already seen. Okay, we have already seen this. I'm going this. See, I will create, I have created the table, right? Already created a table. I'm just executing this insert statement with save point. So you can create save point before or after insert statement. Anywhere you can create save point. I just created the save point after the insert statement. After inserting the record into the table, I just created a save point. So what is a save point? It's like a bookmark. So if you ask, do I need to create save point for each and every insert statement? No need. So it's based on the scenario. You can do the rollback or commit based on the save point. Okay. So you can have a number of transactions. Okay, a number of transactions. After that, you can have the save point and rollback. See, if I'm going to do a rollback here, rollback to B. If I'm going to execute, see here, before executing, I will show you how many records are there. 4 records are there in the table. Up to here, it is there. If I'm going to execute rollback to B, what will happen? If I'm going to execute rollback to B, how many records will be there in the table? Rollback up to B. So it will be rolled back. It will be rolled back. So you'll be having 2 records alone. Correct? See, this concept we have already seen in our. I have to execute rollback to B. Then after that, if you see this, then you will have only 2 records. So we are rolling back. So this is called save point, right? Save point. Okay, but we are getting one requirement. Okay, one requirement. We are having lot of insert statement, update statement, and I want to make this statement alone should be committed or rolled back. Is it possible? This statement alone, remaining other statements should get rollback or committed. Okay, this statement alone or this statement alone, a particular statement should get committed or rollback. Is it possible in this way? So you can use rollback or commit up to this point, up to A, then up to here it will be rolled back, right? All this will get rolled back. If you're making commit to B, then up to here it will be committed. So you cannot make this alone rollback or commit. See, if you want to make this alone separate transaction, okay? A separate transaction, we have to go for autonomous, pragma autonomous transactions. What is it? See, if you are taking this commit and rollback database, okay, you are doing that insert, update, whatever the response you are doing it, yes, you can do. So if you want to make a set of transaction as child transaction, okay, child transaction. So this one will be executed separately, and whatever the transaction we are going to make it like a pragma transaction. These two are ready blocks of code. If you want to make it, it will be transferred to the another block. Okay, like child transactions. So it will be transferred to the child transactions. Then this transaction will be kept separately. This transaction will be kept separately. For an example, this alone you want to commit it. Yes, you can commit here. Or if you want to roll back this alone, other transaction you have to commit it. Yes, you can do other transaction committed and this alone rollback. So you have to make this transaction alone as a child transaction. Then you can go for pragma autonomous transactions. Okay, so it will make this transactions as child transactions. Yes. If you see this, I will give you one example so that you can able to understand. Okay, this example one. So you see this, I'm just creating the table called customer. Okay, I'm just creating the table called customer. I will drop the table. First of all, I will drop the table called customer. Drop table name customer. I will drop it. Then create table customer. Just the customer ID one column. I'm just creating it. I'm just inserting the data into the table. So what is the data I'm inserting? I'm inserting the data 1000. Okay, one record will get inserted. Another one record will get inserted. How many records are there in the table? Customer table. Two records are there. Okay. So if I'm going to do select star from the table, how many records will be there? Two records. If I'm going to execute this particular statement, this is something like looping statement. What is child transaction? That is what I told. If you want to make a transaction as child transaction, we have to make this transaction as pragma autonomous transaction. That is called we are bringing the transaction as a child transaction. Okay, parent child, right? We are making the transaction as child. Okay, so if you see this, if I'm going to start begin and end, within the begin and end, I'm taking the for loop and for I in 1003. So I start, okay, you can put 1002. Okay, I'm starting from 1000, right? You can put 1002 here, 1002 to 101, 10. So I'm starting the loop. So it will start from here, this number 1002, and it will go for 1010. It will go into the loop, insert into the customer table values. Whatever the I we have, it will get inserted, end loop. And here I'm rolling back. What will happen? So if I'm doing rollback, how many records will be there in the table? Whether it will roll back only these transactions or nothing will be there in the table. I'll execute this. Okay, I'll execute this. PLSQL procedure successfully completed. If I'm going to execute this, how many records will be there in the table? Any idea? I did roll back here. It's a separate PLSQL code. So this is insert statement. This is separate PLSQL code. How many records will be there in the table? No records. You can see here, no records will be there. So why? Because it's a transaction, right? It's a transaction. You are applying the rollback statement. But for an example, you want to make this as a separate transaction, as a child transaction. I do not want to disturb the existing 1000 or 1001. I do not want to disturb this on this particular table. You want to bring this transaction as child transaction. Then you have to use pragma autonomous transaction. This is called autonomous transaction. We are making the transaction as autonomous transaction. You can see here, what are we going to do? Two different scenarios. You can see this. Okay. And I'm going to execute. As of now, there is no data in the table, right? There's no the data in the table. I'm going to insert two records in the table, two records in the table, one row, and here I'm starting from here, right? Two. And declare pragma autonomous transaction. Okay, begin for I. Okay, for I in 1002 to 2010. Then loop insert into end loop. After doing that, whenever you are using pragma autonomous transaction, okay, the declaration part we have to use keyword called pragma autonomous transaction. This is called keyword. If you use this keyword, then these transaction will be kept as a child transaction. Okay, it will not disturb the existing one. The existing one we have already inserted two records, right? See, 1000 we have inserted, then 1001 we have inserted, and then remaining record we are making like a child transaction. So this is 1001, right? So this is 1001, and we're going to make this next transaction as child transactions. See, these transactions like 1002, 1002 to 1003, 1004. So this way we are going to make up to 1010, right? 1010. We are going to make. See, these transaction, we need to make it like a separate child transaction. So how can I make as a child transaction? We have to use the keyword called Pragma autonomous transaction. Whenever you are using Pragma autonomous transaction, either we have to commit or roll back. Okay, without this commit and rollback, this Pragma autonomous transaction will not be executed. It will not be compiled. So I'm going to do it. I'm just to execute this particular procedure. PLSQL procedure successfully completed. It has been completed. Now, if you check how many records will be there in the table, how many records will be there in the table? I just committed here. Any idea? Okay, so 1001. So this will be a plus child transaction I have executed. If you go and check here, all the 11 records will be there, right? Yes, 11 records will be there. 1001. But the thing is, we haven't committed these two transactions, right? We haven't committed. We just committed only this child transaction, correct? We just committed this child transaction alone, but we had to commit or roll back this parent transaction, right? We had to commit or roll back these two transactions. We haven't committed. If I'm going for rollback, if I'm going to roll back, will it roll back? After rolling back, how many records will be there in the table? I'm trying to roll back here. So if I'm trying to roll back, this will be committed automatic. Already we have committed, right? This has been already committed. But if I do roll back, whatever the transaction we have here, okay, this transaction will be rolled back. So if you see this, only this child transaction, whatever we did it will be available. Okay, go and check here. The 1000 and 1001 should not be available here. Got it? So that means we made these transaction as the child transaction. So how can I make the transaction as child? So we have to use the keyword called Pragma autonomous transaction. So how to make, so even if you want to do roll commit, yes, you have to do the commit here. Okay, so you have to do the commit here. It will be committed. Then, see, there is no point of committing now. Why? Because we already rolled back, right? So if you want to do any insert, update, or delete operations apart from this block, then it will be separated, make it like a main transaction. So that will be a main transaction. This will be a child transaction. If you want to make any transaction as child, you have to make the keyword called Pragma autonomous transaction. Are you clear? So what is that? Pragma autonomous transaction. If you see this, same thing I'm doing here. Create table customer ID, number, create or replace. Okay. So I'll go here. The same thing I will explain one more time here. If you see this is another example. That's it. If you see this, I'm just, I will, okay. This is also customer ID, right? Okay. I will drop the drop table name, customer table. I will drop it, execute this alone. So I have dropped the table and I'm just creating the table here, customer table, and I'm making this create or replace procedure. So this time I'm creating a procedure here, procedure, procedure underscore autonomous transactions is within the is and begin, we have to use Pragma. You can go for declare. how we have defined previously. You can go for declare. So within the declare and begin, you can use pragma autonomous, or if it is a procedure, yes, you can use this way. So inside the procedure also, if you are making any keyword pragma autonomous transaction, then you have to use the commit or rollback. Okay, I'm doing it. See, pragma autonomous transaction begin insert into customer values. So I'm just inserting one value. So after that, I'm just committing it. Okay, I'm just committing it. So I'm going to execute this. How many record will be there in the table? So nothing will be there in the table, right? See why? Because we have just compiled the procedure. If I'm going to execute the procedure, it will insert one record into the table, right? As you can see here, one record into the table. But we just committed. So that is what we have did it. We have committed. So it's a child transaction, right? It is a separate transaction we are making. Okay. So if you see this, this is different. Okay. So I'm just deleting the record from the table, right? I'm just deleting the record from the table. So what will happen? See, if you are selecting this table, yes, you'll be seeing one record, right? I will go and delete the records. Delete from customer. Okay, so I'm using this delete from customer. So what will happen here? One row deleted. Yes, it is a separate transaction after that I'm making. That is what I have deleted, right? Yes, what I will do, I will go for the another scenario. So this scenario I will go for, I will drop the table. I will recreate the table. So it's no need to drop and recreate, just I'm doing it. It is a child transaction. I'm creating it. Okay. So delete from customer. So there is no data in the table, right? There is no the data in the table, right? So I'm just making this execute customer. It will get loaded into the table. Okay. Execute one record should be executed now. It should be inserted now. Okay. I'm doing this. What will happen? Declare begin insert into table name. Insert into table name, customer values. I'm just inserting. Already one record is available. I'm just inserting one more. And one more time, I'm calling this procedure autonomous transaction. Okay, you assume that. This one I'm just calling. Then it will insert one more record here, right? One more record here. Say for an example, I will delete it. No issues. I will delete it. I'll show you. Nothing is there in the table. If I'm going to execute, how many records will be there in the table? So you'll have two records in the table, right? See why two records? We have already inserted one record. Inside this anonymous block, we are calling this procedure. This procedure will be called and here it will be executed. Okay, here it will be executed. Okay, so now I'm going for if you are doing rollback here or if you are doing rollback here. Okay, so I will do this delete statement, delete from table name. I will just commit it. Nothing there in the table. Okay, is nothing is there in the table. So I'm doing rollback here. How many records are there in the table? No, right? So we have already compiled this this one. We have already compiled. Okay. If you are going to call this autonomous transaction, we have here we are committing it. So one record should be there. But here we are doing the insert into, then we are doing the rollback. So whether two records will be there or one record alone will be there. If I'm going to execute this, before executing, I will show you nothing is there, right? But here I'm inserting the record. We are calling this procedure. Here also I'm inserting. Previously we did commit, but now we are doing rollback. Whether two records will be rolled back or one record will be available. Okay, 1000, sorry, 10,000 will be there in the table. See now. Okay, not 10,000, it is 1 lakh. Correct. So that is what we are making a transaction as child and parent. Now you are getting it. What is child and parent transaction, right? Okay. So if you want to make any transactions as a child transaction within the procedure or package or anywhere, if you are mentioning like Pragma autonomous transaction, then you have to you can make that transaction as this way. Okay, I'm going to execute this. It will be compiled, but here I'm going to execute it. Okay, you will get error. So why this error is happening? What is the issue here? Any idea? So active autonomous transaction detected and it should be rolled back, right? Either roll back or commit. See here, this one I used Pragma autonomous transaction, but I didn't commit or roll back, correct? So either I have to commit or roll back, right? So here I have to use commit or rollback. If you do commit or rollback, if you compile it, again, if you are calling this, then you will not get that error. Got it? If you are getting this type of error, ORA, sorry, ORA 06512, active autonomous transaction detected. So that means you are using Pragma autonomous transaction. You are making this transaction as child transaction, but you are not committing or rollbacking that transaction and you are using that, then you will get this particular error. So active autonomous transactions are explicitly committed or rolled back. So remember, whenever you are using Pragma autonomous transaction, yes, you have to actively, explicitly, you have to commit or roll back. I hope you are clear what is autonomous transaction. So I will go to the next concept. See, try to do this. Insert into table test, insert into 1 and 2 I have inserted. Okay. Here I'm doing the Pragma autonomous transaction begin, insert into this one. So whenever you are doing it, you have to do the commit or rollback, right? Yes, I'm just doing the commit. Then insert into how many records will be there in the table after this? Which record will be there in the table? Now you can answer. Look at this. You tell me the correct answer. Okay. So here I'm doing rolling back. Here I'm doing the commit. Okay. This one we will do first. Raw table name test, right? There is no table. So I will execute all this. One row inserted. And if you see this table, select star from test table. I'm just executing it. Then 1, 2 we have, right? Then I'm doing this Pragma autonomous transaction. I'm doing the commit and I did one insert statement. If I go and check here, there will be 3 records here, right? 3 records, but I'm doing the rollback. If I do rollback, only 1 record will be there, 3 and 4. Okay. So you have answered correctly. Okay. So here I'm doing the rollback. So here I'm doing the commits. Okay. How many records will be there in the table? Truncate table. Test. I'm doing the truncate table test. Insert into table name. 1 record I'm inserting and I'm making this transaction as child transaction and inserting one more record. And here I am checking it. How many records will be there? So you have 2 records. And again, I'm going to. So here, if I commit, yes, you'll have 2 records, 1, 2, 5, 6. Clear. So I hope you are clear what is autonomous transaction, right? Yes. The same concept you will see in our triggers also. So triggers, we have one concept called mutating error. So what is mutating error? That while checking, we have to make that transaction as child So then it will not get impacted. So what is trigger in Oracle? Say for an example, you are working in production environment. Okay, you are working in production environment. You have a table. Then what happen? Who will insert or update the data into the table? Normally, who will insert, update data into the table in production? In prod environment, I'm saying. In production environment, no one will have access to insert or update data into the table. Only system user, not admin. Only system user will insert the record into the table, right? In production environment, system user. So that means the front end application will have a system user. It will go and insert and update all the records. Whatever we are doing this transactions, it will give. DBA, they should not do it actually. They should not update. For an example, you have bank balance. DBA will have access to change the bank balance. Yes, they will have access, but very restricted. Very restricted. Only few people will have access to that main table, but they should not do any changes, right? If somebody is changing anything on this table, say for an example, I'm trying to delete record from this table. It's a production table. I'm trying to delete record from the table. Okay. It's a junior person has trying to delete it, but he forgot to put the where clause. Okay, you assume that some where clause he forgot to put. So that is why whenever we need a delete statement should be executed, always they will say like you have to take the backup of the table. Okay, always they will say backup of the table. You apply the delete. So normally they will keep the backup like next 1 month. Then they will have some internally they will have purging statement. It will purge the backup tables. But you forget to take the backup also. You are trying to delete and you have committed. It is like a main table. It's a production table. You have committed. See what will happen. See all the data will go, right? See all the data you'll lose all the data. If you have deleted or truncated wrongly, then recovering this particular data from backup table, it's very tedious process. And we want to know who has deleted. Okay, which user has deleted and at what time he has deleted all this. Somebody is changing, okay, somebody else is changing the record in this particular table. Right, record in this particular table, they want to check it. If somebody else is going to update or insert on this table, the system owner should get notified automatically. We are not going to explicitly call that program. Say for an example, procedure, function, packages, we have to schedule it. We have to explicitly call that, right, code. But triggers will automatically get fired whenever any DML or DDL, any operations happens, it'll automatically get fired. You are going to the ATM. You are depositing some money or you are withdrawing some money or you are transferring money to different account. So your transaction has happened. You are doing some NEFT. Okay, after some time, you will get messages that this particular amount has been deposited to this particular account, right? And you are withdrawing some money from ATM, or you are depositing some money to the ATM, or you are going to the bank and you are doing it. So immediately you will get notified, right? With the messages, with mail, OTP. See, all these are like a trigger event on the database side. Okay, whenever you are doing any transactions on the OLTP, the special kind of event will automatically fire. A trigger is a special kind of stored procedure, right? It's an already stored procedure that automatically executes when an event occurs in the database server. So what is that event? See, that event we have to define whether it is a DML event, VDL event. Okay, so different event we have to define it. See, if it is DML event, yes, whenever DML triggers execute, whenever a user tries to modify data through a data manipulation language, okay, like insert, update, delete statement, table or view. See what happened. One particular person, it is a real story. One particular person, so he has production access. on the database in the client machine. He did one code deployment. So that code will take 0.0001 amount, some dollar. Okay. It will take from your current account, your bank account. It will store this account to his account. He did the code and has been applied for several months, and he got lot of even crores. Okay, so but it's very, very minimal. You will not find it from your account balance. You will not find it. It's a very minimal amount. See, he did the code changes. It is already happening, and this has been moved to this particular account. Then they were trying to even reconciliation also they couldn't able to find. It's a very, very minimal, right? They couldn't be able to find, but they are going for like a month end or the day end balance. So very minimal they are getting from each and every account, and it's like one aggregation is very huge. Like this aggregation, while they are doing reconciliation, they are finding this the aggregation of all the account. We are getting this much amount. They couldn't able to backtrack, and they did it. Okay, so somebody has changed the code, applied it. Because of this, it has been moved. This type of DML operations is happening on the table. Yes, we should get notified. So the system owner will get notified. Say for an example, you are deleting a record from the table, okay, without taking the backup. Then we can take, okay, so which record you are deleting? Before deleting the record. Okay, you are trying to delete the record from here. Before deleting the record, fire this trigger. It will take backup of this record to backup table. Then it will get deleted. Even if you are deleting this, who has deleted? When it has been deleted, which data had got deleted. So this information will be stored in one of the backup table. So that trigger we have already deployed. If somebody else is trying to delete or modify or anything they're trying to do, you will get notified here, which user, what user. Okay, so that's what the DML, the usage. See, we have 5 different types of triggers. One is DML trigger. So DML, you know, right? Insert, update, delete operation. You are doing it on the table. We want to fire backend. Automatically it gets fired. We are not going to do. So we will tell them, okay, somebody deleting data from this table. Before delete, you take the backup. That's what we will say. Okay, insert into this. So somebody is doing creating the table, truncating the table, renaming the table, or any DDL operations. Okay, then they will go for this DDL operations, DDL trigger, create on the table. System trigger. So what is the system trigger? So you are log on to the system, you log out the system, you are starting up the server, you are shut down the server, and all this. So there's particulars. Say for an example, when you are logging into the system, HR user, okay, at what time you have logged in, what time you have logged off. So all the information I want to capture it by default, you can create this kind of trigger. So mostly as a developer, okay, we will use this DML trigger and instead of trigger. The other triggers, like a DDL trigger, system trigger, the other triggers, compound triggers, it's nothing but combination of all the DML operation. That's called a compound trigger. But this system trigger and DDL trigger will be handled by the DBS, okay, database administrator. So we will see one example for this DDL. A system trigger, we do not have access, but I will explain. Okay, so how to use it. And instead of trigger, it's nothing but I hope you have seen, you have already practiced our views concept. So how many types of views we have? 3 types of we have, right? We have views is nothing but normal view. In normal view, we have simple view, complex view, right? Simple view means view on one single table. Complex view means view on multiple tables. So if you are creating view on multiple tables, the insert operation, we cannot do it, right? Can I insert or update on the view? Is it possible normally? Yes, we can do. If it is simple table, we can do insert and update operations. But if it is a 2 different tables, complex complex view. On complex view, we cannot do insert update operations. But if you are creating insert of trigger, then we can do. So that's what we will have the insert of trigger. So we will see one by one all this clearly. So I hope you are clear. So how many types of triggers are there? So 5 types of trigger. One is DML trigger, DDL trigger, system trigger, insert of trigger, compound trigger. So what is this? We'll see one by one. So Oracle allows you to define procedures. See here, the types of triggers we have normally a row level trigger. 2 types of triggers are there. One is row level trigger, other one is statement level trigger. So what is row level trigger? Whenever you are going to insert the record, a trigger will get fired automatically. Each row, okay, the trigger will get fired automatically. So this is row level trigger. Statement level trigger means it is entirely for DML statement, DDL statement level, on statement level. Okay, there are 12 types of DML triggers are available. So we have 2 firing points. So one firing point is nothing but the one is before and after. So what is before and after? See, before insert, I am trying to insert the record into the table. Okay, I'm trying to insert record into the table. This is the one table. I'm trying to insert record into the table. It has some 10 records. Okay, it has some 3 records or 10 records or whatever the number of records you have. Before inserting record into this table, I have to execute some backup. You assume that. That is called before insert trigger on the row level. After insert, okay, after inserting the record into the table, you have to take the backup. So something, okay, some operations we have to do on this table. Yes, after insert. Somebody has inserted, you have to do it. After updating the record, so you have to send your balance to your customer, saying that, see, after some credit happened, update happened, this is your new balance. So after update, after delete, see, after delete, you will not have the data. The data will get deleted normally, but you cannot get previous data. But after delete, whatever you want to perform, yes, you can perform. So you have 6 different triggers, DML triggers for row level, and 6 different triggers for statement level. There are 12 different triggers will be there for the DML triggers. So what is this? See, what is this DML trigger? Before insert, it indicates that the trigger will fire before the insert operation is executed. So that's the meaning. Okay, so how can I create a trigger? It is also a stored procedure, right? It is a pre-compiled stored procedure. Yes, we'll create or replace trigger, trigger name. Create or replace trigger name before insert. Okay, before insert on table name for each row. Means it's a row level trigger. Okay, for each row means it's a row level trigger. So we do have statement level trigger. So we will make it like a statement. Okay, for each statement. That means it's a statement level trigger. Okay, so we'll see the statement level trigger after some time. Okay, so if you are not mentioning, that will become a statement level trigger. Okay, so this is what for each row means. This row level trigger, it's optional one. Before insert, these options you can make before insert, before update, before delete, after insert, after update, after delete, like row level trigger, statement level trigger. Okay, this way you can undeclare. See here, declare here. So here we have to use declare before begin and declare. You can do the variable declaration. Or if you want to make any pragma autonomous transaction, yes, we have to use declare before this declare and in between the declare and begin, you have to use variable declaration. All this. This is called begin. Okay, so begin trigger code. You can write the trigger code. If you want to have exceptions, you can have the exception. When exception is happening, you have to handle it here. Okay, so this is the syntax of the trigger. You should remember all this. So I want to drop the trigger. So you have to drop trigger name. Say for an example, you have one table. This is one table. Okay. So if you have one table, then you have associated trigger. Okay. So you have associated trigger. See this one. If you have associated trigger, if you are trying to drop the table, you cannot able to drop the table. So if you are trying to drop the table, so you cannot drop it. See, first you have to drop the trigger, then you have to drop the table. Okay. So remember, so first you have to drop the trigger, then only you have to drop the table. So if trigger associated, if you are trying to drop the table, it will say like, so with this table, the trigger has been associated. The syntax for disabling the trigger, yes, you can use alter trigger, trigger name, disable, alter trigger, trigger name, enable, alter table, table name, disable all triggers, you can make it. The syntax to enable all the triggers on a table, yes, this is what all triggers enable. That's it. You will use the keyword enable. Okay. Say for an example, I'm just creating one table. So what is this? After delete. So one table I'm just trying to delete. Sorry, create. Create table after delete, username, date and time. And I'm just using count. Create table. I'm just creating one table. Customer details. Select start from. Okay, I think we have one table here. Customer underscore s underscore customer. Right? I'm just creating one table. Yes, I will create this table here. Customer details. I just created one table. If you go and check in the customer details, some records are there. This is the main table. So this is main table. It is very sensitive table. You assume that we have a sensitive table. So what I'm going to do, I'm just creating one more table here. See, whenever some delete operation is happening in this table, we should take backup to this particular table. Okay, customer backup trigger. In this table, we should take some backup. You assume that select star from SCD underscore customer ID. There is no data. We are just creating. And we should know who has deleted and when it has been deleted. So that information we should know. So for that, I'm going to add two columns in this customer backup trigger. So date of deletion is one column I'm adding, and I'm doing this. Who has deleted this? These two information we have to capture on the table. Okay. So you can go for a lot of other informations. We will see whenever we are going for DDL operations, DDL trigger. So that time I will show you. Okay. So this is what I will go for here. And I'm doing the customer select star from customer backup, right? Yes. See here, nothing is there in the table. As of now, nothing is there. Date of deletion, all this. But how many records there in the customer details table? We have some 5 records are there in the table. Okay. So now I'm going to create a trigger. Okay. So now I'm going to create a trigger. Whenever somebody is deleting the record from here, it should take backup before that. It should insert the record into this table automatically. See, for that, I'm going to write this particular trigger. See, what is this? Create or replace trigger name before deletes. Okay, so I'm trying to delete some record here. I'm trying to delete record here before delete on customer details table, right? On customer details table. Which table we are going to do? On customer details. For each row, one by one. Okay, so wherever you have some, for each row, I'm going to execute this trigger. Yes, for each row. See, these are all like a syntax, right? I do not have any declaration part here. Just I'm going with begin. So insert into. So whenever it is getting fired, this delete operation is happening in this table. I want to insert the data into the backup table. Insert into backup values. I'm just taking these details. See, what is this colon old? What is this colon old, right? This is called the qualifiers. See, what is this? If it is insert, you are doing insert record. You are doing the insert. Okay. You are inserting the record. You will have only new values. After inserting, you'll have new values, right? Old and new only you will have. You will not have old and old. Why? Why? Because you are newly inserting, right? For new operation, new insert, colon old, you will not have it. Only new you'll have it. So why? Because you are only going to insert, right? Update. See, you are going to update on this data. See, 100 is there here. You are updating as 200. So that means before update, you will have old value, right? 100. After update, you will have new value, 200. So you will have both values. You can take colon old, colon new. That you can take it. You are deleting the card. Say for an example, deleting operations. See, if you do delete operations, you are deleting it, some records, you have 100. You are trying to delete it. Which value will be there? Old or new? If you are trying to delete, so you'll have, if you are trying to delete it, you'll have old value only, not new value. See why? Because after deleting, you will not find any new values, right? See, that's what the old and new qualifiers we will say in this way. So whenever we are having a triggers, we want to take this, insert into customer backup table values. First, we will go for customer ID, right? Yes, we'll go for customer ID, first name, mobile, right? Mobile, street address. Okay, you have address. So here address, not address one. Address, old dot zip code, old dot country, right? Yes. Then system date. Why system date needed? We have added two columns, right? So date of deletion. When we have delete, when has been deleted and who has deleted. So we are capturing user name who has deleted. See, this is for delete operation. Same way you can go for update operation. Okay. Before update on this table for each row, you do this insert operations. Okay. But I'm going to execute this. You can see this insert operation. You can check this one. There is no data in the table. So, but I'm going to do the trigger. I have compiled it. So I have compiled. Okay. So I have compiled here. So I will take this one here. Okay. I'm trying to delete the record from customer details. See which table I'm trying to delete? Delete from customer details where customer ID equal to customer details, right? You can check here. I'm trying to delete this record or this record. Okay, you assume that this record I'm trying to delete. So where I'm deleting? I'm deleting from customer details. But before that, you see this customer backup. Do we have any record? No. But I'm trying to delete the record from this. This is the only operation I'm doing it. Okay. Somebody is deleting or it's happening. Okay. By default. Okay. I'm trying to delete the record. No, customer ID is invalid identifier. Somewhere we have customer ID. Here, right? Customer ID. I'm trying to delete this customer ID. See, one row deleted. From which table we have deleted? We have deleted from customer details, right? Yes, one row has deleted from here. But whatever the deleted record, we haven't inserted any record into any table, right? But if you go here, it'll automatically store in this table. Whether we have fired? No, right? From this table, you can take the backup if you want. So you can execute date of deletion and who has deleted. If you have logged in, yes, your name will be captured automatically. Okay. So any event is happening on the back end. If you want to capture it, yes, you can go for the this kind of operations. So we do have other trigger types. So we have order of trigger execution, then DDL operations instead of trigger, system trigger. So that we will see, and also mutating error. DML trigger we have seen. DML trigger we did for only for delete operations, right? Whenever we are doing the before delete, we have performed. Even you can create the same kind of trigger for after update and before update. So anything is fine. Okay, any statement you can create. So based on that old and new, you have to use it. Colon new, you have to use for update operations. It's depends on the different operations. Okay, so just to try that any update operations so that you will get clear idea. Now we will go for DDL trigger. So what is DDL trigger? We have seen already here DDL. So whenever you are doing the DDL operations, altering a table, dropping a table, truncating a table, granting, revoking, auditing, all this will comes under the DDL. So if you are doing that DDL operations on the table, yes, it will get fired. Actually, if you want to make DDL trigger, so this is the syntax of the DDL trigger. Create or replace trigger name after or before you can use. Okay, after DDL operations, before DDL operations, you can do it. And DDL trigger log on, log off for these three same statement. Okay, log on. Okay, somebody else logged into the system, unauthorized user. Yes, we have to make some trigger on database. So entire database level you can make it, or schema level we can make it. See, in our system, we do have only privilege access for the schema level, not on the database level. So that's why I have created on the schema level. In real-time project, who will create this DDL trigger? The DBS will create this particular trigger. Okay. So here I will go to this table. I'll just create one table called. So this is a table I have. I will create this table DDL trigger table log. Okay, this is a table. I'm just creating it. Yes, I have created one table. Okay. So what is this? This table will hold these informations like Oracle object name, Oracle user, okay, which user has truncated the table or deleted the table. Okay, sorry, drop the table, all this. And what is the execution date? What event? Okay, it's a truncate or drop or whatever DDL operations and object type and object owner. Okay, so this information I have to store. So I have created this table and I'm going to create the trigger. Say for an example, I'm going to create this trigger on this particular schema. So what is the schema? HR schema. Create or replace trigger name. It's a DDL trigger after DDL operation. Okay, after DDL operation, we have to perform. It's after DDL on this particular schema. HR schema, begin, insert into this table values. Okay, which object you are truncating and who is truncating, so when, and then event. Okay, which event? See, this will happen. So all this details I'm just capturing. So these are all like keywords. Okay, these are all the keywords like a user or object name, login user, all this informations are keywords. Oracle system keyword. Okay, I want to insert this information. Okay, after this, I'm trying to I'm trying to drop the table. Okay, locations underscore one. This table I'm going to truncate it. There is some data is available on location one, but this table, as of now, there is no data in the table. Okay, I'm going to truncate table name location one, right? Location locations underscore one. This table I'm going to do truncate table. See, I'm just truncating. After truncating, I will go and check. Select star from this table, right? We'll check it. Yes, nothing is there in the table. If you go and check in this log table, it will show you. See, we are creating only logs. That's it. So location underscore one, this table from the HR schema, that user and system date, today's date, truncate operations. Its object type is table and on the owner is HR. See this is the schema name. So which user has truncated or deleted. But this will only log it. That's it. Who has that truncated all this. But if you want to see, even you are truncating it, if you want to take the backup, you have to go for the backup table, different options. Okay, you have to use. So this is what you have to use the DDL trigger. Okay, DDL trigger. See, first you have to drop the trigger, then you have to drop the associated table. So if you are going to drop trigger name, then you have to drop this particular table, right? See, in this table only it is inserting. This is the trigger associated table. So I'm going to drop this table. Will it allow this table? Drop table name. No, it will not be allowed. So it will show error like check the following error for more information. Okay, necessary actions. So error during the table internal error. So errors during something we are getting, right? This type of error. See, if you are getting this type of error, it will show you actually. So we have the triggers. That's why we couldn't able to drop it. This is associated table. So if I want to make this one and you have to drop this trigger, and then you have to go for uh, drop this table. Okay, trigger. First you have to drop this trigger, then drop the table. This is associated table inside the trigger. But if you are dropping the table, DDL trigger we have seen, right? DDL trigger. So on this table, we have created the trigger, right? If you are dropping this table, associated trigger also will get dropped. Customer details, customer trigger, right? This is the customer trigger only we have created, right? What is the trigger we have created? Yes, customer trigger. See, I'm going to drop the table customer details, right? Drop table customer details. I'm trying to drop the table. I have dropped the table, but I haven't dropped this customer trigger, right? If you see this refresh, customer trigger also will get dropped. Clear? See, this is DML operations, but this is different. This is nothing but inside the trigger we have used this table. So that table we cannot drop it before dropping the trigger. If you are dropping any trigger, associated DML triggers will get automatically drop if you're dropping the table. Okay. So that is one point you have to remember. And log on, log off. Yes, the same way you can do create or replace trigger. This operation we do not have access. So that is why we couldn't able to test it here. Create table name, log on, log off, all this. So we have order of trigger execution. So what is this order of trigger execution? So which trigger will be executed first? Which trigger will be executed second? Row level trigger or statement level trigger? So how it will be executed? We'll see one by one. See here, I'm just creating one table called student. Okay, student number. We have this table. If we have the table, then we will mark this table as student one. Otherwise, this table will get deleted. Okay, there is no table called student. We will create this table. Student number, student name, student date of joining, result. Okay, just I'm creating one table. And I'm creating one sequence. Create sequence name. That's it. It will create from all the predefined value. It will create. So I'm just creating one trigger. Create or replace trigger name. This is the order we have to. Normally, this is the order it will execute before insert on student statement level trigger. See why it is statement level trigger? Why? Because I'm not mentioning for each row. If you don't mention this is each row, so that means this insert statement, whatever we are doing insert statement, insert into table name, you are selecting from some other table. That is one single DML operation, right? So if you are going for a DML operation this way, statement level trigger will get fired first. So you can see this first step. Then Second one. Second one is row level trigger before insert. This is the order it will make. Then third one, you are making row level trigger after insert or statement level trigger after insert. Okay. Then I'm going with some insert statement. Set server output on, begin and end student. So I'm just inserting one record into this table. That's it. Okay. If you see this, so what is the order it is executed? What is the order it has been executed? The trigger. See, inserting into this table automatically is getting fired. The first one, second one, third one, fourth one. So this is the order it will execute. Statement level trigger before insert, row level trigger before insert, row level trigger after insert, statement level trigger after insert. This is what the trigger will get fired on the database. So if you are doing any operations on insert, okay, insert or update any DML operations. So what is the order it will get executed? So this is the order it will get executed. Okay, if you have triggers on the table, on the same table, multiple triggers are there, right? After insert, before insert, but this is the order it will get executed. So sometimes they will ask in interview, if you have statement level trigger, we have 12 different triggers we have, right? So how it will be executed? First, it will make statement level before, row level after, statement level after. So in this order only it will be executed. So why you have used, we have used sequence number, right? To show you that what is the sequence we have. Just we have appended the sequence number, right? So that's why. More triggers on the same database. This is the order it will be executed. So drop table name. I'm just sorry. I will drop this table. So associated triggers will get automatically dropped. So next one is instead of trigger. So what is the meaning of instead of trigger? So if you see this instead of trigger, you are having some views. So this is my table, employees table. Okay, one table you can take employees table. You are creating a views on this table on only on employees table. Is this complex view or simple view? This view is called simple view. You are making read and write view. So normally in real-time project, most of the views are only read-only view. But sometimes we can go for read and write view. So if you are going for read and write view, if you are inserting any data on the view, it will get inserted onto the base table only, correct? So base table only. View is nothing but virtual table. That's it. This is simple view. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to create a complex view on the table. So we are going to combine employees table, departments table, and I'm going to make a join on this table and creating department name as well. Department ID, department name, location ID, all this. This is called complex view. See, if you are going to do a complex view on this, both of the table, on this table, this is complex view, right? If you are trying to insert the record into this complex view, okay, into this complex view, then Oracle cannot able to find, okay, which table I have to insert. Okay, it will get confused whether I have to insert on the employees table or I have to insert on the departments table. Both it will not do it, and we cannot do it here. We cannot insert any data onto the complex view. So if you are inserting, you will get error. So insert on the complex view on it cannot be performed. But here you can create instead of trigger. If you are creating instead of trigger, yes, this complex view insertion is acceptable. Create, employees table. Yes, we have employees table here. I will describe the table. You have how many columns? 11 columns are there. And I'm doing the departments table. We have the departments data. So we need to join it. I'm just creating a view. See what is this view contains? Create or replace view name, EMPV. Okay. employee ID, first name, last name, email, hire date, job ID, employees, where department ID equal to 30. Just I'm creating one view. See what is this view, right? Whatever the column we have not null, that I have defined here. First name, for last name, yes. Then email is not null, hire date is not null, job ID is not null. All the columns I have mentioned. Okay. So why? Because if you are trying to insert the value, this is simple view. If you are trying to insert the value into this view, all the not null columns should be defined here. Then only you'll get value to this base table, right? Yes. What I will do, I will go and we have created a view, right? I'll go and insert data on the view like this. See, I'm just trying to check whether employee view will have data. Yes, it will have the data on department ID 30, right? Yes, I'm trying to insert one record here. Insert into values 300. So just I'm inserting this value. So it will get inserted onto the base table, right? As of now, there is no record 300 in this employees table, right? There is no data 300. See, I'm trying to insert it. Where I'm inserting? I'm inserting on the employees view. On top of view, I'm inserting. Where it will get inserted? The base table, it will go and insert. See, this concept we have seen already in the views concept, right? Yes. If you go and check now, so this record also, but this record will not be available on this view. Why? Why we view is department ID 30 only. But here I'm not providing any department ID 30, it is a null. That's why you are not seeing here 300. But this value will be available in employees table. If you go and check here, you will have this view table. Record has been inserted. This is called a simple view. Okay. So now I will create a, a complex view. Okay. What is this complex view? So if you are doing insert operation on the simple view, yes, it will get inserted. But I'm going for the complex view. Create or replace view, view name, same way as select employee ID, first name, last name, email, all this column from the department name also I'm taking. Department ID, department name. So department ID from which table? Departments table. D table from employees department where department ID equal to department. So this is nothing but simply a select statement joining, right? If you see this, it is selecting. So based on that, I will create this view. Yes, the view has been created. So now I'm trying to select the data. Yes, you can select the data, but I'm trying to insert the data here. Okay, I'm trying to insert the data here. I'm passing the employee ID is 300. Okay, you can, if you want, you can make 301 if you want, or you can roll back it. Whatever we have inserted already, you roll back. Okay, now I will create this view and insert into this both complex view. Going for 301 is nothing but employee ID. So whatever the details I want, I'm just mentioning all the details. Okay, I'm trying to insert. Whether it will be inserted, okay, not enough values. That means some value I'm missing here. Employee ID, first name, last name, email, hire date, job ID. Job ID I missed it here. Single quotes. SA underscore rep. Okay, job ID, salary, department ID, all this. Just I'm trying to insert it. If I'm trying to insert here, I'm getting error. So what is the error I'm getting? So previously we did here. It has been inserted on the base table. But now we are doing it right. Cannot modify more than one base table through a join view. So this is the error. We are getting it. Okay, so two are separate statement we have to do it. In order to insert the record, we have to go for two different separate insert statement we have to do. Insert into employee separately, insert into department separately. But here it is not possible. That's what we are getting there. But I'm going to create I'm going to create a trigger now. This trigger is called instead of trigger. What is the trigger name is called? Instead of trigger. So if you see this trigger, create or replace trigger name instead of trigger. So this is the keyword actually. Instead of insert on this table, declare. Just I'm making that variable. I'm checking whether that record is exist or not. If not exist, I'm just inserting it. Okay. So insert into table name. We are making new records, new department ID, department name on the departments table and employees table. All the details I'm getting. So what is the new and old? Okay, employee ID, first name, last name, all the details. Just I'm taking this value, new values I'm trying to do it. So just I'm doing the compilation of trigger. I'm just compiling it. The trigger has been compiled. So now I will go and insert the record. Two tables, complex view, right? This is complex view now. So I'm trying to insert it. See, it is getting inserted. See this trigger, right? This trigger will get fired on top of the view. That is very important. On top of the complex view only you can create instead of trigger. On top of the complex view, we can able to create the instead of trigger. It will get fired. If you go and check here, select star from departments. Yes, you can check departments table first. If you are checking here, then this 280 will be available here, right? See 280 purchasing is available now. Same way, if you are going to check in employees table, this 301 will be available. See here, 301 is available. So I hope you are clear. Just I will roll back. See, this is the usage of instead of trigger. Instead of trigger means you can load the data on the base table if it is complex view. So I will give you the statement just to go through it. So you will get to know all this very clearly. So one more concept is called mutating error. You assume that you have two tables. Okay, sometimes in real-time project also you might be seeing this kind of scenario. Somebody else is already loading this table. You are trying to load the table data to this table. What will happen? You'll get error like the table is being loaded, right? You can find this kind of issues in Informatica also. The table is being loaded. Error data, yes, you will be seeing. So it will go for table lock and it will lock the table and it will try to one DML operation is happening on the table and the other DML operation will not be allowed on the same table. It will say like the table is being loaded. Sometimes it will get hanged. So you have to unlock that table and then only it will load this data into this table. But the same way you assume that we have two different table. Okay. So we have two different table. One is customer one and customer two. Two different tables is there. So what is the table here? Customer one and customer two. Two different tables. See in this table, the Oracle mutating trigger occurs when a trigger references table towards the trigger. Okay, resulting in this particular mutating is means changing. Okay, table name is mutating or this kind of error you'll be getting. So what is this? See, mutating table is a table that is currently being modified by an update, any DML operation, update, delete, insert operations. You will encounter Oracle this error if you have a row trigger that reads or modifies the mutating table. Okay, so I will create two tables. One is customer one and another one is customer two. Just I'm creating two tables. What is the table? Customer one table has customer ID, customer name. Another table customer two, customer ID, customer name. Okay. So two tables I'm just creating. Okay. So here I'll go to the insert into customer one. Okay. I'm trying to insert the record into the table. Which table I'm inserting? Customer one table. Okay. I have inserted one record in this table, 200. Okay. So here I'm just inserting 200. So this is the way I have inserted here. Okay. So I will commit it. You can see I just committed. I will use the trigger now. I'll create a trigger. So what is the trigger is doing now? Create or replace trigger name. Some trigger name I'm just giving mutate trigger. After insert on customer 2. Okay, if you are doing any insert operations on this table customer 2, okay, after insert on customer 2 for each row, begin this transaction. Update customer 1. See, whenever you are doing insert, so you update the record into this table. Set customer ID. This customer ID to be updated with this customer ID. For an example, some customer ID I'm giving here. This should be updated here. Okay, that's what I have created. See, I'm just creating one trigger. Trigger has been compiled, not yet fired. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to insert the record into the customer 2 table. See, I'm trying to insert record here. What is the record? 100. I'm trying to insert it. I'm trying to insert the record here. If I'm trying to insert, we'll be getting error saying that mutating trigger. We are getting the same error, right? 04091. Are you getting this? Same error 04091. Table name. It's like a mutating this kind of error you are getting. See, sometimes you are getting error. So why you are getting this error? There are two tables, right? There are two tables. One table, customer one, we have inserted, we have committed. Okay, that means we have committed. Then second table, customer two. In this table, after insert on this table, customer two, we have to, what we are telling in Oracle. Okay, after inserting here, this insert statement, I'm executing it. After inserting it, you fire this one, right? But what happens? I haven't committed this, right? Since I haven't committed, this transaction is not yet completed. This is being loaded, right? Being loaded. Customer 2 is being loaded. On the same table, I'm going to take the data from this table to customer 1. So we cannot perform here. See here, table HR.customer2 is mutating. That means it is changing. That means I haven't committed it. So if you haven't committed it, we cannot take the data from that table. So to avoid this, what I have to do? Avoid this kind of scenario. You have to make this transaction as child transaction. Got it? If you are making this transaction as child transaction, then the next transaction it will not get impacted. Okay, that's why we are going for the child transaction. You can see this same way. I'm just creating one more trigger. Okay, see one more trigger. I'm just creating nothing. After insert on customer 2 for each row, just I'm making that declare Pragma autonomous transaction. Since I'm using Pragma autonomous transaction, we have to do commit or rollback. So just I'm doing it. So trigger has been compiled now. I'm trying to insert the record here. So one row inserted now, right? So if you go and check on the customer 2 table, select star from even the customer 2, I haven't committed, right? But still it is, see customer 2, I have inserted with 200, sorry, 100. Customer 1, I have inserted with 100, sorry, 200 already. If you go and check customer 1 table now, it should have 100, right? Okay, so why? Because we haven't, so why it is null value? Why? Because I haven't committed the outer transaction. That should be, oh, sorry. I have used control enter. So I'm just selecting here. Thing is there. Just I will commit the outside transaction. If you go and check here, still nothing is there, right? But if I'm going to insert the record on this table, okay, customer 2 table. customer 2 table where it is inserting customer 1. Okay, so I'm going to take this as 300 or 350. It's a maximum record we are taking right from this table. Customer 2, I'm taking this one row got inserted. So this table I'm inserted on the customer 2, but I'm selecting customer 1. So if you are seeing the customer 1, previous, whatever the data we have, now you are able to see this. I haven't updated here, right? So why? Because I haven't, after inserting, I haven't committed. So that's why this data has been loaded, not loaded. So if you want to commit, yes, you have to commit here. Then it will get automatically populated when you are going to do any insert or update operation. So this operation you have to perform. You have to call this trigger. Some insertion happening on the customer too. So that time it will get fired automatically. See, this time I'm going for 352. Customer 2, I'm doing it. But 350 will get inserted here, updated here. Got it? So this is what you can perform this mutating error. If you want to make the transaction as child transaction, you have to use the keyword called pragma autonomous transaction. Okay, if you want to make this transaction as autonomous, if you want to commit or rollback, so you have to use the same way here. Declare pragma autonomous transaction. You have to make commits. Let us start our today's session. I got one question, but what is the use of 1, 2 here, right? Say for an example, if you have any table in real-time project, okay, normally if I want to modify the data, okay, in this table, okay, so I can go for customer 1, this one table, this is customer 1 table, right? But I can go for, see, I have to create table, the customer table based on this s underscore customer underscore SCD. I need to create this table. So how can I create this table customer, right? So I'm going to create, normally how can I create the table? So same like another table. So you have to use create table name as, so you have to mention all the column names, right? But here I'm just to create the table, create table name, customer as this statement. So what is the statement? S underscore customer underscore SCD. See, based on this table, I have to create this table, right? So if you select this particular statement, see if you are keeping control enter, then this particular entire line will be executed. But if you are using this particular, if you are selecting this alone and then you are executing, whatever you are highlighted, that alone will be executed. So you can see here, this is what select. I'm informing Oracle that create one table called customer as this result. Okay, this result. If you're saying this, then one table will be created like this. If you go and check now, it will be available like this, right? So previously the customer table was not there, but we have created as this way. But sometimes, see why we are creating like this. If you're going to modify any table, okay, any columns, or you are going to delete the data, or you are going to truncate the table, or whatever you are going to do, okay, by using this particular some truncate table, drop table, or you are going to make some updation or whatever you are going to do on real-time projects, normally we will take a backup. So create table name. So for an example, this table you are going to modify, normally you will take backup of this table. So entire table will be backup, and always you have to use the naming convention like this. After some time, after 1 month or 3 months, see, sometimes the Oracle DBS team, they will check the space of the database. If more space has been occupied, they will run the purge queries in the statements. They will run it. See what it will do. Whatever the table has been created, like underscore backup, For more than 3 months or more than 1 month, it will get deleted. Okay, it will get purged. So that's what they should have some codes. They will run it periodically, like 1 month after 1 month or whatever the table is not used. See, with the not used table, what they will do, DBS, they will collect information. So, okay, these tables are getting loaded or but not used by any of the consumers. No one is using the table. Then why you are loading the table? They will ask. See, no one is used to last 6 months at this table. They will ask us. They will send a mail to the corresponding owner of the table, particular team. They will ask, do we need to have this particular table or can we drop the table? They will ask in that way, right? So this is what they will maintain the space and everything. Unwanted tables, they will delete it. So even they will keep this particular table for 1 month or 3 months or something. So in that particular time, if you have wrongly deleted or if you have wrongly dropped the table, so you can get the data from the backup table. But sometimes we need to create a table with structure alone. Say for an example, any unsatisfied condition if you are making, where 2 equal to 3. The 2 will be equal to 3? No, right? This unsatisfied condition. So if you are making this like conditions, so 2 equal to 3 or 1 equal to 2 or A equal to B or anything, okay? That means it will select only structure of the table, not the data, right? So you are using where 2 equal to 3, not the data. It will select only structure of the table. We are informing Oracle that, okay, create one table of this structure, right? So we are informing this way. See here, we have informed. Customer table will have the data, but customer backup table will not have any data. Customer table will not have any data. Even if you are mentioning like 1 equal to 2. So what is the meaning of 1 equal to 2? Sorry, 1 equal to 1. 1 equal to 1 you are using. Okay, so 1 equal to 1 means it's a condition satisfied. So it will create with data. Okay. And after creating it, say for an example, you have created it. So you have created it. There is no data in the table. If you want to insert all the data, insert into this table, select star from something like this table. Say for an example, see, I'm telling you this way. Select star from the table. This way you can select and 5 rows got inserted. If you go and check, all the data should be inserted. See, this way you can put whatever the way you want to create a tables, you can use it. See, what is collections, where it will be used. Select star from customer. If you see this customer table, you have some data of the particular table. So you are seeing the data of the table. Yes. Then, so what is this customer table? So I'm just describing it. DSA customer. Okay. So if you see the tables, customer ID, what is the data type? It's a number data type. First name, what is the data type? Varchar data type. Mobile, it's a varchar data type. See, what is these data types? It is a Oracle predefined data type, right? Oracle predefined data type. If you see number data type, see number means, yes, you have number data type. It is a varchar. It is a number or varchar. So you can have this particular data type. So you can have the values like this, right? See, these are all Oracle predefined data types. So can we create any data type by ourselves? Can we create any data type by ourselves by combining two columns like customer ID and first name? Like this is number data type, this is varchar data type. Can I create in this way some array of values? Or can I create one data type like this entirely? Yes. So that is called collections and record. So if you take data types in Oracle, okay, there are majorly two different data types. One is scalar data type. Scalar data type means you'll have number, integer, float. See, all these are numeric data type, a character data type, date data type, and large object, and Boolean data type, like true or false. See, these are all the scalar data type. So each and every field will have the information, right? Yes, number data type, number of that number information it will have. Then you can have composite data type. See, in composite data type, we have two different types. One is record, the other one is collection. See here, record, the meaning itself you can see. The record is nothing but in table, we will call it as one record, right? See, one record this way. If I want to create composite means you want to create combining more than one column as a data type, then you can go for two different data types. One is record and the other one is collections. Okay, so mostly these collections are used in the performance tuning. Okay, so PLSQL code, if I want to go for any performance tuning, then you can go for the collections to get more data from the base table to local memory to load it and then process it. So that's what we'll go for collections here. Okay, what is record? Two different. We have already seen this percentage row type. So what the percentage row type will do? So percentage row type means the entire record, the columns, right? So if you have 100 columns in a table, yes, I want to take all the 100 columns data type. Yes, you can take all the 100 columns data type in one single percentage row type. So one variable it will be stored. But type is nothing but if the table contains 100 columns, I do not want to take all the 100 columns. I want to take only 20 columns out of it or 30 columns. Then I can go for the type here. Okay, so we can mention that record type. So what is this? We'll see. So if you see this, PLSQL lets you to define two kinds of composite data types. One is collections, other one is record. The composite data type stores values that have internal components. Okay, so internal components. See, major difference between record and collection is whatever the composite data type it has, record we can have different data types. Okay, array of different data types you can have, but collection you need to have a logically grouped same data type. If it is number, is all the elements in the collection should have a number data type. If it is varchar, all the elements in the collection should have varchar only. No other data types are allowed. Okay, so two different data types or three different data types, then you can go for record. If same data type, you can go for collections. Okay, you can pass the entire composite variables to a subprograms as parameters, and you can access internal components of composite variables individually. In a collection, the internal components always have same data type, right? So as I told, in the collection, internal components will have same data type are called elements. You can access each element of a collection variable by its index. So index you can make it, but this concept I will tell you while taking the collections, okay? But we will go for first record type. So what is this record type? Okay, see record type means a record type is a complex data type which allows a programmer to create a new data type with the desired column structure. See, I want to create a new data type. Okay, so it's not a number, it is not a varchar, it is not a data type. I want to create my own data type with collection of the columns. Okay, complex data type. So that is what it is similar to structure in C. A structure is a collection of variables, can be of different types under a single name. Okay, the same thing we have seen in C, C++ and all, right? If you see the structure name, this is record name here, and data type member 1, data type member 2. Here I'm taking name. So name is character, some CAT number is integer, salary is float. So this is structure of person. Okay, structure of student, structure of any other. You can define any other structure here. See here, I'm creating one structure here, and then I'm accessing through structure, right? So if you go to printf person1.name, the name will be printed. Okay, see, this is the one name. right? So I'm just making this, and I'm getting the CAT number and salary, all this. See, this is a structure in C. The same way in PLSQL, yes, in PLSQL, we have a record type. Okay, in PLSQL is called record type. A record type is a complex data type which allows a programmer create a new data type with the desired column structure. It is similar structures in C. Okay, it groups one or more column to form a new data type. These columns will have its own name and data type. A record type can accept the data. Yes, if you see this, I'll go for first scalar data type. So what is scalar data type? If you look at this particular code, if you look at this particular program, okay, it has DBMS output. I'll go to DBMS output, or I can make the server output. Okay. So if you see this, this is called scalar data type. Normally first name. So normally what we will do, we will define varchar2 of 30, right? And what is the salary? Salary will mention that number of 10 is decimal, then we'll mention number of 10, 2, something like this, right? See, we will define this way. This is called the scalar data type. See, we are defining and we are getting the data from the base table, and in the PLSQL code, we are defining it and we are processing it. See, the same way, instead of mentioning like this, you can mention percentage type. See, percentage type means that particular column alone will be taken, right? Consider. Percentage row type means the entire record data type will be stored, right? Entire data type, entire column. If the table has 100 columns, all the 100 columns data type will be stored, right? So that's what you can go for the percentage row type, right? The percentage, this is normally percentage type. We have already seen this. And percentage row type. Okay, so record type means a record type. Similarly, simply means a new data type. Right? That's it. So one record type is created. It will be stored as a new data type in the database, and you can do the declare and variable all this same way. So how can I create it? So you cannot create a record type at schema level. Okay, at the database level, you have to create. Okay, record type. To define a record type, specify its names, define its field. You can see here. This is the syntax. Create type, the data type name, okay, is record, and what is the column names and data types. But this is syntax. But if you want to declare it in the subprogram, that is your function, procedure, or whatever it may be, you want to declare it, you have to do anonymous block or anything, you have to do this way. So inside, you have to use the keyword called declare instead of create. Directly, you can use declare. This is data type name. So like a varchar2, we have the data type, right? The same way we are going to create our own data type. Data type name is record, open bracket, close bracket, then all the columns. That's it. See, this is the way you have to declare the type. This is called record type. Okay. In interview, they will ask what is a record type. See here, I have the percentage row type. See what is percentage row type? We have already seen this, right? So normally we will call it as it's a anchor data type. Anchor data type, right? So if you look at anchor data type in PLSQL, so this is what you will have percentage row type, all this. Anchor data types in PLSQL. If you go and search this way, so anchor data type means, so these two you'll get it. If you go to Oracle site, okay, so you'll be having, there will be a two anchor variables, two database data type used, percentage type and percentage row type. See, this is what they will say, like sometimes anchor data type. Okay, so you have to define this way. So, sometimes they will ask this way. So that's why I'm giving the name. Okay, so if you see this, what is this? I'm just creating select star into. Normally we will select one by one all the columns, right? When I select by using star, yes, you can do the select star. Select all the columns into this record. This is a record now. Entire row it will have the data type. So from employees where employee ID equal to 10120. That means we are selecting only one record. Yes, we can select only one record only. We are not using any cursor here, or we are not using any bulk collect here. So just we are selecting this way, right? But if you see this, what is this? It is the variable of row type. Entire row it will be taken. Employees table, percentage row type. See, after that, if you want to use it, you can use the variable name. Okay, this variable name dot the column name. Okay, no need to define each and every columns. What is the data type, right? So first name, whether we have defined, no. Phone number, whether we have defined, no. It will be having all the data, entire information of entire record. But see here, if the table has 100 columns, but we are using only 2 columns, unnecessarily we are storing all the columns information, right? Percentage row type. So no need to go for all the column data types. Instead of this, you can go for type, record type. So what is this record type? I'm creating my own data type or my project. Okay, if you see this example, okay, declare end begin type. This is a keyword, right? So what is the syntax here? We have seen the syntax of this one. Type. This is the data type name. See, you know what is meant by number? Yes. We know all this, what is meant by varchar2, right? Same way, I'm creating one data type called employee record type. Okay, this is one data type. Ourselves we are creating. That's what we are defining like a type. Okay, type this variable name. Okay, the data type name of this type is record. So what is the type of this data type of this variable? Is a record. It will contain only 2 columns value. One is first name value, the other one is salary. So 2 information only. It will have it. See, if you have hundreds of columns, don't need to take all the 100 value, all the 100 columns in percentage row type. Instead, you can go for type. And if you notice here, there is a major difference between type and record and collections. In record, you can have different data type. Varchar2 data type, number data type, right? It's a definition. We are defining it. We are informing Oracle that, okay, so I'm creating my own data type called EMPL record type is a record, okay, of this particular record type. And what is this EMP record? It's a variable name, right? Variable of this type. So normally how we will define? Okay, I'm defining A. It's a number data type, right? Number of 10. Just I'm assigning a value, number of 10 equal to something like 1, 2, 3, 4. Some values I'm assigning. Up to 10 digit you can assign, but I'm assigning 1, 2, 3, 4. So this 1, 2, 3, 4 will be stored the variable called A of this data type. Same way, so this is the variable. So here A, right? Same way I'm using EMP record of this data type. And I'm not assigning any value here. Okay. So just I'm defining it. That's it. Here definition of this particular data type. And I'm declaring it. And I'm going to use this variable dot first name. Okay. What is this? Okay. So what is this? I'm just hard coding the value. I'm not taking from any table. Am I taking from any table? No, I'm not taking from any table. I'm just hard coding the value and John and some values I'm giving salary and I'm printing here first name and salary. So if you see this, it will be printed. So whether I have defined any number data type or varchar data type here? No, right? But if you don't define here, you cannot assign it directly, right? So what is this? Like this. So I cannot define. So that is why we are using record. If you want to create your own complex data type, then you can create it by combining two or more columns. It is similar to structure in C or any other languages. Next one, what is this, right? Same way, I have used employee record type is record, first name and salary. Two columns I have taken. Even you can take 10 columns. If the table contains 100 columns, we can take 20 columns, all this. All the information will be stored in one particular data type. Okay. And I'm using it. I'm not using any. This is the declaration, the definition, declaration part. I'm not assigning value. But here, I'm not giving hard coded value. I'm just selecting first name, salary into this single variable. Okay. Single variable is called record now. A record of this particular data type, composite data type. First name is varchar2, salary is number 8. See, this is the same data type. It will be stored on the same order. The order is very, very important here. If you are using first name and salary, the same order you have to select here. That is what it will be stored in this particular record. And employees, you have to select, yes, one record. But if you want to go for loop, then you have to use cursor. Okay. So just I'm using it. And it is printing. So from where it is printing? From the employees table. Yes, this is the way it will print. Okay. So I'm going with, see, wherever you are finding the keyword called type, that means we are defining it. If you go to real-time project, you can see this type of informations. They might be using it, and it is nothing but we are defining the data type. Okay. So type employee record is a record of this first name, and this one same way I'm defining. And here I'm using both first name as well as salary. Both I'm just making it. Yes, getting okay. First name is Matthew and salary is this one. If you're going for any other employee ID, you'll get other data here, right? Yes, you are getting other data. See, what is the use of these collections and this information, right? See, collections are used in some of the most important performance optimization features in PLSQL. You can go for bulk collect. Yes, you can use for bulk collect, you will use this collection only. So we'll be using select statement that retrieve multiple rows from a single fetch, increasing the speed of data retrieval. So bulk collect, we will see tomorrow. So at the time I will explain that. So how this collections will be used in bulk collect. Same way, you'll be using one keyword in PLSQL called for all. So if you use for all, yes, this is also will be used in bulk collect and rest of the PLSQL code. Like for all means it will take all the data, insert, update, or delete. So that use collections to change multiple rows of data very quickly. Okay. A collection is an ordered group of logically related element, but record is different data type element. A table functions, yes, PLSQL functions that return collection can be called in the from class of a select statement. Yes, we can take functions also. Main purpose of using collection is to improve the performance. Using collection, we can load all the record once from the database into local memory. Okay, if you have huge volume of data, so you remember the context switching. So you have the SQL block, PLSQL block. Whenever you are using any PLSQL block, so it will go to the database, the SQL engine and PLSQL engine. There should be a context switching. If you are making more context switching, then it will take a lot of memory. To avoid that, if you use collections to load all the data So whatever the data we need, all the data into a database, from the database to your local memory. Then if you want to perform the operations, okay, whatever the operation you want to perform, local memory means you are bringing in the data to your PLSQL block. Okay, so that means it store the data into a local memory. So it reduces calls to the database. But context switching will be reduced. Okay, so that's what you can do. Collections will be used, but collections are logically grouped same type of elements, and the record is nothing but it's a different data types. So you can see here another example of record type. This is a data type is record first name salary. Okay, I'm using it and first name salary, and I'm just printing phone number. So will it be printed phone number? What is the error I will get? I'm just printing first name salary here. This record type, selecting first name salary into this one and using that, but I'm just printing the phone number here. So will it be printed? No, if you print phone number, you'll be getting error, must be declared. So you have to declare that. So where should I declare? First you have to declare here and you have to select from here. Okay, I have declared, I'm not using it, that's fine. But you have to, if you are declaring it, you have to select and use it. Okay, so that's one thing. If you want to do it, again, you have to go for, so this one, okay. This is null constraint. How can I use null constraint in PLSQL code? So we know already, right? So we are defining set server output on, declare type, employee record type is record, first name varchar 2, it is a not null data type. Okay, it will not accept not null. It will not accept null value. Just I'm assigning a value, John here. Okay, it's not null. It will not be taken any null values. Okay, so I'm just defining this one and I'm making this employee record type dot salary equal to 100. See here, salary I'm defining, sorry, I'm assigning a value here, but for first name, I have defined value here, salary, sorry, name of this first name here itself. So if I'm going to execute name and salary, it will be printed. But here I'm going to assign null value. Okay, null value I'm assigning. It's a not null column. If I'm going to use null value for the not null, you are getting error. You are violating that, right? You are violating. So change the data, how it is manipulated, declare. Values do not violate the constraints. So we should not violate the constraints. So why? Because we have given as not null and we are violating it. And if you are declaring it and not using it, yes, that is fine. You have declared it, but if you are not using it, no issues. So next topic is collections. The collections are used in some of the most important performance optimization features in PLSQL. You can go for bulk collect. Yes, you can use for bulk collect. You will use this collection only. So we'll be using select statement that retrieve multiple rows from a single fetch, increasing the speed of data retrieval. Same way, you'll be using one keyword in PLSQL called for all. So if you use for all, yes, this is also be used in bulk collect and rest of the PLSQL code. Like for all means it will take all the data, insert, update, or delete. So that use collections to change multiple rows of data very quickly. A collection is an ordered group of logically related element, but record is different data type element. A table functions, yes, PLSQL functions that return collection can be called in the from class of a select statement. Yes, we can take functions also. Main purpose of using collection is to improve the performance. Using collection, we can load all the record once from the database into local memory. Okay, if you have huge volume of data, so you remember the context switching. So you have the SQL block, PLSQL block. Whenever you are using any PLSQL block, so it will go to the database, the SQL engine and PLSQL engine. There should be a context switching. It if you are making more context switching, then it will take a lot of memory. To avoid that, if you use collections to load all the data, so whatever the data we need, all the data into a database, from the database to your local memory. Then if you want to perform the operations, okay, whatever the operation you want to perform, local memory means you are bringing in the data to your PLSQL block. Okay, so that means it store the data into a local memory. So it reduces calls to the database. But context switching will be reduced. Okay, so that's what you can do. Collections will be used, but collections are logically grouped same type of elements, and the record is nothing but it's a different data types. As I told, the collections are same way. Is used most importantly for performance tuning. Okay, whenever you want to avoid the context switching between the SQL and PLSQL engine, then you can go for these collections. Okay, so you can use the different keyword like bulk collect for all table functions. All this you can use these collections. Okay, using collections, we can load all the records from database. Yes, we have seen this. We have three different types of collections, right? See here, this is what the record. In a collection, the internal components always have the same data type are called elements. In a record, the internal components can have different data type called field. So here it is a element, here it is a field. Okay, so scalar data type we have seen. So what is the scalar data type? What is the record type? And record type examples we have seen. But collections, we can go for collections. If you see the collections, a collection is an order group of logically related elements. Okay, sometimes in the real-time project, so you'll be having a address field, right? See, the address is like a single field address. But the thing is, how it will be stored in the database. We want to store this address. Say, for an example, your name. Okay, your name and your your date of birth. Okay, date of birth, your skill set, all this you are mentioning. You are mentioning here address. Okay, address. We are not storing it as a single column. See, in address, we need to take like a array of values. So first value, we have to store the door number. This is one data type only, but we are taking array of values. Yes, first one, door number. Second one, the index will have street name. Third one, you'll have area, city, state, and postal code. So like this, in one single array, you'll have all the values. Okay, this is called a collection. So collection is ordered group of logically related elements with same data type. The door number, street name, area, city, state, postal code, everything should be a varchar2 data type. That's what we have to define. And if you see this, yes, you know already this record type. So type we are defining, and this is a record. It's a keyword record we are mentioning. Collections, we do have three different types. So one is V array, it's a variable array, nested table, okay, nested table, and the third one is associative array. Okay, associative array or index by table. Normally we'll call it as associative array or index by table. Say in the V array and nested tables, so if you take V array and nested table, so both will have the index part, okay, the value The array of value it is storing, right? If you take, so this is the array of values it is storing. The index value will be defined by Oracle. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 is nothing but it's a door number. 2 is nothing but street name. 3 is nothing but it. This way, if it is storing the value, then this index will be created by and maintained by Oracle. Okay, so we are not going to maintain. Okay, this index will be maintained by Oracle. But we do have some differences between VRA and nested table. But this one is like a key value pair. Okay, so like this, we'll create a key, corresponding value, we'll store it. See, for this key value 1, what is the value here? Key value 2, what is the value here? So key value 3, what is the value here? It's like a key and value we will create. That is what index by table. This is called index. This is called value, associative. So both are associative. That is called associative array. So variable array, nested table, index by table, associative array. See what is variable array? If you see this is a definition by Oracle. So variable array, so it's a variable size of array, is nothing but is an array whose number of elements can vary from 0 to the declared maximum size. Actually, for the V array, we have to define the maximum size of the array. Okay, it is one of the state data structure, right? Yes, we will define our own structure. It will start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See here, they are just mentioning the grades. So BC, some value they are storing. Okay, it's called elements. Okay, so V array of maximum size 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have already defined 10, but as of now, they have stored 7 values. To access an element of VArray variable, use the syntax called variable name and index. So index, the lower bound of the index is 1. Yes, the upper bound will be whatever we are defining it. The upper bound is the current number of elements. It might be the 10 or anything. The upper bound changes as you add. So you can add, but you have to declare here. Declaration part itself. If you delete it, it will be deleted. So a lot of methods are there. So you can use some methods to use this. Okay. So I will tell you what it is. We'll go for. See, for any collections, you have to follow these 5 steps. So first you have to define, declare, initialize, assign, access. So that is what you have to use. The collections. This is the way you have to do. What is define? So how can I define? The same way. See, collection or record, this is the way you have to do. Record means we are mentioning that, okay, it's type of record, right? But here, the keyword type, we are creating the data type, right? Yes, type. This is the data type name, VRA type. Simply, this is a data type name, like a varchar to all this, right? Same way, this is the keyword of VArray. Okay, VArray. How many elements we are defining? Maximum 8. See, up to maximum 8 only we can go for. If you want to go for 20, yes, you have to initialize first itself 20 of all are varchar2 data type. So everything like varchar2 data type. See, on the same data type only. It's not like another data type. See here I have one collections. See, sometimes you'll be seeing in PLSQL code a keyword called type. It might be a record type or it might be a collection type. If this collection type, you'll be seeing the 3 different collection type: VArray, nested table, associative array, or index by table of varchar2. See, maximum I'm defining 8. So just whatever the data type here, VArray type. So that should be declared here. So of type this one, this is the variable name. So V color is the variable name equal to VArray type of So if you are defining 8 elements, so all the 8 elements you have to initialize it. If you are initializing here itself, then after that you can give different value. Okay, one index value 1, I'm just giving value like red. Index value 2, I'm just giving the value like black. So this way I'm just giving the value. And if I'm going for V color of 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, it will print like green. So if you want to go for some address data type, you want to store and you have to do. Yes, initialization, yes, you have to do. So yeah, how many numbers you are doing it, that is the number it will take. So I will give you one example here so that you will get clear idea. So I have given some explanation here, just go through that. So index value, what is element? Okay, all this I have given methods. A lot of methods are available and 3 types of collections. So one is associative array, nested table, and V array. So first is we are seeing the V array. V array is nothing but can be used in PLSQL block, in SQL statement, and as the data type of columns in a table. So V array are always dense and indexed by integer. When a V array type is defined, you must specify the maximum number of elements allowed in a collection declared with a type. The associative array is the most commonly used collection type. Yes, associative array, we are defining the, but nested table have some powerful unique features. So that can simply the code needed to use your collections. Okay, so nested table, the upper bound, we can, after that we can modify. So that's a use. So why it is called variable size? But variable size means you can define, for an example, this V array, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements, right? After that, if you want to define some 10 elements, yes, you can define 10 elements. But you have to define variable size. So you have to maximum size, you have to define it. So upper bound we have to define. So V arrays is nothing but variable size array. It's array of value. It's a predefined size. Index starts with 1 and cannot delete elements. Okay, elements by index. In that way, I can say. So elements by index we cannot delete it. But if you are deleting the elements, all the elements will get deleted. So I'll go for, if you want to create the collections, use the collection, first we have to define. Okay, I have defined. So this is the one defined. Then declare. Okay, so declaring the column called address. There's a variable called address of this particular data type. It is not a single column value. It will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 values it will have. And I'm just assigning one record for that. Okay, so if you want to go for more records, you have to use looping concept. So you have to use address of 1. I'm just using this G2, 2, ABC flat number, this one. And I'm just accessing the 4. Okay, so I'm just using this. If you see this, what is the value? Okay, the 4. I want to take only the, so 4 is nothing but you can go for 1 is nothing but your door number, your flat name, your area, address line number 1, address line number 2. This is what they will store in the database. So wherever they are collecting all your address for the delivery, all the information, right? They will store all the address like array of values. So initializing first values, we are not defining right here, just we are initializing it. So I'm not initializing here, just I'm using this. So if I'm going without initializing it, so all the 7 you have to do. So if you are doing it 3, so it will not be used. See here, reference uninitialized collection, right? So as I told, you have to initialize first. See these steps you have to follow. Define, declare, initialize, assign a value, access it. So access is nothing but, this is called assigning a value. Accessing is nothing but, so which element we want to take. Okay, so this is what accessing the element. Okay, so this is 4. So it has more methods. So collection will have more methods also. If I'm not using initialize, it will not be used. you cannot use it. And I'm not initializing all the values here. Just I'm using only 4 values I'm just initializing. See, for collections, we have to first, these 7 steps we have to follow. So first you have to define it. For these 5 steps you have to follow. Initialize it. If you don't initialize, the collection cannot be used. Okay. So define, declare, initialize, assign, and access it. Initializing the value with null. But if you want to initialize with any other value, yes, you can initialize any other value. So how can we pass the value dynamically? So we have to use any select statement, the cursor, all this. So declare type varray, type is varray of 7, and I'm just defining only 4. Okay, so here I'm initializing 4. So if you don't use these values, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I'm just using only 4. So it will be used. But the thing is, you can go up to 7. Okay, 7. But I have initialized only 4. So those 4 only you can use it. If you're using 5th one, okay, even 5th one, so you'll be getting error. Subscript beyond the count. Okay, this is a subscript. This is beyond the count. Okay, so we have initialized only 4, but we have used 5. Okay, so define and declare is same. No, this is define, right? What is collection? Okay, collection is structure, same like structure in C. Why do we need this collection? Can you create in varchar 2? Okay, so in number data type, can you store 2 values, 2 column values? Is it possible? Number data type, will you able to store 2 column values? This value and this value, is it possible? Is it possible to store 45 and 67? No, right? But I want to store. Okay. We have assigned as null, null, null. Initialize it. We have initialized with null. If you want to go for any other value, yes, you can initialize with any other value. If so, we have defined like varchar. That's why we have defined like null. If it is integer data type, we should have initialized with 0, 0, 0. Okay, something like any other number you can initialize, no issues. But here you are giving any other different value. So that's why we have defined. So we are initializing it. This is declaration, the definition part, and declaring the address. What is address here? It is a variable. Variable of type. What is the type? What is the type? What is the variable type, data type? It's a varray type. So address is a variable of type varray type. What is varray type? It's a variable array of 7. So it has a lot of methods to access each element. So we have methods. So what are the different methods are available? So these are all the methods. Say for an example, this one we have seen, and collection methods. We have different methods. So one is limit. So if I want to access each element, you can use this method. So method is like nothing but functions, right? Same way. You have the collection methods. You can use limit, maximum number of value of varray. So what is the maximum value of varray? This array, this one, 8 is the limit. And count is how many elements are stored in the varray. Okay, so how many elements are stored here? Actually initialized. So how many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it will give you 8. If you are initializing only 3, then it will give you 3. So first index value. So index value is 1. Immutable means you cannot change it. The index value, can you change? No, you cannot change it. Even you could not delete any element by index. Last means last index value. Here you will get 8. Trim means last element will be deleted. So if you're using trim of 1, trim alone, then this element will get deleted. You'll be getting limit as 8, count as 7. Delete means delete all the elements in varray. You cannot delete elements specifically. Extend the number of elements. Yes, you can go for extend. Prior n is nothing but index of prior element. Next n means index of next element. The prior of 6 will be 5, next will be 7. So that's what we will get it. Okay, so if you see this, in between we cannot append. Okay, that's what I can say. In between we cannot append. So we have to go with the value 1, 2, 3, 4 in this way. See, first time how many value I'm just initializing it? How many values I'm just initializing it? I'm giving maximum VRA values 8, but I'm giving only 3. 1, 2, 3 of this one variable type. So V color of 1 is 1 equal to red, black, blue. So what is the one you will get it here? Color of 1 you will get red. Limit you will get 8. Count you will get 3. First you will get 1. Last you will get 3. Prior to 3 you will get 2. Next of 3 you will not get any value. So you will get null. After that I'm just extending 1. Extend of. So if you extend 1, then you are counting it. You will get count 4. Then you will be getting next of 3 will be 4. You are trimming it. Trim means last element will get trimmed. Then after that, if you are counting, same 3 you will get it. So what is the count value here we are getting, right? Same count we will get it. Delete means all the element will get deleted. We will get null value here finally. See the same one. Should have printed here. So first one, red we are getting, right? Color of one is red. Yes. Then limit you are getting 8. Yes, totally we have 8. Count is 3 only. So why? Because as of now we have 3. First is 1, last is 3. Prior of 3 will be 2. Next will be null. So why? Because totally we have only 3. That's why next you are getting, next of 3 you will be getting null. But you are extending 1. After extending 1, we are getting count will be 4. But instead of 1, if you are extending 3, so already 3 are there. Again 3, you will get 6. Okay. But if you are extending 5, 5 you can extend, but 6 extending. Can I extend 6? Is it possible? No. Why? Already 3 is there. If you are extending 6, it will be 9, but you have defined only 8, right? You get error. The subscript was greater than the limit of VRA. Okay, so check the program logic and increase the VRA limit if necessary. So, but if you are going for 5, up to 5, the code will be executed. So previously, what is that value? After that, what is the value? You can see here, right? See, limit you are getting 8, count is 3. After that, after extending, counter you are getting 8 only. So next will be 4. After that, you are trimming one element, you are getting count equal to 7. Finally, you are deleting all the values. So nothing will be there in the VRA. It will be empty. Okay, so that's why you are getting count equal to 0. So we cannot specifically delete some element. Okay, can I delete the element by index? No, I cannot delete it this way. You will get error. Okay, so wrong number of type of argument in the delete. Yes, delete we cannot pass the number. So we cannot pass any value here. So these are all the methods to access the element in the array. We have to use this value. If I want to increase the size of this, you have to go here only. So you have here itself, the declaration part itself, a definition part itself, you have to go for increase. So how can we delete the value? By VRA, we cannot delete by index. That's a limitations. That is what VRA. If you want to delete it, you have to go for nested table. So nested table, you can delete the element by index. But here you cannot do it as you add or delete elements. But you cannot delete the element by index. In VRA, we cannot delete the elements by index. See, but it cannot exceed the maximum size. Whatever the maximum size we have defined, We cannot exceed beyond that. The database stores a VRA variable as a single object. The database stores a VRA variable as a single object. Okay, it's a single object. It will be stored like this, the single object. If a VRA variable is less than 4 KB, it resides inside the table of which is the column. Otherwise, it will reside outside that table, but on the same table space. They will keep it in the separately if it is more than 4 KB. Okay. So to get value of each index, yes, you have to use 1, 2, 3, 4 in that way. So this is index. This is the value. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This way you have to use. In nested table and variable array, this is the index value. So index value, we cannot change it. But in VArray, the maximum upper bound, we have to define it, right? The upper bound, we have to define it. But the nested table, upper bound in the runtime, you can change it. The upper bound changes as you add or delete elements, but it cannot exceed the maximum size. Okay, so next one is nested tables. So we have seen variable array. So this is what the variable array, and we'll have the methods. And the next one, for an example, I want to go for, okay, something like a different one. Okay, the limit. So here I do not want to go for any limitation. Okay, the number of element I do not want to go for. Whatever the number of element we want in the future, I have to increase it. If you want to go for in that way, then you have to go for nested table. If you see this nested table, the same way you have to use type variable, the data type name here is table. This is the keyword. If you're seeing something called a table, it is a nested table. Okay, nested table of varchar2 of 40. So all these are varchar2, it's a 40. And this data type, this is a variable name. And I'm just giving this value. So how many values I'm giving? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So first I'm defining 8. So I'm giving all the values. So 4 is nothing but yes. See, this way you can give the upper bound. But here we are not we are giving any upper bound. Just we are defining the nested table up while in the initializing it. So how many elements we want? Just we are initializing it. Okay, but here I'm just initializing 4, but I'm giving more values. Okay, then you'll get error. Okay, so on leave, see here, you'll be getting more values, right? You'll be getting error. So yellow, yes, you are getting error here. Subscript beyond count. So why? Because I have used 4 here. I'm using more than 4. But if you don't use, then that's fine. You'll get the value. So color of 4 equal to green, you will get it, right? So, but after that you can extend. So we have defined only 4 here. But if I want to extend, yes, you can use the keyword called extend. See here, I just used 3 here. 3 values I have defined here. But after that, I want to go for 4. 4 more values I have extended, but 4th value I'm giving green and color of 4. If you get limits, so what is the limit you will get now? Same limit I will print here before. Limit and count I will print here. Okay, you can see this. Okay, so just I'm using only 3 here. Okay, first I thought, okay, I can have only 3 elements, but after in the program, I need more elements and count equal to 3. Okay, but if you are not using here, but count equal to 2, right? You will get in this way. Limit, you will not get it. Remember, the limit keyword, you will not get in the nested tables. So why? Because there is no limit for this. That's why you will get null value. So you have to remember this. For nested table, there is no limits. Okay, limit is only applicable for an VRA. So that's why you are getting null here. Okay. Count, you will get it. Count 3. After that, you have extended 4. So count equal to, next time you are getting here 7. So index of first will be the 1. Okay, the first index. Last means last index. So last index value is 7. So index of first element, index of last element. So these are all the methods are available in nested tables. But remember, the limit will not be printed. Okay, so here in nested tables, you can delete the element by defining the index number. See here, I'm initializing 3. I'm just printing it. Count, you will get 3, right? Then extending 4. After that, if you are counting, after extending, you are counting. So how much you will get it? You will get count equal to 7 now. Limit, you will not get it. You will get null. And the index of the first element, all this. And delete means you are deleting all the values and count your, but you can delete a particular element. See, I want to delete 2. Okay, so 2, I want to delete it. After deleting it, I'll go for 2 here. I'll go for 3 here. I'll go for 1 here. 2, 3. Okay, so you can see here. I'll show you first. So first we are defining 3, right? Color of count will be, you'll be getting 3 only. Why? Because I'm just initializing it 3. After that, I'm extending 4. Okay, the fourth element will be green, right? Fourth element, just we are printing here green. Next will be limit. So limit, you will not get it null. Then again, you are getting count 7. So why? Because here I have increased 4. That's what I'm getting count 7. So first will be first index value, last index value. So prior to 3, you'll be getting 2 and color of 1. Okay, so 1 we are getting red here, right? So after that, 2 we are not getting. Okay, so here, so delete of 2 from last 2 element will get deleted. Okay, so 1, 2. So that's why blue and green has been deleted, right? Delete of 2. How many elements are there? 4. Green and blue. So up to black, it will be there, right? So that's why the 2 we will get it. Okay, so first it is giving first and then prior to, and we have deleted 1 element and the first one got deleted. Red, black, blue, green. Okay. So I'm just deleting from here. Okay, color of 1 is finally I'm printing. Color of 1 is red and 2 is black, 3 is blue. And after deleting it, it is deleting all the values. Then you are counting 0. Okay. So here, after deleting the values, I'm printing the same one. After deleting it, if you print the same one, we are not getting anything. Okay. So after deleting, we will not get it. So if you are deleting, so from here, okay. So it is, you are deleting the value of red. So index, actually it got errored out. I haven't noticed here. See, if you see this, V color of delete 1, we have 4 elements, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, but I'm deleting first one. So it is possible in nested table. So this element, I'm deleting it. After that, you should not print that element. If you are printing, yes, you will get error. But 2 and 3, finally it is getting here, right? Yes, you are getting it. If you are going for the count now, see here count is 6. One element got deleted. Okay, so here I'm going for 4. So 4 means the fourth element you should not print here after deleting it. Okay, so like this you can do, but fourth element I'm not printing. You are getting right, red, black, blue, and last finally you are getting 6. Okay, so this is what you can go for nested table. But if you are deleting all the element will get deleted. Finally, you will get error. You are accessing the count, right? After that, you are getting count, you will get 0. It will not be errored out since you are deleting all the elements. So from here, if you put delete, then it will get deleted all the element. If you are making delete of index number, that particular index value will get deleted. See like this, you can put index. So which element I want to delete it? Okay, so I want to delete some element here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Some element I want to delete it. Is this element alone I can delete. So this will not be a continuous value. Okay, so in nested table, you will not have continuous value. But in the V array, we will have continuous value. So why? Because you cannot delete it in between. So is the difference between nested element is limit and variable size? Yes, correct. So but we can delete by index. Yes, we can delete by index. So that's what we have deleted. So based on the index value, we can delete it. And even if you see this, so exist, if we color of exist of 2, then we are printing. Else elements not available. So instead of going for the error, right? So previously we got the error. So instead of going for error, so you can use this keyword called exist. Okay, if second element is exist, yes, it is exist, right? Okay, so what is this? We'll see. See, if you see this type nested table of varchar2, just I'm making the 3, 1, 2, 3, then extending 4 more elements. I'm just making the fourth element is green and I'm trimming 2. If delete means index by value, you can delete. But trim means from last you'll get trim. So you are trimming last 2 elements, right? Green and blue, you are trimming it. Delete of 2 means deleting black and you are going for color of 4. Here we are extending it, right? 1, 2, 3. Again, we are extending 4. Totally 7 will be there. 7, fourth will be up to here. Then you are trimming 2. Okay, so that's what it's remaining. Okay, so if you see this, totally we'll have 7 array of values. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, first 3 we are defining. Again, we are extended 4. Then we are having red, black, blue, and then green, right? Yes, you will have. Then trim of 2. Trim of 2 means these 2 will be trimmed. Okay. Then delete of 2. Delete of 2 means the second will get deleted. So that's why if you are printing 4, it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4. It is printing green. Okay. And limits. So limit you are getting null. So for nested table, you will not get any limit. After that, you will be getting count 4. Why count 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is null value you have already. Right? Count 4. Then index of first element will get 1. Index of last element will be 5. See 5 only, right? Index of last element. Last two element we have trimmed it. 5. If we color dot exist 2. 2 is exist? No. Right? No, right? If you exist, we are printing. Otherwise, we are printing not available. So it is printing not available. If you are going for 3, 3 is available. The color of 3 is available, right? If you are going like this, so instead of element is not available, you will get the color of 3 is blue. So why? Because 3 is available now. So this is what you will get. So trim of 2 means trim will delete from the last. Okay. Trim of 2 means last 2 element will get trimmed. So trim means last only it will come. So trim of 2, last 2 element will get deleted. But delete of 2 means delete, it will delete by index value, not like a trim. So delete of 2 means it will delete the index value. So this will get deleted. Are you clear what the trim will do? So trim of 3 means last 3 will get trimmed. If we have to delete first 3, no, first 3, you have to mention that 1, 2, 3. So delete of 1, 2, 3. Index by number you can mention. Last 3, if you want to delete it, you can go for trim of 3. Okay, if you want to delete first 3, you have to mention this 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So index by number you can delete it. So now you are getting what is the use of delete and trim. So next one is associative array. See in this associative array, so we can, okay, so both VArray and nested tables, the index value predefined and maintained by Oracle. In associative array, the index and elements will be defined by the user. We can define. For an example, just I'm making associative array PLSQL. It's nothing but I'm making that procedural language for SQL. SQL, structured query language. Just this is a key value. This is the key and this is the value. Key value pair. So index and this is a value. So index we are defined. What is the data type? Index of varchar2. Value of varchar. Here also index is varchar2 and value is varchar2. If you see this, declare type, v array type is table of varchar2. If you are seeing this index by, this is called associative array. You'll have the table. It might be a nested table or it might be a variable, sorry, index by table. So that's why indexing is nothing but this is called indexing. We are indexing. We are giving instead of, see, if you see this previously, it should be 1, 2, 3. But here we are defining our own index value. So color of 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are mentioning like that and then we are accessing it. Same way, it is delete, but here we do not have any limit function, trim function, extend function. So why? Because we are not going to extend it. We have to define key value path. That's it. So that's why we don't have any extend. We don't have any trim. We don't have any limit. So only first, last count. So delete means all this will get deleted. So if you see this, this is the one, right? First color of 3, you are getting 3. Then first, you can go for first, last is 3, count. So count we are getting, and after deleting it, if you are getting count, you will not get any count. Count 0. But instead of deleting all the values, we can delete the particular index value. Okay, color of 3 only I'm deleting. 1, 2, 3 will be available. So count you will get 3 finally. Okay, can we add value at the last? Yeah, you can add. You can add value at last. So here last only we can add. In between we cannot add it. If you want to add any value here, so you have to go for one more value, the index and the value. That's it. Okay. So sorry. So finally you can do it. So if you are printing again the count, you will get one more value. Count is 4. See, so you can add a value. This is our key, our own key and value, right? We are not defining like a 1, 2, 3, 4. Anything you can print here. Like even you can mention like 1 and 3 and 5, 9. Anything you can print. This key value is our own value. We are choosing it. So whenever you are going to execute any PLSQL block, the Oracle divides the PLSQL block into 2 different statements, right? So if you have any SQL statement within PLSQL statement, any DML, any statement if you have, then but this PLSQL block will segregate procedural language into procedural statement executor and SQL into SQL statement executor. So this is what Oracle server will process. And if you have any PLSQL statement within the PLSQL statement, if you have any SQL statement like insert statement or any statement, then from the PLSQL block to SQL block, this switching will happen. So this is called context switching, right? So I have already explained this. Context switching will happen. So because of this context switching, it will take a lot of time. Okay, the performance issue. If you're going for millions of record, okay, so you are going to process like huge volume of record. Yes, definitely will be facing this context switching. So what is this context switching? Okay, so how it will impact? I'll explain. To avoid the context switching, we can go for bulk collect. So bulk collect means, okay, so bulk collect reduces context switches between SQL and PLSQL engine, right? So what we are going to do, instead of each and every row by row, instead of going with procedural block to SQL block. So instead of switching like this, okay, so only one time at a time, we are fetching whatever the data we need to process in PLSQL engine. We are going to collect bulkly and then load it into this PLSQL block. Okay, so after that, you can start processing it. So that is what PLSQL block, the bulk collect will do. Okay, so here if you see, PLSQL engine allows SQL engine to fetch the record at once. A bulk collect is a method of fetching the data where PLSQL engine tells SQL engine to collect many rows at once and place them in a collection. Okay, so you can do 3 things. One is you can do collections by using, you can do bulk collect by using 3 different ways. One is you can go for the select statement. Select column names, bulk collect into collections, fetch cursor. So if you're going to use cursor, you can use this keyword like a fetch cursor, bulk collect into collections, or you can go for execute immediate. Okay, query string, bulk collect into collections. But we will use always collections. You remember yesterday we have seen collections, right? 3 different collection types we have. So any one we can use it. So how can I use this bulk collect? If you see this, select column names, bulk collect into bulk variable from table name like this. Okay, fetch cursor name, bulk collect into bulk variable. So this is what you can use. And even you can go for 2 other word called bulk binding. So bulk collect means collecting the data. So from here, from SQL engine to PLSQL engine, we are collecting bulk, and bulk processing is called bulk binding. So that's called your for all statement. Okay. So for all helps us to perform the data manipulation language. Okay. DML operations on data in bulk. So if you want to do any data manipulation operations, okay, in the bulk, okay, in a bulk way, then you can use a keyword called for all. Okay. It is very similar to for loop. With for loop, it will happen record level. One by one, it will happen, right? So record by record, it will go for. So since it is going for record by record, it will take a lot of time. That's why we are going for all statement to collect bulk data at a time. Okay, so for looping statements. So this is a statement. You can go for all. It's a single word. Okay, so looping variable in lower range dot higher range. So this is what you have to go for. So sometimes what will happen if you are doing bulk collect, okay, if you are doing bulk collect, if it has huge volume of data, then bulk collect also performance wise, we may face issues. So instead of going for bulk collect completely, you can use limit keyword. Okay, so you can use limit keyword. Okay, so you can limit 10,000 record at a time or 100K records at a time. So that's what you can use the limit keyword. So we'll see all the examples one by one. So what is context switching? We will see now. So I'm going to create one table called, just simply I'm going to create bulk table. Just the name of the table called bulk table, just I'm creating with one ID column. Okay, ID column. Then what I'm going to do? So I'm going to create one more table called bulk binding. So to process the data. So two different tables I have created. See here, I'm going to use one anonymous block. So begin and end only. There is no declare keyword here. Just I'm using begin and end. So here I'm going to use the begin and end. Within the begin and end, I'm going to use for loop. So for I, so this is a lower range. For I in from 1 to this 1 million record. Okay, so for I in 1 to 1 million record, looping statements and end loop, insert into bulk table values I. So whatever the value I am getting, that just simply we are going for loop. So once 1 million record has been loaded, I'm just committing, I'm just ending. Okay. So if you see this particular table, okay, so I'm just taking this select count of star from this table, bulk table. There is, sorry, I should not use control enter. Just you can go for count. There is no count. Okay, so just I'm going to execute. So this is called context switching. Okay, this is called context switching. Why it is context switching? If you see this, begin, I'm using PLSQL statement, right? For is nothing but it's like a PLSQL statement. So in this PLSQL statement, I'm calling SQL statement, right? So this for I in this one, this will be taken care. This will be taken care by PLSQL engine, but the insert statement will be taken care by this one. So 1 million times row by row, the context switching will happen from here to here. If you see this, so for I S1, then looping, insert. So SQL statement only process the insert statement, but increment by PLSQL statement, right? So if I'm going to execute, it will take more time. You can see here, it is context switching is happening and it is taking a lot of time. To load 1 million record, how much time it is taking, we'll see. Okay, it has been completed. You can see here task completed in 26 seconds, right? So we can see this task has been completed by 26.71 seconds. So almost 27 seconds, right? Okay, if you go and check the count here, you'll be seeing this count is 1 million. So 1 million record has been loaded. If you go and check, select star from this table, You'll be seeing all the records one by one. 1 million record is there in the table. Okay, it is taking a lot of time. 26 seconds it has taken to load one particular column with 1 million record. Yes. So the same scenario, we are going for bulk binding. So what is bulk collect or bulk binding? The bulk binding is nothing but processing the data. Okay. So how we are doing it? If you see this, to avoid this, I'm just using the bulk collect. So this is the keyword. Okay, select. This time I'm using select. Select star bulk collect. Okay, select star bulk collect is the keyword. Okay, so if you see this, what is the keyword for bulk collect? So this is the syntax. Select column names bulk collect into collections. Okay, so select star bulk collect into collections. It's a, what is this? It is a table, right? So record type. Even you can go for, this is table. So table record type. We're using record type is table of bulk percentage row type. It's a collection, right? So collections, we are using variable of this particular type, record type variable. So from the record type, the collections, we are loading them. So collection, we are seeing it will take that data as array of values, right? Array of values. So that's why we are going for all. So here I'm using for all statement to process the data. So from the bulk table, it's a table, right? One table we have loaded already. So from the table, I'm going to take now. I'm not going to take from like this. I'm not going to take, since I have data in the table, I'm going to take the data from table and I'm going to collect all the data and store it into one variable called collection variable called VT. Okay, so variable table. I'm just creating one variable, that's it, for this table. So I'm just storing the data at a time, single time. I have collected all the data and stored the value in the one variable. After that, I'm going for the SQL statement, right? So this is called bulk collect. So for all means bulk binding. So single time, okay, it will not go for what row by row. Single time, it will go for insertion. So for all I in 1 to vt.count. You remember yesterday we have seen collection methods. So what is the use of collection methods? The count. So it will go up to this vt.count, up to this count value. We may not know how many records are there. The dynamically it will allocate the array of values. Okay, it will take the count and it is inserting. Same thing I'm going for this bulk bind table, insert into bulk bind table, right? So I'm going to use this bulk bind table. How many records are there now? Select count of star from this one. So how much time it is taking to process this particular data? As of now, 0. I'm going to run it. This is also loading 1 million record into this table. Okay. So selecting the data and loading the data. That's it. So select and then load. See how much time it has taken. Not even 1 second, right? So 0.987. That's it. So instead of taking 26 seconds, the same data it has taken by using the bulk collect, it has taken within 1 second, right? So if you are going for any real-time project, if you want to process like a millions of data, so you can always use bulk collect. Okay, it's one of the performance improvement method in PLSQL. So this is the way we'll go for bulk collect. Still, we will see more examples. So what is the statement will do? The statement will do. If you see the statement, we have already seen the statement, right? So set server output on, clear screen, declare, and end. And just I'm using two variables, first name and employee salary. So begin first name salary into v first name, v salary from employees, employee ID equal to 120. So just I'm going to execute this one. Okay. So here I'm getting the value in this way. Okay. So select statement in PLSQL block. That's it. If I want to go for more data, more number of records. So here I'm just using this way. What will happen? So it will be errored out, right? It will be errored out. You are getting more number of records from the table. It will be errored out. So too many rows. So I'm just handling it exceptions. So whenever the exception is happening, it will go to the exception block and it will take when too many rows. Yes, it will raise one exception that is nothing but too many rows. So when this error is occurring, so it will be returned this particular one. We are not terminating the procedure, just we are handling it exceptions. We'll see the exceptions next one. We are saying that many rows are returned from the base table, right? So that's what I have written here. So it has been handled, procedure successfully completed, but we are getting error. Okay, the exceptions handled. But if I want to go for multiple rows, what I will do, I'll use cursor, right? I'll use cursor. So remember we have used cursor. So cursor C1, select statement, all the data, and we are opening the cursor, looping, and fetch the value, exit when seen not found. If you're going like this, so from the beginning to end, it will go and print all the values, right? This is cursor. So you can go for even cursor. It will take a lot of time if you have millions of records. So that's a disadvantage here. So each and every record, it will go for the context switching. Okay, so it will take some time. So to avoid this, we are going for the bulk collect and composite variable. So remember, I have explained this one while taking the cursor. So we can do more number of data. We can go for bulk collect or we can go for cursor. So bulk collect, if you're going with, so just I'm selecting declare within the end. I'm going for the begin. Select, I'm taking salary column alone. Select salary, bulk collect into empty salary. So what is this? This is a collection. So table, right? Nested table. So I'm using type nested table. Salary is table of number of 10. Just I'm using this one called number of 10. Okay, so this variable I'm just assigning it, and I'm assigning null value for this. Okay, so I'm not assigning here. You can remove this, no issues. So just you can variable declaration of this particular type. Then we are going for the for I, right? For I into this one looping statement completely. Yesterday we have seen first, right? The nt dot salary collection dot first. So from the first value to last value, it will be going to the loop and it will be processed. You remember yesterday you asked what is the use of this collection method, all this. See this kind of looping. So this kind of data processing bulk collect, this collections will be used mostly. Okay. So if you see this, so it will be performed very quickly. So that is what we are going for the bulk collect. So bulk collect information. Okay. So even if you see this, these are all the bulk collect one. And we have a lot of concepts are there. So we'll go through one by one. Okay. So bulk collect to avoid the context switching. So that's what we have seen. Okay. So now we will go for one more examples. So if you take this particular examples, it's called a context switching, right? So we have seen already, but this is for employees table. So what is this particular procedure will do? Create or replace procedure, just one procedure called increment. So increase in the salary. I have to pass department ID as an input parameter and increase percentage. So how much percentage I have to increase for this particular department. So that we have to give. Both are input parameter. So one is what is a employees department ID data type. Increase percentage is number is begin. So I do not have any variable to declare. I'm going with for loop. So for this is a record, right? So record in select statement. So whatever the select statement, whatever the department ID I'm passing from here, so that will be passed here, right? So that will be passed here, department ID, increase salary dot department ID in. So this input parameter will be passed, it will be placed here. Okay, so it will be placed. So for an example, department ID 30 I'm passing. Select employee ID from employees where department ID equal to 30. So all the employee ID will be taken and it will be stored in the record, this employee underscore record. Then I'm going for the loop for this one. Record dot, I'll go one by one. So update employees, set to this one, employees. So increase end loop. So just I'm going with, so just I'm updating the salary for this, right? So I will go compiled. I have compiled, but I want to execute. Okay, so I have compiled here and I have to execute. So if I'm going to execute, just this is the procedure name, input parameters, department ID and percentage. I'm passing the department ID. Okay, any department ID can pass 10% increment on the salary, right? Just passing 10%. So, but here I'm rolling back to avoid the update statement. If I'm going to update it for the 50th department, it will go and update for all the record 10% increment. So that's what it will go for loop. Okay. Okay. So wherever the employee ID here it is passing, so those many record it will be passed here and it will go to the loop. Okay. So it will go to the loop for all the record 10% increment on the salary. So this is like one by one. One by one, the record will be processed, right? This is one by one. Still here, if you see this loop, it's every record will go for. If you have some 1 million record or some 100K records, so every one by one, all the record, it will go and update. So it will take a lot of time. So to avoid this, we can use bulk collect. Okay, so we can use bulk collect. So what is that? See, bulk collect, you can use different way, as I told. So one thing is you can use select statement, or you can go for, so bulk collect to fetch employees data. So the same way I'm using this bulk collect, select star bulk collect into L underscore employees. This is nothing but it's a collection. Okay, in the collection, it will be stored all the values from employees, right? So collection dot count, you'll be getting how many count, right? So each and every one value for this index. Just even you can go for record also in 1 to till the count. I'm going for the loop. So one time I'm just collecting that all the values. So from this table and loading into this L underscore employees local variable, okay, of this particular table data type. And from here, I'm going for the looping. So this way it will reduce the timing. It will reduce the timing. It will load the data. So instead of going for looping the statement to print this, even you can go for anything like insert statement, update statement, all this. So any statement you can use. So for all the record, it will update. So if you go to the previous statement, in this previous statement, we are updating only for 50th department 10% increment. But we are not going to update, just I have rolled back. So why? Because I do not want to update employees table. That's why I have rolled back. So you can use this way for the bulk collect. To avoid the bulk, to avoid the context switching, we can implement two different ways. So one is you can implement the functionality in pure SQL statement, but this is also will take more time, but you can use bulk processing feature in PLSQL. So that's the way you can increase the performance. See, this bulk collect is, we are using limit here. So limit, okay, somewhere limit will be defined. I can take. So this is called bulk collect. We are collecting data from the base table and storing into one PLSQL variable called L underscore employees. After bringing the data to PLSQL block, that is our local memory, then we are processing it at one single time. Okay, this is called bulk collect. It will be processed very quickly. To avoid the performance degradation, you can go for bulk collect. So here just we have used the limits. Okay, the limit keyword. So what is the limit? So here we are using limit is 100. So you can use limit more number of limit. Okay, it's a constant we are defining. Why? Because this number should not be changed. And then this PLS integer, what is that? I will explain. This is PLSQL data type. Okay, PLSQL data type is called PLSQL integer. This one I will explain later. Default value I'm giving like 100. So instead of taking the value more values, just I'm collecting only 100 values. So you can go for something like 10,000 record at a time. Okay, so 10,000 record, 10,000 record, so that you will not get more performance issue, even though you are going for bulk collects. You can use this way. Fetch, this is cursor. Okay, so cursor bulk collect into this one limit. Just you have to add one keyword called limit. That limit you have to declare here. That's it. Other than that, everything is similar. This is cursor, this is collections, and we are just looping, and we are fetching, and just here printing. That's it. So instead of printing, you can go for in real-time project, you can go for SQL statements. Okay. So this loop for cursor loop. Okay. This loop for loop, inside for loop. So as we have seen already using cursor, how it will be performed, and by using the bulk collect, how it will be performed. So what is the context switching? If they ask in interview, you can explain them. Okay. So clearly, if you are going for context switching, so definitely it'll be taking more time. So instead of going for context switching, we are going for this one. Instead of printing the values, if you use DBMS output, it will print a value. In real-time project, instead of printing a value, you can use some executable statement here. You can some calculation you can go for. Okay, some calculations you can use this value. You can use any values inside. If I want to perform, okay, so mostly the create table statement and all, we will not go for dynamic SQL. Okay, but for something like the backup tables, backing up the tables and deleting the backup tables from all the tables. So just we will create some dynamic SQL. So to build ad hoc query and update applications, we'll go for dynamic SQL. So static SQL, you know already. Static SQL means we are writing SQL statement. So that SQL statement, if you are going to make, okay, any SQL statement you are writing. So this is static SQL, right? This is static SQL. The SQL statement will not change. So it will take action when compilation. So if you take any PLSQL statement also, if you are writing PLSQL statement, action will take when takes the compilation. But dynamic SQL, action when application is running. So that's what it will take. Why? Because so if you are giving static SQL, Oracle knows it already. Okay, so Oracle knows it. So if you see this, these are all the static statement, whatever we have seen. Action when application is running. It's a dynamic, right? It is add or query only. It will not find, okay, so if you're writing any SQL statement, static statement only, compilation, it will find the value. But dynamic value, compilation, it cannot find the SQL statement also. It will have all the values only. While running it, then you will get the actions. So that is what we will call it as late binding. Late binding means late processing. Dynamic query will go for late binding. Static query will go for early binding. So that's what the difference is. So what is it? To implement dynamic SQL, we can go with two different ways. So one is execute immediate, other one is DBMS underscore SQL. See this DBMS underscore SQL, we do not have permission here. So in the real-time project only we'll have. We do not have so privileges to use this, but we will see this execute immediate. So what is execute immediate? Dynamic DML, dynamic DDL, dynamic PLSQL block. So anything you can use. Okay. So DML statement, DDL statement, anything. For an example, I will go here. I will create one table. Okay. So I want to create. We have any customer table? Select star from customer. Yes, we have the table. So I want to drop the table. So is it possible to drop this table in any PLSQL block? Can I use begin and end drop table name? Can I use? No, we cannot use any DDL statement inside the PLSQL block. Okay, so inside the PLSQL block, we cannot use any DDL statement as it is. So if I want to use this, you have to use execute immediate. Okay, if you want to use it, you have to use keyword called execute immediate. So this one you have to use. So if you are going for drop table, you'll be using execute immediate. And if you run this within the block, PLSQL block, any block, okay, so within anonymous block or functions procedure anywhere, if you want to use it, yes, it will be dropped. Okay, it will be dropped here. So there is no table as of now. If you go and check here, there is no table. Customer. Okay, say for an example, I have some tables I'm just creating. Create table name, customer underscore backup. Select start from s underscore customer underscore SID. This table I will create it. One backup table. Okay, so the same way I'm creating one more backup table. Okay, so one more backup table here. And I'm creating employees backup table. Just I'm creating some tables here. The employees backup. Assume that we are creating the backup table. So a lot of people will create in real-time project. We are creating. So I'm creating one table called departments backup from departments table. Just I'm creating many backup tables. Lot of tables are there. If you go and check here, select star from all underscore tables. Okay, so where owner equal to this HR, right? So if you go and check this table, sorry, owner equal to this one. So many tables are there, right? So I want to check how many tables are there with backup. And table underscore name, like single quotes, backup, percentage single quotes. So there are 4 different tables are there. So I have to delete all the tables with backup table. How can I drop it? Can I use this way? Drop table name. So each and every single table should I use? No, right? No need to use single table. So you can create one PLSQL statement. Okay, so drop all the tables. Okay, so how to drop all the tables? You can go like this. So if you see this particular statement, begin and end for this is record. So just I'm taking the record. You remember we have seen record here. Just I'm selecting the table. Select table name from the all underscore table where upper of table name like backup. So just I'm taking this. So upper of table name equating with uppercase. Even you can use HR schema where owner equal to HR. Owner equal to HR. So I should not delete any other owner. That's why. Okay, so I will run it. So I will check whether I'm getting only these 4 tables. Yes, I'm getting only 4 tables. Whatever the value I'm getting, this one I'm storing into variable called record. And I'm going for the loop execute immediate drop table. It's a hard coded value. Drop table name. So it will go into the loop. It's like array of values. First value it will take record dot table name. This value will be taken. Drop table name, and it will be executed immediately. So if you go and execute, how many tables are there with backup? It will get deleted all the tables. Now, if you go and check here, none of the tables should be there. Clear? It has been dropped. Table has been dropped. That's it. So if you want to drop multiple tables at a time, a backup table or something, then you can use this way. This way you can use. This is a statement. Even if you see this, I will show you here. One more statement for dynamic SQL. Create table name as select star from customer details. I think customer details, there is no table now. S underscore customer underscore SCD. This table I will take. With that, I'm just creating one table called test1. Okay. And selecting the test1. So here I'm just selecting the table. Test1 created. I'm just selecting. This is a table. So just I'm dropping the table. That's it. Okay. It's a compilation. So I'm going to do the compilation here. And whatever I'm going to pass value for this execute to the procedure. Execute procedure name. Inside I'm passing the table. This particular table will get dropped automatically, right? So here if you have so many tables, even you can create as like a function, then you can pass all the values as a parameter and everything will get dropped automatically. Okay, so this way you can, this way they will mostly like the DBS team will process like this. And see here, one more example, I'll show you. Create or replace procedure, update dynamic customer table. So I'm just passing a table name, it's a varchar and column name and customer ID. Execute immediate, update table name, set the column name. Okay, so column name equal to system date where customer ID equal to this one. So what is the column name I'm going to pass? Okay, so just I will select star from customer table. I should have the customer table, right? Otherwise, it will not be executed correctly. The table name also you can pass, no issues. You can pass the table name, S underscore customer underscore SAD. This table you can pass, no issues. I'm just passing update statement here. I can have this value. So what is the table name? Table name is this one. Okay, table name is this one. There is no column like data, but here I will use mobile number. Okay, I want to update the column mobile number with some other value. Okay, so mobile. Okay, sorry. Here it is taking system date, right? We should have taken some other values here. Some hard coded value I will take. Okay. Just I have taken some hard coded value. That's it. See, I should have the column called data, but here then it will take system date. But here I'm passing this value to this. Or in this particular table, I'm passing the table name and the column name and the record, which record I have to update. So just I'm passing. Okay, customer ID is not available here, right? So where is this customer ID? Here. Customer underscore ID, right? Okay, correct. So I'll compile it. One more time I will execute. Okay, it has been updated. And if you go and check here, so I'm not mentioning which table, right? So in the runtime, I'm mentioning which table it will go for. So as I told, this execute statement, you can use DML statement and DDL statement also. Okay, both you can use it, not only for DDL statement. So you can use it for DDL statement, DML statement, PLSQL block. Okay, so this one here I'm using for DML statement. Execute immediate DML statement. Dynamically I'm passing, right? The values are dynamically passing. What is this value? It will pass from the runtime, right? So that's what I can go with. So table count. So I want to know the table count. I want to get it. So execute immediate, select count of star from the table name into this one. And I'm just printing it. If you want, insert into status table, stats table. So here I'm passing how many records are there in the table. So this is the one, but we need to have the stats table here. Okay, so but we do not have access to this table. So that's why we cannot insert it. But if you want to take how many records are there in the count, if you use this count, TBMS output count, it will take select table name, owner name, all underscore table where owner equal to HR, right? So each and every table, it should print count for all the records. But the thing is, we do not have this table. Okay, it will not be used. If you're going to print only count, yes, it will print only count only. How many tables are there in the HR schema? For all the tables, it will go and print. Okay, so this is one thing. We will go for one more statement, different statement. If you see this PLSQL block, so what is the block will do? If you see this, you can able to understand. Create or replace procedure name. Generate new table. I'm going to generate a new table. Create table statement. Create table name. It is whatever the value I'm passing here. Column names. Okay, open bracket. Columns, data types, and using this DBMS output, right? So execute immediate. So here I'm going to pass this way. I'm just compiling it. Execute immediate L string. So L string is nothing but it's a variable. Whatever here it will be there, it will be stored here in this variable. Just that variable alone, I'm just executing. Otherwise, you can go for execute immediate. Simply make that create table statement. So you can use without execute immediate. But thing is, here it is a dynamic SQL, right? So dynamically you have to pass the values, correct? That's why we are going for execute immediate. With string, we are getting it. So if you see this, just I'm taking columns. Okay, so how many columns are there? So only two values we are passing. How we are passing three values? Products table, ID number. Okay. Product name, varchar2, quantity number. Okay, so I'm just going to create table name, that is products. First one. ID is number. Next one is product name, varchar2. Quantity is number. So just all this I'm just passing. And it will automatically frame this SQL. Okay, I do not have create table statement here. Okay, so this we do not have privileges to execute, but if you are doing it in PLSQL code, so this is the way it will be executed. Okay, instead you can go for this way, the anonymous block. You can try something like this. So try like this, it will be executed, and even you can try this way also. Update statement, right? But create table statement, we do not have permission. So sometimes they will pass all this as a parameter. So from the parameter file, see normally here we are giving hard-coded value, right? Say for an example, for this procedure, we are passing all this value as hard-coded value. Here also I'm passing the value, right? This one update statement. But this will be passed from the parameter file also. Okay, parameter 1, 2, 3. In that way it will be passed. But we will use, if they are using any PLSQL statement, execute immediate. So that is nothing but dynamic SQL. Yeah, this is one of the best example for backup table clearance. So per statement we will use, right? So this is what you will do. So if I want to use multiple tables, I want to update. Here only you have to use pass. You have to pass more parameters. That's it. But normally create table statement and all, we will not use any procedures like this. Create table statement, we will not create it. See why? Because instead of using like this, you can use directly create table statement. But this kind of backup the table, deleting the backup table, all this we can do. By using dynamic SQL only we will frame. Mostly the DBA will frame this kind of SQLs. Next topic is called exceptions. So what is exceptions? Okay, sometimes you are having very big SQL statement. Okay, very big SQL statement you are writing. PLSQL statement. You are writing begin here and you are writing end. And if you have any declaration part, you'll be declaring here, right? So declare and begin and end. So within this begin and end, you'll be having some executable statement. Okay, say for an example, you have the statement 1, you are executing. Statement 2, you are executing. Statement 3. So you have a lot of statements. If all the statement, if it is executing fine, that's fine. But if any one statement, say for an example, you are executing the statement, it is getting errored out. So what will happen? If it is errored out, it will check whether we are handling this particular exceptions. So you remember try catch block, try catch, something like that in Java or any programming language will have try catch, right? Java, we have try catch block, right? So you try this. If any exception happening, you go to this particular block. So try and catch it. This is what we'll have. So you can, if you want to handle this particular error, if you don't handle it, this particular program will stop abruptly. Okay, so it will middle of the code, it will be stopped, but we have to handle it. So you can go for the one called exceptions. You remember very first time itself I have explained this exception is like not a mandatory one, optional one. So within this, you'll be writing when some exception error code, the exception name will be there. So with that exception name, you can print something. Okay, so print here. Okay, you can inform the user that so because of this exceptions, it is failing. So you can handle it. So you can handle it. You can use some go-to statement. You can go to the particular statement. If anything error happened, you can go to the particular statement. See what the compiler will do. If any error is happening here, it will shift this one to an exception. Whatever the error we are getting here, okay, some error will be getting. So that error will check here whether we are using that error. If it is not there, then it will show like exception is happened. It will print exception is happened. If you have handled here, so by default we'll go for one unnamed exceptions. So that means we have two types of exceptions: named exceptions, unnamed exceptions. So this is called exceptions. Exceptions are there are two types. One is predefined exceptions. It will be handled by Oracle. If there is no predefined exceptions, I want to go for customized exception handling. Then I can go for user defined exceptions. This is implicit exception. This is called explicit exceptions. Implicit means Oracle itself, it will throw exceptions. Explicit exception, we are creating it. In this, we do have two types of exception. One is named exception. Another one is unnamed exceptions. What is named exception? See, Oracle has some around 25 to around 15 to 25 named exceptions will be there here. If you check here, named exception will be there. Whenever exception is happening, your Oracle code, Oracle compiler will go and check this exception name, whether you are using this exception in the exception handling block. Okay, if there is no exception is mentioned, at least you have to mention the exception with unnamed exception called others. Okay, if you are using others, so that is called unnamed exceptions. So any abnormal condition that interrupt the normal flow of execution of your programs, program instructions at runtime is an exception. So in Oracle, we have predefined exceptions and user-defined exception. So predefined exception is Oracle will take care. User-defined exception is explicitly we are giving the exceptions. Okay, we are handling it. So what is predefined exception? It's a system-defined exception or already defined, maintained implicitly by Oracle, like implicit exceptions. We have two types of exception here, named exceptions, unnamed exceptions. Wherever you are seeing others keyword, so that is unnamed exceptions. Okay, so named exception means, say for an example, I will take this scenario. I'll go and run this. So what we are doing, declare v underscore salary. It's a number data type. So just I'm taking this v underscore salary. Just I'm printing zero divide error. So if I'm going to run this particular code, you'll be getting error here, right? Error here. So what is the error number? 01476. Whether we have any exception, predefined exception 01476. If it is there, we can handle it. Yes, we have, right? So zero divide. The exception name is called zero divide. If I want to handle it, this is called named exceptions. If you want to handle it, I do not want to go for something like errored out. I want to handle it in the PLSQL code, then I can use this like this. Okay, like this. If you are using like this is called named exceptions. Zero divide is a name exceptions. Others is called unnamed exceptions. So I'm handling it. If any other exception is happening, so this one I'm just creating it and I'm going to do it. Showing like a divisor is equal to 0, operation is not allowed. Okay, so I'm using this one now. Do we have employees backup table? I think no. So if any other exception is happening, okay, so when others, so this is also ORA hyphen 00942. So this is not happening here. Right, table or view does not exist. Okay, so 09942 we have 942. But if you see this is not going to this particular exception handling block. Okay, there is no zero divide and others also it's not happening. So that's why we are getting this table or view does not exist. Actually, the table or view does not exist. So that we are handling it. So if you are defining correctly the keyword, then it will be handled. So you can use you can check. So what is this particular corresponding exception name? If any exception is happening, it will be passed to the particular exception handling. It will be processed. So if you remember for this, if you see this cursor one, while taking the cursor one, I have taken the first one, something like exception handling, right? If you see this, I'm just running this. If you are using one single record where employee ID equal to 220, actually this is not available. This 220 is not available. If you don't use it handling exceptions, then you are getting this error 01403. 01403. So you can check here 0141403. No data found. So we have to use this one. No data found, right? Yes. If you are using that particular name, no data found. If there is no data found, this it will be executed. Too many rows, then it will be executed. When others, any other errors, then others will be captured. Unnamed exceptions. You can see here, this will give you no data found for this employee. It is not getting errored out. It has been handled. But I'm going for too many rows. Too many rows. So now if any exception is happening, this control will be given to the exception handling. It will check whether no data found, no. Too many rows, yes. Then it will be printed here. See here, this time it is printing. Many rows are returned from the base table, right? So that's what the exceptions should be handled. So these exceptions are Oracle predefined exceptions. So we have some 25 to latest exception, Oracle predefined exception sheet you can download. And if you are using this way, this is called Oracle predefined exceptions. Something like value error. Okay, say for an example here, you might be getting value error. So what is value error? So value error means number one, I'm taking number of two, but I'm taking 5 numbers. So it is value error. This error name is called value error. When value error, then you are printing this way, right? When value error, then you are printing error. But you are going for something like a different one. See, cursor I'm using. Cursor C1. So what is the error? I will get it. So cursor I'm using here. But the thing is, I just declare the cursor. I haven't opened the cursor. Before opening, I'm just closing. So it will throw error like invalid cursor. Okay. So invalid cursor. Then if it is throwing this particular error, invalid cursor, we have something. Yes. 01001. Invalid cursor error exception happened. Check the code. This one we have written. So this will be handled here. So like this, for the different type of error, you can use this particular Oracle predefined one. Just you can handle it. But some exceptions will not have any name. Okay, you can see here some table. I'm just creating one table, customer. Drop table. If any table is there, I'm just dropping it. I'm going to drop the table called the customer. I'm just creating with number of 10. Okay, so I'm going to insert the data into this values, some more values, more than 10. So what is the error you will get? Value larger than specified precision allowed for this column. So you are getting 000, right? And also 01438. So do we have anything 01438? 01438. No, right? Yes, this is called unnamed exceptions. So in order to handle this unnamed exceptions, if I want to give a name for this unnamed exceptions, for an example like this, I have to give a name for this unnamed exception, invalid cursor, login denied, no data found, something. If I want to give a name for this unnamed exceptions, you can use this way. Okay, you can use keyword called pragma exception init. It is nothing but you are providing a name for the unnamed exception. There is no name for this exceptions. Value for largest specified, right? There is no name for that exception. To handle that particular exception, we are using. So we can use others. Say for an example, we can use others here. See here, this is called unnamed exceptions. If you want to handle it, you can handle like others, right? So if any error is happening, so it will be handled by others block, and it is showing like string. But others is not a named block, right? Named exceptions. It is unnamed exceptions. For this kind of exception, if I want to give a name for this particular exceptions, I have to use the keyword called pragma exception in it. Okay. So what is the keyword? Pragma exception in it. So this one you have to use pragma exception in it. So you have to use this name. Okay. So the name of the exceptions, exception customer ID value limit I'm giving. So this is like exception. I'm declaring it. I'm using that. Okay. I want to give a name, giving the name, and I'm giving one particular number for that. Have you seen that? So here previously it has this number 01438. The same number I have given. While executing this one, it will throw error like it has been handled. When this error happened, it is printing. So if you want to print this number, yes, you can print the number here. So ORA something you can print, but it has been handled. So this way you can handle unnamed. So if you want to give try catch block, we do not have. That's why we have begin. So begin is nothing but try. If any exception happening, catch it here. That's what exception. We do not have any try catch. It is similar to Java. I have explained. In Java, we have try catch, but here we do not have try catch. Then we have user defined exceptions. Say for an example, I want to raise an exceptions for my customized problem, customized one. I have to raise a exceptions. So how can I raise it? See here, it is giving you the error like table or view does not exist 00942 table or view does not exist. I'm going to insert the value, not enough values. So these are all Oracle predefined one, right? So it will be available up to this number. So how many digit? 5-digit number. So if you want to give our own number, then we have to give the number from 2000, this number. Okay, if you see this, I will explain. I'm just creating one table called employee exceptions, employee ID, employee name. Just I'm creating one table. Okay. Alter table name, add primary key. So I'm just altering it, adding a primary key. And I'm going here. So what is this? If you are adding a primary key on this table, index will automatically created, right? Index will be created and create or replace procedure name. Add new employee. Employee ID input parameter first name I'm passing to this column. Insert into table name, employee ID and employee name values I'm passing commit exception. I'm using exception duplicate value on index and then duplicate value on index. This is exception normal named exception only. Then I'm using. So here I'm raising application error. Application error. I'm just raising it by saying this number. You are trying to insert duplicate value some employee ID. Okay, so I'm going to compile it. It's add employee, right? EXEC add employee. So I'm employee ID I'm just giving and employee name. Okay, so some name I'm just giving. You can use some begin and end also. So I'm just using that. It should be loaded. Select start from. It should not get any errored out, right? So I'm just using this. It has been inserted. And one more time I'm trying to insert it. What will happen? So we are getting error customized one, right? ORA-20001. You are trying to insert a duplicate record. I'm raising an exception. Myself, I'm raising the exception, right? So for the customized one, this scenario, I'm using it. So even I'm raising customized one by using this named exceptions. Named exception only, but I'm raising it. Okay, I'm not handling it. I'm just raising the exceptions. So here, if I want to handle it, or if I want to raise it any other scenario, then you can use this way. Say for an example, raising an exceptions. This is what you can raise it. Raise application name. If condition you can use. Okay, so I will take this one. Employee union exception. Employee ID, first name. Same table I will take. Okay. Same table I will take. Employee union exceptions. But this table insert into employee exception. This table itself I will take. Employee ID, first name I have to pass. If employee ID is less than 100, I'm raising an error, exceptions. Okay, so here I have to define it, declare it, and I have to raise it. Else I'm just inserting it. End if. When this error is happening, raise application error that please enter email ID is greater than 100. Okay, so I'm raising an exceptions for my customized one. Okay, so first name is invalid identifier. Sorry, I forgot what is the name of the column I have given. EMP name, right? So EMP name, EMP ID. EMP name. Okay, I will compile it. It has been compiled. So now I will go and execute this one. Okay, so I'm trying to execute exec name. Employee ID, if it is less than 100, it will not be executed, right? It will not be inserted. 101. So just I'm giving this. So successfully compiled. But if I'm giving 11, okay, it should throw error that please enter the employee ID is greater than 100. So explicitly, I'm just raising an exceptions. Okay, I'm raising an exceptions. So here I'm not handling it. I'm just raising an exceptions. So that is what raising, how to raise exceptions. If anything happen, how to raise it. If you're giving this way, yes, this is the way it will raise it. And in exceptions, they'll be asking questions like what is SQL code? What is SQL error M? Okay, this one error ERRM. SQL code is nothing but it returns number code of the most recent exceptions. See, whatever we are seeing this one, this is a number code. This is the error message. Okay, so ORA something we are seeing here, right? These are all the number code. So user defined one, you have to start from this number only. Oracle predefined one, 002 up to this number, it will be available. Whatever you are seeing here, these numbers are from user defined one. Okay, if you see this code, whatever here we are seeing, 0 divide by error. When 0 divide error, just I'm printing what is the SQL message. What is the SQL error code? Error message, error code. So error message is ORA-01476. Divisor is equal to 0. Error code is this one. So 1476. See, sometimes they will ask what is this error code and error message, all this. So you can explain this. If they are using any PLSQL code, so definitely they'll be using exception handling. or they might be explicitly raising an exceptions by declaring the exception here. It's like they want to raise exceptions for their particular project. Just they will raise it this way. Temporary table in Oracle. We have two types of temporary tables in Oracle. One is global temporary table and another one is private temporary table. So what is temporary table? Say for an example, if you are logging into the system, okay, Oracle database, that means this is one session. We'll call it as it's a one session. Okay, you are logging into the database. This is called one session. Okay, one session you are logging into. Then I have to create some table. You are executing some long SQL statements. It's like contains some 4 to 5 tables or 6 to 7 tables. I do not want to join all this table as it is. I have to create some temp tables. Okay, these two tables I have to join, create temp table called A. Another 3 tables you have to join called B. These two tables I have to make a join. So finally, but these two tables, I do not want to keep it once the session has over, right? I do not want to keep it. Then I can create like a temp tables. So if you are creating a temp table, this is coming from 8i global temporary table. Okay, so global temporary table, you can have it from the version 8i. But private temporary table, it comes under 18c version. Okay, 18c version only, you have the private temporary table. Okay, so we do not have access to create this private temporary table, but we can create global temporary table. I will tell you the concept. Okay, so we have the global temporary tables. So available from 8i. So if you see this, I want to create one temp table. On commit, delete rows. So what is the meaning of on commit delete rows, right? Create global temporary table. So you are creating a global temporary table. So my temp table ID with the description on commit delete rows. So if I'm going to commit it, it will not have any data. So if I'm going to commit this, finally it will not have any data. So here I'm going to insert some data, okay, in this table. See here something I'm just loading. It will have one row. Just if you are checking this, you will have the data, right? Count is 1. Yes, count we have. But here I'm going to do commit. If you do commit, then data will not be available. Okay, so before committing it, data will be available. So after committing it, the data will not be available. That's the on commit delete rows. So if you are going to commit, delete the rows. So that's the thing. And you can use, so private temporary table we do not have. Okay, so on commit preserve rows this way. But we may think that, okay, it will preserve the data. So on commit preserve rows. So I will log out from here, disconnect from the session. One more time, I will connect the session. Okay. So here I'm going with this table, right? Okay. So I will select the table. Select star from, this is another session. So we have the data, right? Sorry, we have the table, but it should not have any data. Okay. So now I'm going to insert some data here. So what I will do, this table, I will drop it. Drop with, I'm going to drop the table, recreate with. So I have dropped it. I can go here on commit preserve rows. On commit preserve rows. Just I'm creating. Then I'm using this insert statement. So insert into temp table. One row got inserted. You are seeing the data. Yes, it is here. Just I'm committing it. Then if you are checking it, the data will be available. So I'm going to disconnect and reconnect it. Okay, with another session. We'll check it now, whether this is available or not. We are making on commit preserve rows. But why the data is not available? So this is the advantage of temporary table. Okay. So within the particular session, the data will be available. If the session is over, okay, even though you are making this on commit or whatever it may be, on commit preserve rows means particular session this will be available, but next session it will not be available. The structure it will be maintained. Okay, structure it will be maintained. Even if you are having 1 billion record today, okay, yes, within the session it will maintain all the data. But the session is over. Okay, if it has been the connection has been closed, if the particular session is over in the server, then the data will get erased automatically. So that's a advantage of global temporary table. The structure will be available for next user. Okay, next user. I am the user one. I logged in. I have loaded here 1 million data. I'm using it. Now I'm using. You are the second user. Okay, you are the second user. You are logging into the same system. You are seeing the global temp table, but you are loading another 2 million data here. Yes, you can load it. This session will have different data. This session will have different data. If you're closing it, all the data will get released. So that's a temporary table, global temporary table. But private temporary table means, okay, the structure data will not be available. Okay, clear? Structure and data, everything, it's a private to the particular session. And if you want to create any private temporary table, you cannot create as like this. You have to create this way. Okay. So this way you have to make on commit drop definition. That means commit. If you are going to commit, it will drop the definition. It will not be available. But it will automatically, it will do this. No need to do. If you are coming out of the session, nothing will be there. But when we will create, we are handling huge volume of data, joining all this. If I want to create, if you want to load temporarily some data, after that, you should not keep that temp data, right? See, you are creating some backup data, backup table. After sometimes you forget to delete the data in the table. So it is creating lot of memory space in the database. So that's why they have created the large table called temporary table, global temp table. If you are logging into system, you are creating some 3 columns. Another person going with the table with the 4 columns, you can create it. It's a beauty of temp tables with same name but different structure you can create.